If you're gonna take, but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. Has been teaching.
If you're gonna take,
but look, I just want to say, listen.
If you're gonna take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
Are you
son,
refusing to answer the question?
scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you. And but I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on
That's the very funniest shit.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tahuti shook
his
our heads
mind.
the same time. It's
Tahuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tahuti shook
his
our heads the
mind.
same time. This is
Tahuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. It's
fine.
Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? I want you to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? peace, everyone. Greetings, greetings. Mic check. If you can hear me. Mic check. If you can hear me. Let me check the room and see. It'll be a busy one today. Let's check it out. Get the mic closer. Check, check, check. Let me get into the room. Okay, let's check the room and see who's here with us today. Let me get some ones if you can hear me. Okay, I see the ones coming in. I see the ones coming in. Wonderful. Wonderful. Who do we have here? I see Right Truth. Shout out to Right Truth. Shout out to you. All right. Who else we see here? More Wisdom is here. More Wisdom. Peace to More Wisdom. Jay. Peace to Jay. One of the greatest students right here. Most consistent. One of the most consistent students right here is AJ Super Mogul. AJ Super Mogul. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to Ariel Trill Productions. Shout out to you. Everybody's here. Kemet is here saying more fire, more likes. Hit the like button and share the knowledge. More fire, more likes. Hit the like button and share this knowledge. Thank you. Great music taste. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you feel stronger right now? Jamie X always here. Wonderful. Snake style musical score. A spooky shelter in. I guess that's the hotkeys for the snakes thing. Shout out to you, Darius McNair, who's always here. Shout out to you, Darius. Darius McNair says, Tehuti is Mike Tyson when it comes to debates. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. All right. Awesome. Awesome. Let me move this a little closer here. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Shout out to you. We got Jody, who's been here ever since Killer Priest Pod Craft. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Kemet, of course. Kemet says the Podclass is colossal and my moderators are highly respected and favored. Tehuti is supreme intelligent. Shout out to you. Much respect, much respect. Speaking of my moderators, let me see if I see them in the room here. I'm scrolling backwards, so okay, so I see Nani Aset Mur. Shout out to Nani Aset Mur. The wonderful, beautiful Nani Aset Mur says peace, peace. And Maurice is here. Maurice, shout out to Maurice. Jimmy B, who always puts me on Facebook. Shout out to Jimmy B. We have the other moderator here, Ahati Ma'at, peace of the goddesses and gods. We have Yeet, who says, don't debate Tehuti. Yeet Titi, don't debate Tehuti. Wonderful. Yeah. Yeah, debate me if you'd like, but I wouldn't advise it, but it's for the people, so it's whatever the people want. Shout out to you. Abyss says Black Chem Wisdom. Shout out to you. And of course, Conscious Conqueror, love that name. 11-0, that's right. You guys really give me props on my debates. I haven't had one in a little while, since December. I'm supposed to have one if Tazariak would ever, I don't know, Tazariak said he has to contact his elders. We'll see. All right, more wisdoms here. We have Tony Samarano 99. I'm killing you, Jay. That's what Sonetta said. Shout out to you, Tony Samarano 99. Am I saying that right? Tony Samarano 99. The letters are small on my end. Shout out to you, Hybrid Cycle, love and blessing. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody giving me Snake Style. Andromeda XA, one of the greatest question askers, who's always supporting. It's that time, folks. Grab your diploma. Grab your diploma and put it in the garbage. It's that time, folks. Grab your diploma and put it in the garbage. It's that time to learn. I like that. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, wonderful. Let me fix this lighting here. Yeah. Thank you, Nanny. We got everybody here. Alabama Red. I haven't seen Alabama Red in a while. Let's talk about the Boule. We got Alabama Red here. High Grade TV. Shout out to High Grade TV. Demeech. Shout out to Demeech. Great supporter, great question asker. And tonight is going to be, let me tell you all about tonight. All my dedicated supporters, I need you to show me love tonight. Send me support. Ease back with the questions for tonight. Questions, if you're going to send me support for a question, send in the support. I have plenty questions to answer tonight. I may be able to take one new one. We'll see. I got so many that were sent in midweek. Questions that were sent in last week was so busy. I'm getting to some from the week before. So supporter, I still need to support for the time it takes for me to do this. But send in support. You can ease up on the actual questions. I'm pretty backed up for right now, but please send your support because that is what keeps me going here. Sending your support. So everybody's here. Outlier, I like that name. Outlier. There's the Outlier and there's the Schlacken. They sound like thriller movies. The Outlier. All right, shout out to the Outlier. Everybody's here. Heka Kepara. Shout out to you, Rick Rolled Truth. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Everybody's here. Everybody is here. Let's get right into it. Here's a new one. I haven't seen this name before. Dwight. 12A tax. Dwight. Is that Dwight 2? Or the letters are small. Dwight. Okay. Dwight 12A text. Shout out to you. I haven't seen you here before, but I welcome everybody. It's going to be great. JP. Shout out to you. We have Leo Goddess. Shout out to Leo Goddess. I don't know if I've seen you before, but shout out to and respect to you and everybody here. Everybody's here. We got a lot of Nat Turner, who's always supporting. All right, let's get right into it, everybody, because we have a jam-packed day. Jam-packed. No one will debate you, Tehuti, when you step on the scene. You grab all the light and ignorance run and fry. The ignorant. Let me read it all. No one will debate you, Tehuti, when you step on the scene. You grab the light and the ignorant run and true and fright. Ignorant run and fright. Sorry, but the letters are very small on my end. I got to blow up the screen to see the letters. But everybody, shout out and respect to everybody. Let's get started. Share the stream. That's right, Jay. Share the stream. I like that. I'm going to read it one more time. I like that, man. Because this actually happened when I came in to one of the other rooms. Everybody disappeared. That was very strange. I don't know who was on that show that day, but I came in the show and everybody vanished or something happened weird. No one will debate you, Tehuti, when you step on the scene. You grab all the light and ignorant run and fright. Okay, it rhymes. Nice. I knew there was a reason why. Shout out to the moderator, Sanetti, the beautiful Sanetti Amun, to support Tehuti and send your donations via Cash App, TT Amun, and PayPal at Rocky SV. We got Real Rap typing in the smaller, typing in some Metanator. Real Rap FG typing in Metanator there. Wonderful. Let me shrink the screen down. Okay, everybody, we got Cannabis Spa, one of my hypest and most excited students here. I'm up at 3:30 a.m. for the class. She's definitely hyped. Okay, so here we go. Let me go ahead and introduce what's going on. We're gonna get right into it. For all those that are new, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. On my hat is the one and only Neith. She is a unicorn spider from Zimbabwe. Her name is Neith, which represents knitting, which is the word for knitting. It means to weave, knit. And she represents photonic entanglement, the knitting, invisible knitting of the universe that you don't see with your physical eye, called Neith. In my hand is the most popular serpent on the Tehuti Podclass, who is Nakash. It is Nakash, named so after the beings of the southern part of the Nile called the Neches, or the Nechesi, which means the enchanter. The enchanters, wonderful, wonderful. Stolen and put in the Bible as Nakas, the devil, the serpent in Genesis 3. All right, the new Hebrews call it Barashit. All right, we'll get into that. But let me introduce what is going on. And of course, for those of you who see the people in the room, they have wrenches in their hand. And I'm going to explain who they are and why. Then we're going to do the affirmation and we're going to get started. So if you see people in the room with a wrench in their hand, there is a specific reason. Those who are familiar with YouTube know what that means. That means they are moderators. But they're not just moderators. They are Ma'aterators, named so by the brother Stranger. We have Ankia Ma'at. We have Danny Aset Mer. We have Seneti Amun and Ahati Ma'at. Those are the Ma'aterators. Little do you know, the word Ma'at actually comes from the word Ma'at. And Ankia Ma'at, Danny Aset Mer, Seneti Amun, and Ahati Ma'at. Those are the Ma'aterators. They're the ones that keep things in balance and fair, coming from the word Ma'at or Met, which also means to be fair or right in the middle, or also truth and also perception of sight. That is Ma'at. Shout out to them. They are the ones that are going to control the room, meaning that if they see anybody acting kind of crazy or anybody acting disrespectful, they will give them a warning and put them out. This podcast is a class based on respect. I know that YouTube is not used to this. YouTube conscious people are not used to YouTube channels where there's no drama or chaos. This is all information here, all calm information that you will be receiving like nowhere else. All right, so my name is Tehuti. Amenhotep Ra. I am a Saba, which means a doorway that is a teacher. You in the classroom, you too are also a Saba, which means a pupil. I'm the doorway, opening up the information, and you open up yourself to receive the information. Both are called pupils and students because every student and pupil and teacher are the same. A teacher is always learning, and a student is always learning as well. That is how I break it down. Shout out to all of you. Peace and love. And let me explain what's going on. So, I'm a teacher, been teaching for over 30 years in the public. I had to go into silence for a while, quiet, to reconstruct myself and get away from the conscious community. In that time, I saw a lot of people teaching, brought to my attention by a brother named Ahati Ma'at. He said I should come to the forefront. I came to the YouTube forefront, and I started debating, teaching, and people saw me want a one-on-one class with me. It was too busy to do that. Too busy. They're still doing it today. And I said, I announced myself on the Killer Priest podcast that I'll be doing an open class. An open class where you can come and ask questions. And the way that you do so is you send in a super chat. But the super chats were revoked from YouTube. My monetization was removed. And so my super chat is now a PayPal and a Cash App, which means that I am a person that dedicates my life to answer questions in the most, as people say, I only quote people, in the most thorough manner that you've ever seen questions answered before. And in respect for that, people send in super chats and send in Cash Apps to send the question in. So what happens is, if you want to support me, which I hope everybody does because we both support each other, you send in the Cash App to TT Amun and you send in PayPal. In the Cash App and in the PayPal, you're able to write questions in. Because the super chats have been taken away, I added this feature where you can send in a donation, ask a question, or just send in donations. This class I would like therefore to be more just donations in, because I am super packed with questions for right now, but still support, of course. So when you send in your support and your donations, I make sure that they pop up on the screen. When they pop up on the screen, they pop up like this. Boom. So for example, Owen Hythe sent in $43.72 as a support donation, and he sent in a question with a support, which was the Conference of Nicaea, the Nicene Council. I broke it down. People say like they never heard it broken down before, and added several jewels that have never been broken down when it comes to the Council of Nicaea and the Trinity concept. So it pops up on the screen. For example, Black Sun asked a question. Let me take off this banner. Black Sun asked a question about the Black Sun. I proceeded to answer that. So you can send in any amount. There's no specific amount. Raphael Gary, who always supports, he sent in 25 for support for the great breakdowns. He appreciated my time in the breakdowns, and he sent in that for the breakdowns. So you can send in any amount. Raphael Gary again. With does man come from black women or monkeys? That was a great one. We're actually going to get into some of that tonight because the question was something similar to that tonight. So it pops up on the screen. Raphael Gary, the Easter Island. Raphael Gary is one of the biggest supporters. Almost everyone I click on is him. Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary again. Who built the Antarctica pyramid? So many questions. So when you send in the PayPal pops up like this. Reincarnation, Johan Billadou sent in reincarnation question. It pops up on the screen as a PayPal, and then I proceed to answer the question. This was with $25 for someone who wanted to be anonymous. If you want to be anonymous, you can also type in anonymous, and I won't put up your name up there. Johan Billadou, CIA. This one was from Stranger. Stranger is one named the moderators. He sent for $20 for a question on property disputes. So you can send in any amount. There's no set amount. Don't be discouraged by people who send in large amounts. It's for the support. Black Alucard sent in 30 for thanks. It's any amount. Johan Billadou, again, he's always sending in questions. And it pops up on the screen as such. Okay. Let me go ahead now. So it pops up on the screen, and then I go ahead and answer the question. Get Leisure is definitely one of my top 3 biggest supporters ever. He always sends in questions. I actually have a question from him tonight that I actually understand. I'm going to answer it tonight. I hope he's in the room. Some of his questions, he's so excited. I honestly don't understand what he's typing a lot of times, but he's so excited. He's typing in big paragraphs. But this one he sent in, I fully understand, and we're going to get into it. So 1 second here. So you send in any amount that you feel, and you can send it in for, this is just support by Amun Ma'at Ra for gift and duality. So you send in the support for me. I check my my Cash Apps, I check my PayPal, and then I put them up on the screen. Okay, I already see a bunch of them in. So we're gonna get right into it. Okay, shout out to everybody. Let's get into it, everybody. Let me move this blinding light. All right. So send your support, all those supporters. If you're new and you have a question, go ahead and send it in. But for all my common supporters who are always here, go ahead and just send in support tonight, because I got jam-packed questions. Wait till you see tonight. We got a lot. As a matter of fact, everybody who wants me to go ahead and get started with the information, press a 9 right now. I'm going to grab some water because it is going to be a big one tonight. And I'm going to do interaction, everybody. It's going to be interactive night. So please, there's 71 people in the room here are watching. For one of my questions, especially from Nito Campbell, I'm going to have to invite people up to the front to do a mental test. It's a part of the class. Participate. It's an interactive class. Do not be shy. There can't be 71 people in the room and nobody is able to just click the button and come up. Okay, I need some of you to come up to participate in some of the answers. I see you all popping up on Sonnetter and all type of channels with your screen on the screen. Don't be shy to pop up here. I see you in the room. You can click the button when it's your time, when it's time to be called. Okay, so if you want to get help, if you want to see me get started, press 9. We'll do the affirmation. We'll get right started. Okay, here's another one of the greatest students of mine, the scribe. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, beautiful. The Schlacken. The Schlacken. Oh, this name is so interesting to me. Schlacken. Maurice, press 9. All right, Maurice. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get right into the affirmation and get started. It's going to be a big class tonight. Invite people in. Woo-wee, it's going to be a lot tonight. My goodness, let's go. All right, we got new people in the room. I see Nap Drapo. Never seen that name before, but shout out to Nap Drapo. Okay, Nap Drapo. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the affirmation and let's get started. And the affirmation, for those who don't know what it is, when I put it up, I'll put it up on the screen. There's one sentence missing. I do mean to add that sentence there, but there's one sentence missing. But you can follow along with the rest. We'll go ahead and get started. Okay, let me get Nap Drapo off the screen here. Boom, boom. Okay, here we go. We're going to get started with the affirmation. Yes, for those who are wondering, I do have a way of life. I do have a certain premise, way of life, set of standards and spirituality that I follow. I know that's strange, everybody. I know that is strange. I know the new definition of Black consciousness is just to argue with everybody, but to have no way of life. I know. You can name all your favorite Black conscious leaders of our speakers or debaters on all the channels, and they have no way of life. They have nothing that they claim. That's for them to be safe, because they are actually afraid to claim something, because if you claim something, then that thing can be attacked. So what they do is they just say, I'm a real Black atheist. I believe in nothing. But you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. What do you believe in? Nothing. I am nothing. I have no culture. But you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. See, that's the safe thing to do for everybody. So I know you're used to the other channels where everybody is just arguing, but nobody actually has any way of life. None of the pro-Black Kemetic or anybody has an actual way. It's just to say everybody's wrong. But here, I do have a way of life that I have with my family that comes from the ancients. And I do share it with all my students, and I'm going to share some of it today, right now, with the affirmation. So let's get started. Here we go. Anki Ma'at, MS, Nin Tet, Aset, Amat, Min Hepapet, Amat, Her Enhu Kiwi, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. All right. Oh, I remember Kemet threw this one day. This was so awesome. Thank you, Kemet. Okay, let's get started. Let me check the room for the nines to see who wants me to get started right into it. Let's check the room for the nines. Okay, Robert Williams, I hope you come to the screen today. I'm going to invite people to the screen today. It's going to be a fun one today, only if you participate. Okay, we got somebody new here. We got Humbled. It says, what up, Humbled? What up, Humbled? Brian Wallace. Peace, Saba, and shout out to the whole class. Let's get started, everybody. The nines are here. I see the nines coming in. Let's go. Throat is. Let me get some water. Everybody hold on. Okay, wonderful. We have Young Pharaoh is putting up 50K for a debate. I'm not sure what that means, but wow, that's incredible. I hope he wins that debate, whatever that means. So shout out to all the people that are out there. So okay, Humbled is Azim. Okay, Azim, peace Azim, you change your name. Peace Azim. Okay. Let's get started, everybody. Press A1 if you can hear me clear. It is 7:52 my time. I have lots to break down. You okay? Oh, no. Okay, here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Somebody said Young Pharaoh is a debate. Interesting. Okay. Are you ready, everybody? Let's get started. Ooh, it's going to be good tonight. How many people we have in the room? 73. Invite people in. I need to see some participators. Here we go. Let me close this up. Boom. Close this up. Boom. And let's get right into it. Let me get these things off the screen so you all can see my screen. We're about to get started. Here we go. Boom. View as list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wow. The questions are here already. All right. Who's in the room here? Let me see if people. I like it also when people are in the room that ask the questions. Let me move this up to see if the people that ask the questions are here. So we have the first question coming in from. Is this Wasret? Wasret? Wasret, are you here in the room? We're about to get started. Wasret has the first question in. 34, right, Jody, 34 likes and 78 people in the room. That means less than half the people like it. All right, let's get I'll do better, I guess. All right, so, Stephen E., one of my greatest supporters who asks great questions. Wonderful. Let's get started, everybody. We have the first question coming in from, I want to get this lighting nice, but I don't want it in my eyeball. Can everybody see me pretty clear? Can everybody see me pretty clear? Whoops, not right now, but let me fix that. Let me see, let me fix it. Boom. Trying to get nice light, but I don't want it in my eyeball. Kind of, it stresses my one eye. It's on one side. Okay, can everybody see me pretty clear? Can everybody see me pretty clear? Press 1 if you can see me. Tehuti hops into that back seat of a cab, drops dimes. The meter reads 999. Oh, wow. Okay, interesting. So Cash Peden is the one who, Cash Peden is awesome. Cash Peden sends donations and like patterns at one time. It's like 444 555 666 111 222 333 444 55. I think that was him. Yes. Shout out to you, Cash Peden. Shout out to everybody. Let's go. All right, everybody. Here we go. We are about to get started. Ooh, let me scroll up and see something here. See if the people are in the room that asked the question. What did Ania said? Merced. Ania says Merced. Saneti Amun, greetings to Mr. Noob. Greetings to Mr. Noob. Some face moderator. Oh, secret. The secret moderator. You're doing a great job. Okay, Mr. Noob, if you're there, peace and love to Mr. Noob. All right, here we go. Let's get started, everybody. Oh, let's get started. Oh, Humble Books. Humble Books is also, he has like a bunch of names. I forgot, but it's always some type of incorporated. But he has great questions too. Peace and love to the gods and goddesses in the building. Much respect to Saba Tehuti for the time and information. Make sure you all support. We're changing the world out here. All right. Nice. That's awesome. Thank you, Humble Books LLC. RPM is in the house. Oh, that was an old cannabis. Hop in the rear meter says 999. I remember that. Maraboutu's all the way from Trinidad. What's up, bye? Okay, let's get into it. Let's go. Put everybody say peace to Nakash for right now. He's about to go sit down for a moment, so I can get started with this. Peace, Nakash. Peace. Isn't he gorgeous? He is hypomelanated. That means he has more melanin than he's supposed to. He's supposed to be 3 colors, but he's only 2 because the third color actually went black because he is hypomelanated from Honduras. Oh, no. All right, here you go. All right, let's go. We got a lot to break down tonight. You guys send your support. Let's go. Here we go. All right, Cash Peden says Nakash peace. So here we go. Wasret in the house? Wasret in the house? Let me see some here. Let me see if these questions are actually in order. Is Micha in the house? Micha, Beged Leisure. Is Beged Leisure in the house? I put you for 5. We get Leisure. Are you here? I see a question here. Okay, let me do this. This is a number that is 4. I'm getting them in order here. I see them coming in. I see them in. I mean, I'm already in. And 1. Actually, this is 5. Sorry, but I'm gonna organize this. This one is 5. 5. So that one is 5. Then what is 2? 2. Connection. Oh, wait. Wait here. Who is this? A question in from oh, that's Waswaret. Waswaret. I see now. Okay, hold on. Let me get it together. Waterway is also Humble LLC. I see a question from him, but Waswaret is 1. Okay. Hold on, everybody's getting this together here, and Humble Books is 2. Okay. All right. I think they're in. Okay. Is Big Vape? Shout out to you, Big Vase. Big Vase is awesome. He actually shows support, even if he doesn't catch the class or he catches it later. He sends the support afterwards. He sends support throughout the week. Thank you. All right. Is Waswaret here? Is Waswaret in the house? Let's go through it, everybody. So here we go. Let's go ahead and answer it. Waswaret, are you here? Is Humble Bookstore, are you here? What? It's not Humble Bookstore. Is Humble Bookstore the same as Waterways? Waterway here? Is Waterway here? I have a question from Waterway. Also, Waterway, evidence of African, of Mali, Ghana connection. Waterway? Is Waterway here? Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and get into it. Let me check something really quick. Hold on. Okay. Oh, Waterway is Humble. Thank you all, because I know you all have different names, right? Different names. So, and the Cash App name and the YouTube name sometimes are all different. So, okay, let's do this one thing. I've known Waswaret for 28 years now, so I'm actually gonna let her know I'm about to answer a question. I'm about to answer, just in case she's on. Ooh. All right, here we go. All right, we're about to get into it. Let's go, everybody. Boom. So the first question coming in from Waswaret. Waswaret has the first question in. Let's do it. It's 8:02, and we're going to get into it right now. So let's go ahead and put it on the screen. Boom. And Waswaret. If I can move this here. Nice. Waswaret. Let's get that on the screen there. And okay, Nakash, peace. Let me move this up. Okay, everybody on the screen share. We're going to start it off with the first question from Waswaret. And the question is, shout out to Waswaret for the $19.99. She sent this in right before the class ended last week. $19.99 for our we the first inhabitants on all continents? Very interesting question. Are we the first inhabitants on all continents? Let me see if that's on the screen. That is on the screen. Everybody can see that. Are we the first inhabitants of all continents? That's a great question. Actually, people are debating about that. So let me show all the new for those of you who know me, you understand how I answer questions. For all the new people that are here for the first time, you will see how I answer questions and see why people send support because of the thorough, intricate way that I answer a question. So, of course, I could just say, yeah, man, we the first, like all the other channels. Yeah, we the first on all continent. We black people. The black man is God. We're the first, man. Melanin first. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Melanin, we the first. Big lips. Look at them lips. And then go on to the next question. But at the Tehuti Podclass, we do not accept that. You are raised up to a level of quality where you are expecting high standards because we go by what? Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. We do not just give opinions here. I break it down. So let's go ahead and break it down. Here we go. So again, let me blow this up so I can see the question. Outstanding question, right? Are we the first inhabitants on all continents? Wonderful. Let me go ahead and this thing's supposed to be in there. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me shrink the screen down for everybody. Hold on, let me see. Boom. Okay, good. Okay, here we go. Oh, Robert Williams says, outstanding question. Outstanding question. Here we go. All right, ready, everybody? Let's get into it. I'm going to stop this screen share. Let's get into it. Here we go. Boom. All right, here we go. Here's how I answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass. Let me get back to the screen. Screen share. I'm the one-man operator here, so bear with me, everybody. I'm also the engineer and everything else. So here we go. Screen share, boom. Share the screen, and boom. Can everybody see that? Let me go ahead and move that up. All right, so here we go. The question is asked, are we the indigenous people of each landmass? I corrected it saying each landmass because there's no such thing as continent. The concept of continents are lies. The concept of continents came about from the European, and it's an inconsistent concept. If you want to send a question on that, you can send that in and I will answer it. But the whole concept of there being 7 continents and all this foolishness is nonsense. But for each land mass, the question is, are we, quote, the indigenous people of each land mass? The answer, we shall see. We shall see the answer. The only confusion is, what's the only confusion? The only confusion is to this topic is the different man-made categories that separate the we. Geneticists have done reconstructions around the world based on what they have found, anthropological of the bones, anthropologically of the bones and DNA of each. That means they've done they took the genome, they've resequenced it, they've reorganized how the skeletal would look if it had DNA attached to it. Based on the DNA they find, the skeletons, all the information, they reconstruct what the man looks like. So, are we the indigenous inhabitants of all continents? Let's start off here. So, I'm going to start off with, we're not going to go through all the evolutionary men. We're going to go, let's go with Homo rudolfensis. So everybody can see the screen here. So this is the bones found of Homo rudolfensis. We'll start off with him. There's a lot of hominids, but we'll just start off with him and the difference in his brain size of 750 cc. Okay, so this goes back 2.1 to 1.8 million years ago. He stood about 4 feet 11 to 5 feet 3 in height, about 82 pounds. Homo rudolfensis. Okay, let me shrink this down a little bit. Okay, so where did he live? Where did they find these bones? The discovery was in 1986 in the eastern part of what the European calls Africa, northern Kenya, possibly northern Tanzania. Okay, so this is the Homo rudolfensis. We're not quite at Homo sapien yet, but this was still a man indigenously found going back 2.1 to 1.8 million years ago in the Kenyan region. They call it Kenya today, but Kenya region in Tanzania is the Nile Valley region. Let me get some water. The Nile Valley region called the Happy. One second, everybody. Called the Happy region or the Itzaru. Okay. That's good enough. Called the Itzaru region by the indigenous people. That was called the Itzaru. That covered Tanzania, Kenya, what they call Ethiopia, Sudan, parts of Rwanda, all the way up to Cairo. That today is called Egypt. But here's some indigenous bones found. So they did reconstruction. So they did reconstruction, and let's take a look. The reconstruction, they did what's called reconstitutions, revealed that Homo rudolfensis had a distinctive appearance from these contemporary hominid species with large cranium, with a long, wide, flat face. So when we go look at the reconstitution and reconstruction, that is what one of the renditions of the Homo rudolfensis would look like right here. So that is a being that goes back 2.1 million years ago in the eastern parts of Africa. When they did the reconstitution, yes, it would look like a full melanated, woolly-haired woman or man. Let's continue on. So now here's another reconstruction of the Homo rudolfensis. Okay, right there. Homo rudolfensis looks like about an 81-year-old brother that I know down the block. But anyways, Homo rudolfensis right there. So these are your indigenous men, or hominid as the European calls them. Hominid men, because there's many different species and types of man. So when people say, are we the indigenous people of all continents? It depends who you consider who we are, because there are separations of the we based on modern day terminologies. Were we woolly-haired, melanated, brown-skinned people indigenous to the continents, to different continents? Yes, let's go through. So everybody knows that people that look like this are indigenous to, of course, Africa, but let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. So that covers the African, parts of the African region, as they call it, Africa. Okay, now that's the eastern part. So people always ask me, why do I say life begins off in the Kemetic region? Actually, the Kemetic region, the Nile Valley, it's where one of the hominid lives did begin, and also the hominid Homo sapien, but we're going back before the Homo sapien. We're going to jump all the way to the western part because we have an origin there as well. An even older origin of Homo sapien. Now we're getting closer to the type of man that we are today. It's all still men. It's all still beings, right? With 2 arms, 2 legs, walking upright, using tools, but they're different constitutions based on the brain size, the type of tools they use, because of course, through evolution, things become more advanced. So paleoanthropologists digging at the site in Morocco. So now we're at the other side, from the east to the western to the northern side. We're in Morocco area. Maybe the oldest well-dated Homo sapien. So now we're into the Homo sapien fossils. This goes back to Morocco. How old is this one? This one is 300 to 350,000 years old. Not as old as the Rendell Fences, but more similar to the type of beings that we are today. So the Australopithecine, the Homo, the Rudolfensis, and all of those type of beings go back millions of years, but to a Homo sapien type creature, which we're more familiar with, similar to, that goes back to Morocco. So recent excavations unearthed several human fossils. Okay, so these are considered humans. I saw somebody debate and say, yeah, well, those somebody who's some kind of Aboriginal person. It was Corey Mayo. Yeah, he said, yeah, the oldest bones are in Americas, and the ones found in Africa, those aren't Homo sapiens, those aren't humans. Well, according to the paleoanthropologists, the beings that they found were hominid, were humans, human fossils, including lower jaw and partial skull, going back 350,000 years ago. So composite reconstruction, because we're going by anthropology, DNA, genome sequencing, and composite reconstruction of the skull shows that these early humans had modern-looking faces. So they were very similar to modern-looking faces of today. Still humans, just another type of human. So when they did the reconstruction, boom. So of course we go back up here to Homo Randolphensis, boom. Looks like a black woman or a sister. Face a little bit flatter, but different people have different faces. Over here, Homo Randolphensis looks like a 81-year-old black man. Now we go into the western parts, and boom, when they did the reconstruction of the indigenous people there, what did they find? They found this brother here when they did the reconstruction here of the Moroccan man, and he looked like this. It looks like a lot of Rastafarian brothers I know. So here he is, the Moroccan man of 300 to 350,000 years ago through the reconstruction. Here's another rendition of the man right here, going back 300,000 to 350,000 years ago, indigenous of that part of what they call Africa. Hate to use that term, but that's what they call it. And here he is right here. Okay, so people may say, well, we know all the indigenous men on Earth were melanated, especially the ones originated from Africa. What about Asia and Europe? Well, Asia and Europe, let's move on, because remember, it is the Europeans that are naming these things as continents. They're the ones that say, this is a continent and this is called this. This is a continent and this is called this. This is a continent and this is called this, which is why you can't find any ancient records of any indigenous people calling anything a continent or even having the concept of a continent. None of the indigenous people had any concept of a landmass called a continent, saying this is what a continent consists of, and we're all these people here on this. No, nobody had any such concept of that. That's why none of the continents have any indigenous names. Africa, Asia, Europe, none of these are named by indigenous people. Ask the people to show you a papyrus or an ancient scroll or any ancient writing of indigenous people saying this is called America, this is called Africa, this is Canada, this is this place. No, they didn't have any such concept of a continent. So we're going by what Europeans call continents. So let's go to Asia, Africa, Europe, and all these European names. When we go by them, what do we find here? What do we find? We find, boom, here he is. We're in the Asia area now. So here's your Asiatic black man, right? There's a reconstruction of the Asian man. Okay, looks like another regular brother to me, right? Looks like Rasul. Looks like a brother to me, also known as Homo heidelbergensis. Of course, these are all European titles, once again, given by the discoverers of them. But you can look them up under these names. So the Homo heidelbergensis, this species used to live in Africa, Europe, and Western Asia. So that covers all those three places. This one goes back even further than the Moroccan man, even though the Moroccan man was more human, as they call it, Homo sapien. But this one goes back to 600,000 years ago. So we've covered the eastern, northern, western parts of Africa. We're covering Asia, and all of these are what the indigenous people look like. Boom, boom, boom. So when people ask the question, are we the indigenous? Well, it depends what you call the we. If these are the we, because remember, as Black people, our definitions of who we are determined on another race of people who actually are the ones naming us. So when we start to argue over, well, those are Black people, those are Negroids, these are all terms given by Europeans, and indigenous people never separated themselves by these terms. They never said, well, you're E1B131A, well, you're RO31812, so therefore you're different from me. Well, you're J marker, and you're X marker, and you're this marker, and you're that marker. No, we didn't have any such thing as that. We never separated ourselves by any type of genetic markers or any type of, well, you're Indian. Well, you're not Indian. You're a Negroid. Well, you're West African. I'm East African. I'm Bayesian. I'm Belizean. We never had any such separation as that. If anybody can show me our people separating ourselves in ancient times by any of those terms, I'd be glad to investigate it. Those are all new concepts that were introduced by Europeans to cause division, chaos, and arguments over people who are all the same. We're all the same people debating over, you have this blood, you have this blood. No. So here they are. Here's this sister here. Here's this brother here. Here we are in Asia. Here we are in Morocco. And they all look like what everybody's calling Black people. Yes, some of them have kind of straighter type of hair. So if you consider yourself looking like this type of man, and that's the we, then yes, you are indigenous to the Asian area. You are Heidelbergensis. Or if you consider yourself only Homo sapien, and you think you look like this brother over here, then yes, that's you too. Doesn't matter where you go, but here we are. Okay, so those are the indigenous people, and everywhere you go, you see the indigenous people like this. By the way, this type of look also covers the indigenous people of Australia, who the people now call Aboriginal. The people there never called themselves Aboriginal, and because Scandinavians and people from Dutch and Denmark moved over there and started mixing in with people that look like this, now you have people that look like this, but then they have blonde, yellow type of hair due to admixture. But once again, we don't separate ourselves by the type of hair and all that stuff. Anyways, so let's move on now. Let's go on to what people may be saying, well, you know what, Tehuti, you've left out what about the Filipinos? What about the Philippines? I'm Filipino. Am I Black? Am I indigenous? What do the original Filipinos look like? Well, let's go to the Filipinos. We'll go all around the world here. Let's go. Okay, here we go. So, well, what about the Philippines? Are we indigenous there too? What if I were to tell you that the original term Europeans call Philippines, guess what the original term for the Filipinos were to the Europeans? Guess what they called them? Guess what they call them? Because you have these arguments breaking out between Aboriginal people, Blacks, and all these people saying, well, you're a Negro. Well, he's not Negro. He's Asian, Filipino. He's such and such. He's this. Well, if you go back in time, if you go back a couple of years ago, guess what the Filipinos were called? They were called Negro. Yes. The name of the European. So if we had an argument, 150 years ago to 200 years, 150 years ago, when we argued about races, you couldn't say the Filipinos weren't Negro. Why? Because they were called Negro. That was actually their name. The Spanish called them Negro, which was specifically Negreto, which is Negro, the same thing. Here are your Filipinos, people. So here you go. Here are the indigenous people of the Philippines. Here we go. All right, we'll blow them up over here. Here we go. Who we have here? Okay, good. We have here, this looks like the battle rapper chess. This looks like every brother and sister here in all over the looks like every brother here in LA, every brother in Africa. If you were to see this man right here and say, hey, what race is this? Is he Negro? What is this guy right here? What is this guy right here? You say he's a Negro, he'd be hung and lynched. He wouldn't be able to date white people's daughters. Nobody would be able to say, no, he's Filipino, he's not Negro. Yes. This is how all the people started. All the indigenous people, here's what they look like. Here's the woolly hair. Here is your Negreto. These are your Filipinos before the rape. So Filipino people, here you are right here. Nobody would now. So you say all to all the silly people that argue on all the other channels. You say, well, the Filipinos are not black because they're 8141813 marker J121. And I say, what is this? Is this brother here a Filipino? That's the snake style. The debate is over. Is this man here a Filipino? Even if his genetic marker is J58, whatever he's not E1B1, he's genetic marker A593. Even if that's his genetic marker, is this a black man? Is this a brother right here? This woolly-haired, tight-haired brother, because he has the genetic marker of a Filipino, but he looks just like any of my sons. He looks just like any brother on the street. So we don't separate ourselves by that. Here they are right here. Here is this brother right here. Look at this guy right here. We'll blow this up right here. Who's this? Is that Amari? If Young Cobra's watching, is this Amari right here? Who is that? Is that JJ from Good Times? I don't know, but here we are, right? And there are your Filipinos, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so those are the indigenous Filipinos. And where's this from here? All right, this is inscribed Negretos, Negroes, right? Original Filipino and American, right? Olongapo, Philippines, 1910. So if you just go back 110 years ago, right, here's your Negroes. Filipinos are Negroes. So you couldn't have the argument, Filipinos are not Negroes, they're another genetic marker. Okay, when did they become that genetic marker anyways? So the photo was taken during the American occupation of the Philippines, courtesy of the U.S. Marine Corps Archives. There are your Filipinos. Want to see some more Filipinos? Here are some more Filipinos. Here's some sisters now. Over here were the brothers. These are the brothers. Let's look at the sisters here. Here's some sisters and brothers. Filipinos. Here we are. Take a look at the Filipino brothers right over here and sisters right over here. Look at this Filipino. Look at them right there. There they are. All right. So there's your indigenous people. We went from East Africa, North Africa, Morocco, Asia. We're in the Philippines, and they are the Negretos. So it seems like all the indigenous people of all the land masses so far kind of look the same. Basically, all the indigenous people of all the land masses, when you go back in time, would all be lynched and killed and hung by the Ku Klux Klan. They would all be not allowed to date the white daughters and white sons, and they would all be classified as Negro. Okay, so, well, at least there's still places like Britain. We still got Britain, which everyone knows started and still is lily white, right? There was a Washington Post article on what happened when they investigated the DNA of the oldest Homo sapien there. And they did a DNA reconstruction. For sure, he will look like Prince Charles and Prince Henry. Okay, so we went from Eastern Africa, Northern, what they call Africa, Asia, we went to Europe, we went to the Philippines, and all the people seem to be melanated, looking like the same type of people. Different variations, just like there's many variations of black people. Wesley Snipes looks nothing like Sinbad. Sinbad looks nothing like Halle Berry. Halle Berry looks nothing like Kid from Kid and Play. Kid doesn't look like Play. Play doesn't look like Kid. None of them look like Coogee Rap. None of them look like Eddie Murphy. They don't look like me. Terrence Howard doesn't look like Denzel. Whoopi Goldberg doesn't. There's so many variations, and they're all just brown-skinned, woolly-haired or thick-haired people. So stop all the division. Stop all the racial division based on modern-day foolishness. Yes, all the indigenous people. But let's go to Britain, because I know for sure, of course, the British people, they gotta be indigenous. They kind of look like Prince Charles, right? Let's take a look at the Washington Post, because the article actually came out in the Washington Post. Here it is. We'll blow this up. Let's see what we got here. We're in the Washington Post, and it says, a new project from London's Natural History Museum, University College London, was revealed groundbreaking DNA results that give a much clearer image of the early British inhabitants. Cheddar Man's skeleton was discovered in 1903 in the Goves Cave, located in Cheddar George in Somerset, England. So here we are, the original British man, the English man. Yes, We found him, the original European. Here we go, the original British man. It is thought that the cool temperature in cave helped to preserve the skeleton's valuable DNA. If the body was deposited in a good environment where there was cool and consistent temperature, then the petrous bone is a good place to find useful DNA so they can reconstruct the genome. They can reconstruct how the man looked. Ancient DNA, said the Natural History Museum. Selena Brace, who specialized in the body of ancient DNA scientists, obtained DNA from Cheddar Man by drilling a 2-millimeter hole in his skull and extracted bone powder. We went all around the world. We're back to Britain. So here's your original British man. Prince Henry, Prince Charles, here we come. We found you. Here we go. Let's take a look at the original British man that they found, the oldest inhabitants. Here we go. So initially it was assumed that the man who died in his 20s had pale skin. Of course he had pale skin. He's British. Of course, yeah. But new analysis and facial reconstruction have revealed quite the opposite. It's now believed that the Cheddar Man's ancestor arrived in Britain and the Middle East after leaving Africa. Wait. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. So the original British people, the original people in Britain, in England, left Africa. The Filipinos are called Negritos. The oldest Homo sapien bones are found in Morocco. The MRCA, the most recent common ancestor, is found in Ethiopia. And the British man arrived in Britain after leaving Africa. So what does he look like? Uh-oh. Who's this? Who is this, everybody? The Cheddar Man. Here we go. We have found the indigenous British people. We've gone all over the world, all the so-called continents, and we got to Britain and we found a dark-skinned man with blue eyes. Uh-oh. Who is this? Cheddar Man. Meet Cheddar Man, everybody. Get to know him. First modern Britons had dark skin and blue eyes. Whoa, nice. Cheddar Man. So there we are, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. We're going all around the world. And it seems like all the indigenous people have this dark brown complexion. Do we consider them a part of the we? I do. You could say the genetic markers are different. And he's really not Negro. He's Negreto. He's really not. He's Filipino. All these modern day reconstructive words, but they're all just melanated people. Okay, so let's continue, everybody. Let's continue. We got Britain. So leading geneticists did a genetic origin. Oh, you know where we didn't go? We didn't go to China. We didn't go to China, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a trip to China. We're going all around the world. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We deal with anthropology. We deal with ancient artifacts, indigenous peoples' writings, all the facts combined to come to a conclusion. Leading geneticists did a genetic... there's China. Professor Ji Lin, one of China's leading geneticists, did a genetic origin study to prove the Chinese were their own unique indigenous race. Of course they are. The Chinese, they're their own unique race because they have their own genetic marker, right? They're their own people. They're not African, they're Chinese. So let's see how that went. So, there is China. Professor Jin Li, one of Chinese leading geneticists, did a genetic origin study to prove the Chinese were their own unique indigenous race. Let's see how that went. Okay, let's shrink this down so we can see the whole screen and do a little summary here, everybody. So here we are. Homo rudolfensis going back 2 million years to Kenya. We got the Moroccan man going all the way back 350,000 years, the first human, as they have Homo sapien. We have the Heidelbergensis going back 600,000 years ago to Asia. We have the Negreto Philippines, and we have the original British man. The original British man. Let's take a look at the British guy again. I love this. I love this guy. Imagine a racist European a racist European dad saying, "Hey, Jennifer, you found yourself a man? You found yourself a good man?" "Yes, I found myself a British man. One of the original British men." "That's right. Let's represent Britain." And she comes home with this guy. "Here's your original British man. Here he is." Boom. So there's everybody. Everybody. We're gone around the world, and all we see is melanin, 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 melanin. That's what we see. But we haven't gone to China yet. Let's keep it fair, and let's go to China. Let's go to China, everybody. Let me shrink this down. We got to go to China. Let me look in the room and see. Who'd like to go to China, everybody? I want to go to China. I want to see what the geneticists found in China. Let's check. He looks like Tito Jackson. Who said that? Somebody said he looks like Tito Jackson. Let's go to China, everybody. Let's go to China. Okay, melanination. Melanation. Funny. All right, let's go to China, everybody. Let's go to China and see. I want to check it out. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to go ahead and open up a new. Let's see if this can go into the boom.
However, there is something that could set.
Hold on, everybody. Is that showing up on the screen? I want to actually. I'm going to close this screen share and open up a screen share that goes right to the room here. So let's go do this. Boom, boom. We're gonna go to China and find out what's going on here. Here we are. We're in China. If you all can hear it good, press a 1. Here we go. China. Here we come, China. We're gonna find out the indigenous people of China. Where do you all come from? Let's go, China.
However, there is something that could settle this debate of where the Chinese come from once and for all. I'm meeting Professor Jin Li, one of China's leading geneticists. Recently, he led a project that set out to prove that the Chinese evolved independently from everyone else, from Homo erectus, here in China.
Before the project started, I was hoping that I could identify or could be able to find the evidence that support independent origin of Chinese in China, because I'm a Chinese and came from China, and through the education process, I always believed that there's something special about Chinese.
He singled out a male genetic marker which only appeared about 80,000 years ago in Africa. So any man who carries that marker must have recent African ancestors and can't be descended from the more ancient Asian Homo erectus. Jin took DNA from over 160 ethnic groups around East Asia. Over 12,000 samples. And so, what did you find?
We did not see even one single individual that could be considered as the descendant of the Homo erectus in China. Rather, everybody was a descendant of our ancestors from Africa.
The result couldn't have been any clearer. And how did that make you feel as a Chinese person?
After I saw the evidences that we generate in my laboratory, I think we should all be happy with that, because after all, modern humans from different part of the world are not so different from each other, and we are very close relatives.
It's great, thank you.
Okay. Boom, let's stop the screen share. All right, so we found the indigenous people of China migrated from Africa, as they say again. So when does everybody become this different race? I'd like to know. But anyways, so to answer the question, thank you for asking that awesome question. Are we the indigenous people of all the continents? And the answer is yes. If you consider indigenous African looking people, the we. If all those images that you saw match what you would call a African or black man today, then yes, that is a part of the we. So yes, thank you. I hope you appreciated that answer. We went all around the world, all around Africa, all the way to the Philippines, went to Britain, we went all the way to China, and no matter where we go, the indigenous people, yes, are people that are strongly melanated, and then the mixing comes afterwards, and then people start getting a genetic appreciation for their new look, abandon who their forefathers are, and then stop calling themselves what their forefathers are. But if you keep going back forefathers and forefathers and forefathers, then everybody will acknowledge that they are from the mother. And the mother looked like the mother and the father look like all those people there. Thank you for that. I hope you all appreciated that. I don't know if West Red is in the room, but that is the answer to the first question. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I hope you all are appreciating the answers. I'm going to go check the chat to see if the person who asked it is in the room, or even those who didn't ask it got the answer and appreciated it. Boom, that is your answer. That is how we answer questions here at the Tehuti Podclass. Let me check the room and see what is going on here. Boom, 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 boom. And Kemet says, sad thing about this video is banned in China. That's right. Due to racism and people hating their so-called African origin, everybody wants to call themselves something new now. They want to call themselves something new. I'm not African, I'm Mexican. I'm not African, I'm Chinese. I'm not this, I'm that. I'm not African, I'm that. But when did you become that? When did you become that? I'm not African, I'm Filipino. I'm not this, I'm that. When did you become that? Because your German Shepherd born in America is still a German Shepherd, right? All right. Doesn't matter where the German Shepherd is born. He could be born in Alaska. It's a German Shepherd. It's so strange that they get to keep their original identity, but everybody else switches up with your German Shepherd. All right. So let's continue on, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. I'm glad you all got the answer to the question that the sister asked. Beautiful anthropological and scholarly breakdown. All right, and you're actually next. You're next, brother. Your question is, I think your question is next, which is gonna go connect right into this one. All right, boom, boom, boom. Glad everybody appreciate it. Let's go on to the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Let us get into it. Boom. Next question is, move this light for me. Boom, 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 boom. They hate us because they are us. That's true. It's just due to racism that everybody chooses to have some new beginning. Everybody has a new beginning based on a landmass, not understanding that the people built the landmass. See? How can you be Mexican? How can you be Chinese? How can you be all these things when the people built those things? You are not those things. You understand? It's reverse logic. You're not those things. You built the place. So if you built the place, your ancestors got there before there was the name of a place. So did they pop up? And when they popped up, it is Mexico. No, they got to a place. They decided to build a household, a tribe. The tribe became a village. Village becomes a town. And then they say, let us name certain places. And then they name a place. But what were they when they got to the place? I'm here in California. Am I California now? My race is Californian because I guess my genetic marker in the next 300 years, after having children and children and children and children in California, my genetic marker may change based on the climate. And now Tehuti is Californian, a new race. Notice they only claim certain places as races, though. I'm here to break the matrix for you. Only certain land masses are races. Do you notice that? Because they're making it up. This is not any type of factual information. They're making it up. So is Canadian a race? Is Jamaican a race? But Chinese is a race. China's a place. Jamaica is a place. But Jamaica is not a race, though. California is a place. And Mexico is a place. And they're actually close. California is a place, Mexico is a place, but if somebody says, what's your race? I'm Californian. That's not a race. It's a place. Oh, no, I mean, I'm Mexican. Oh, that's your race. It's complete anarchy and chaos. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Is French a race? Is France a race? So only certain land masses are the name of a race. So is French a race different from Dutch? And is India a race? Is India a race? Is that a race of people called Indians? That's a race? So it's all strange anyways. It's all very, very strange. All these are land masses and places named after intelligence. The intelligence has to exist before the name of the place. So if the intelligence exists before the name of the place, then the intelligence can't be named after the place. The intelligence is the one that named the place. Okay, so anyways, and no matter where you go, yes, the indigenous people are melanated people. Boom, thanks for that. Use your logic. There's no such thing as a continent. Continents are made up concepts. And if you want to send a question on that, we can disprove the concept of continents. Let's move on to the next question. Here we go. Boom. So we're going on to questions. So my a sister asked a question here. I'm gonna go ahead and I usually don't do this in the Podclass room, but I'm just gonna address this one. Tehuti, do you do any class on esoteric gnosis and mastery schools? My classes basically that are here are based on whatever questions sent in. Then I have one-on-one class where people pay me for my time, and it's one-on-one classes based on information that they are curious in and also what I teach. So I have one-on-one classes based on several different topics based on the person that is coming to me, because everybody starts off on different levels. So right now, I don't have any classes based on those titles because those titles are new European titles. I have classes based on where those titles came from and what the indigenous people taught that became the European Gnosticism and the occultism and esoteric. All the new European names, before they gave them those titles, they had original teachings that were from the people of the indigenous areas in their writings, and I teach from the original. I teach spirituality from the original writings of the culture. So I would not start off with Gnostic and anything European. I would start off from the indigenous people's writings. But beautiful question. Let's get into the next question, which is coming from Waterway, also known as what is it? Humble Books LLC. Let's get into it. Boom, 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 boom. Where's the question here? Here's the question here. Waterway. Let me go ahead and get into this. Boom. I'm going to close this one here. Close this one here. Close this one here. And Waterway sent a question. There we go. It's on the screen. Here we go. Shout out to Waterway. This came again at the end of the last class. So shout out to Waterway. We're going to go ahead and get into this question. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, where me as the Tehuti, as the teacher, the Saba, does not base a class on the topic of my choice. I actually render myself open to answer questions that are sent in either live or right before the class. And you all control what the class is about based on the questions that you send me. So here is the question in. This one here is from Waterway, and it is on the screen right there. And his question is, let me blow it up here. To clarify, is there any concrete evidence to suggest that pre-colonial West African nations such as Ghana, Mali, Yoruba actually are descendants from the Nile Valley civilizations such as Kemet? Great question. I'm going to go ahead and send a picture of the an actual original question. That was the clarification. Here is the actual question here. This is from, here's another name. Is this? Yeah, Kumusi is Waterway, which is also Waveway, which is also Humble Books, and another name. So I'm going to go ahead and show this. Here's the actual question that he sent in. I'm going to close this up. And he sent $13. Thank you for the support. We already gave him his shout outs last week for that, but I'm going to go ahead and give the shout outs again. Thank you for the support. And the question is, there it is on the screen. Kamusi is evidence of West African Kemetic connection. Please, is there any evidence of West African Kemetic connection? All right. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let me get that off the screen. Boom, it's off the screen. Thank you for that question. And let's get into it. All right. First of all, before I get into it, give me I'm gonna ask let me do this. 1 second, everyone. 1 second, everyone. Let me I'm gonna play something on the screen. I'm gonna take a 2-minute break before I get into this. I have to take a 2-minute break before I get into this answer. 1 moment here. Oh, let me see something here. Okay. One moment, everyone. Hold on, everybody. There we go. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play something here while I take a little bit of a break. And I'm going to get into the next question. Let me just take a little bit of a break here to refreshen myself, and I'll be right back. But I'll play a little conversation I had with this young brother who tried to, I don't even know where the original debate is here, but it's a little preliminary I had with a guy named, he's a part of a Dagger squad or Amin Ross squad. His name is Truth Ministry. Little something I found. Little thing I found a little while ago, and it was kind of funny. Our conversation. 1 moment. So a couple questions for Truth Ministry, just to see that we're
different forms of nature. You know what I mean? Where you can try to.
This was a debate. I've had so many debates on this topic, but this was a debate with me and Truth Ministries, a pre-debate where. It was about the Nitiru being real, or were they just principles of nature? I'm going to go ahead and play this for a couple minutes while I take a couple-minute break. I'll be back in just a momento. And here we go. 1 moment. I'll be back. Enjoy this. This is interesting. Right back.
Say that the Kemetic gods are real. I can agree with you. The Kemetic gods are real if you understand them, what they were really made to be about. But if you are saying that they are walking the earth, man, we gotta talk about that. Yeah, that's pretty much where I stand on. I understand pretty much. I think we can agree that the principles and they are different forms of cosmic energy. I think we can definitely agree on that, right? Hello? You're on mute.
I was muted, sorry. Ask me that last question again. We pretty much
agree that they are principles, right? Principles and different forms of nature. You know what I mean?
Meanings of the words, yes.
So pretty much where we differ, we have the difference is whether or not they actually are human. Like not humans, but like they actually came down from heaven. You got a task on your hand, bro. I gotta see this one. I gotta see where you coming from with this one.
Yeah. So a couple questions for your Truth Ministry, just to see that we're two brothers that are actually. Are we two brothers that do you adhere to Kemet? Like, is Kemet one of your spiritual values?
Yes.
You're a straight atheist or Christian or?
No. I practice my but
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Beautiful. So I'm talking to somebody that's somebody that agrees agrees with what the Kemetians teach.
Yeah, I agree with some of the things the Kemetian teach, but just like any religion,
what?
I don't agree with. No, I don't agree with everything, because everything. What you got to understand, Kemetic science or African spiritual science was it was a mixture. It was a mixture of mythology and science, right? So at this point in time in history, we have separated the myth from the science, so we can know what's real and we can know what's not. You see what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. All right, let me get back to the stream now. Okay, do you have any friend at all that's you have a friend that's alive that you could just tell me one thing about, just any one good quality about that friend who's a real being?
Yeah, plenty.
Tell me just one thing about a friend that you
right now
that you like about. Huh?
I like my girlfriend because she's pretty.
Okay. She's pretty, and is there anything that she's done for you? You don't have to get too personal, but just anything she's done for you that makes you appreciate, semi-worship her, or not get on your knees, at least in worship, but value her where she feels she's worthy. Has she done anything like that makes you feel that way?
Oh yeah, her spiritual practices make me feel that way. She has spiritual discipline. She's walking also in my eye. You feel me? Because you got to understand what Ma'at truly is. Ma'at is just spiritual discipline. Anything you do to bring order and discipline into your life is Ma'at. You see what I'm saying? It's not a person with a feather in the head. That's what I'm trying to say. Ma'at is anything that you do to bring order and discipline into your life, into your personal. See what I'm saying? That is Ma'at.
You've just told me a story about your girlfriend doing practices. When you use the term myth, are you separating myth from an actual real event? When you say myth, is that something separate from?
I would explain. That's what I'm gonna say that for the debate. That's one of the things I'm gonna explain clearly in the debate what a myth is and what I mean by what a myth.
Okay, because you separated. You separated. You said there's. What was the separation you did again? You said there's myth and then there's
science.
Science. Okay.
Back in ancient times, they mix. Let me give you an example. I'm gonna give you the example how they mix the two with myth and science. Burning sage. You know, people burnt sage to ward off evil spirits.
I do it all the time. Yeah.
Now, science has found out now today in this day and age that burning sage actually kills 94% of airborne bacteria that causes disease. So yes, they were actually doing something real. They wouldn't, but it didn't have anything to do with spirits. It had something to do with the airborne bacteria that they didn't know about. They just wasn't knowledgeable about that area of science at that point in time because it's 5,000 years ago?
Yes. Okay. So the story of Heru and Osiris, would you log that as a myth?
Well, that's straight mythology. I was going to use actually that in my presentation. Actually.
Okay, yeah, you can still use it. That's fine. Is the story of your girlfriend doing rituals? Is that a myth?
No, that's not a myth. That's something that she does.
Okay, good. So here's where the confusion comes in, brother. Confusion comes in where you have a perception of what the word myth means. JJ, could I share my screen a little bit, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to clarify something. This is where the confusion comes in. Okay. Is it sharing?
Nah.
How about now? Is it sharing?
Yeah.
Okay. So the concept that people are teaching is that the stories of their girlfriend or their mother are not myth because they're real, but the stories of Osiris and Aset are myth, insinuating that it didn't really happen, that it's symbolic story. And that's what the brother said, that his girlfriend's story is not a myth. Is that right? Your girlfriend's story, your girlfriend is not a myth, right?
You're not sharing anything.
Is that an echo? Oh no, somebody just
everybody go on mute so the brother won't be echoed, please.
What I'm saying is the stories, the myths of ancient Kemet and other spiritual traditions were intentionally made. You see what I'm saying? These were made for a purpose. And I'm going to show in the debate how they were made for a purpose, to be taught in a certain way, and how it was added on over time. It's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff with this science. It's not something that actually happened. It's all designed to make you think. It's all. I don't want to go too far into it.
Yeah, don't go too far. I just want to know.
I'm going to save it for the debate.
If something is told and it's a real life situation, is or is that not a myth? Is the story of your mother a myth?
Okay. The story of my mother is not a myth, but the story of Wolverine and X-Men is a myth.
Perfect, brother, perfect. Because Wolverine and the X-Men don't really exist. And your mother does exist.
It does. Haru and
beautiful.
I saw in the physical form, like in the pictures as like printed on the wall.
Okay, good. I just wanted to answer. Am I sharing my screen still?
No.
Okay. It says stop sharing, so it's JJ. Am I? Okay, let me stop and start over again.
No, go ahead. Start over.
Okay. So, screen. Okay. Now, let me share.
All right, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I got you.
Okay, I'm sharing?
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at the word myth that was developed in the year 1818, which really came from a Kemetic word, but we're going to look at it. Everybody can see my screen. Going back to 1830, mythi, 1818, directly from the modern Latin mythos, from Greek mythos, which is the word that Truth Ministries use, speech, thought, word, discourse, conversation, story, saga, tale, myth, anything delivered, word of mouth. Does everybody see that?
It's kind of small, champ. Can you blow it up a little bit?
No, I don't know how to blow up the screen. It's huge on my...
Oh, okay, that's fine. I can look it up later.
Yeah, just go to etymology.com and look up the word myth. Definition of myth. Myth, from mythos, is anything delivered by word of mouth. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen now.
That's like a very basic.
So the definition, the etymological definition of the word myth, without anybody's ideas or opinions added to it, just from the Greek mythos, is anything shared through word of mouth. So the second that you shared your story of your girlfriend and your friend and the good things they did, they immediately became myths, according to the definition in etymology.com. So your girlfriend is also a myth. You know that now?
No, I see how you tried to twist it and to make it seem like she is like you were correct in what you were just saying. But that's,
you could say anything that I twisted. I'll PayPal you $500 right now. What word did I twist?
No, that's just a version of the definition of myth. If we go back to what the Greeks meant by it, we can understand there was a philosophy that went along with myths. These people created myths to teach you something. The Greeks, you see what I'm saying? that you said that the word that you just looked up came from. So you're looking up the word and the meaning of what we use it today in the English language. I'm talking about ancient times and the words that they were using it for back then. You see what I'm saying?
Could you show us that in a Greek dictionary?
Stay with the debate, bro. Listen, we want to say that one for the debate. I'm going to bring all that out.
Because what I just showed went back to Latin and the Greek and gave the Greek definition of the word myth from the etymology. If you have a dictionary, then that would be. If you have some definition from a Greek dictionary that goes back further, that'd be great.
It showed you where the words came from, but it didn't give you.
You verbalize where the words came from. I actually showed you from the dictionary. You get me what you're talking. Talking is great, but I'm showing you from the etymology.
Because I didn't know we was going to share our screens and everything. I could have had some slides made up too. I thought this was a preliminary.
I didn't create any slides. I just went to the dictionary.
You tell a story of somebody.
What you're doing is making the epic mistake. You're using a westernized understanding to understand Eastern truth. You're not understanding.
Okay, we are back. Thank you all for your patience. I'm back. I'm refreshed. I am ready. That was just a little conversation I had with a brother who was trying to use the word myth but couldn't give me the definition of it based on his understanding. And we kind of got caught out there because we tried to debate the dictionary with his understanding. Okay, anyways, thank you all for checking that out. And we're going to get back to the rest. So here's a brother here. I haven't seen this name before. Tehuti, brother, he not ready. Amin Ra Unk Atum Pata Ma'a. What a powerful name. Shout out to you. I'm not familiar with that name, but shout out to you and the awesome name. Wonderful. Let's go on, everybody. We're on stuttering. Stanley. You guys are brutal. All right. All right. So here we go. All right. So Abyss says they stopped at Greek, which is not the full etymology. And the interesting thing, yes, is that the etymology actually goes back to Medunetter, mythen, which means true story. It actually means true story. The root word of the word myth is met, and mot. He didn't even know that though. The Greek word myth, which means a legend, story, a story, a told story, is from the Medunetter word myth and mythen, which means a legend, a true story, because it has the word mit, which means right and truth in it. It had nothing to do with something that was untrue. It actually meant the truth. And then modern day English turned the word myth into something untrue. And that's why you keep seeing that word pounded into your head through NLP. Myth, mythology. But in no ancient papyrus can you find the Medunetter equivalent to that word myth in the understanding that we have today, which is an untrue story. The definition actually means a true story. But anyways, let's move on to the next question, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra, and I'm answering questions. I'm going to go ahead and put the question back on the screen again. For those who just stepped in, who may not know what is happening, let me go ahead and put that question on the screen. It is from the brother Waterway. He has many different names. Kamusi. He's in the room as Humbled Books LLC. I'm going to go ahead and put his question on the screen. Here we go, everybody. I believe this is it right here. Okay, that is no. Okay, let me stop the screen share. Hold on. Whoops. It's still on. Hold on, everybody. Let me go ahead and put manual screen share. I'm going to go ahead and put manual screen share. One moment, everybody. Here we go. With manual screen share, you can actually see the question right here. There it is. I'm going to blow it up so you can see. Boom. Kamusi says evidence for West African Kemetic connection, please. Waterway or Wave, Kamusi, are you in the room? Press 1 if you are in the room. I love it when people are in the room who actually sent in the question. So here we go. Let's get into it. Okay, boom. We're going to close that out. Are you in the room? All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and get into it. All right. So this actually start off. Let me do this here, everybody. I'm going to close this screen share. This actually goes back, way back to, we're going to go back to a conversation, a lecture that Layard Scranton, who is the author of Sacred Symbols of the Dogon, and I believe that he's tied into the serious mystery, but Sacred Symbols of the Dogon. And a brother actually went into the room and questioned him, or not questioned him, but actually spoke about Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop, who mentioned the Dogon and their connection to the Nile Valley. So we're going to start off with there. We're going to go on. Let's go ahead and get into it. Is Waterway in the room? Let me check the room and see. Okay, Waterway, he has like 5 names. Yes, he's Kamusi. He's Humble Books LLC. He's Wave, Waterway. All right, here we go. All right, let's go ahead and play this. Let's go ahead and play this and go ahead and get into this here. Okay, boom. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the boom. It didn't show up. Hold on, everybody. Bear with me. Hold on. I'm going to X that out. We're going to try this again. Go like this. X that out. And we're going to go ahead and put this in the room. See if it comes up here. Will it? Okay, looks like I'm going to have to do this manually. That's very interesting. Hold on. Let me try this one more time, everybody. Hold. Oh. 1 second. Let me try this like this. New screen. It is. It's downloading it. That's interesting. It's downloading it. This shouldn't be downloading it. I wonder why it's doing that. Let me go ahead and do this one more way. If not, I'm going to do it manually. Okay, so it's supposed to show up on the Chrome tab. We'll try one more time on the Chrome tabby. Here we go. Chrome tab. Boom. And it's not even going. Okay. No problem. We'll do this manually. I'll play this manually. Here we go. We're going to go VLC then. VLC. Okay. Quick play then. Quick play. Here we go. We are determined to show this. It's okay. Where there's a will, there's a way. And we're going to go right here to the manual share. And you'll see my screen right there. Okay, good. We got it. Here we go. All right, manual screen. And here it is. I'll go ahead and put the mic here so you can hear it. I wanted to put it right in the StreamYard, but it is not letting me. So I'm going to do manual screen. And you can hear it from my microphone. Here we go. Boom. Here we go.
African studies, of course, we got the information that the Dogon were part of the Mali and Songhai empires. Okay. So that when the Arabs and the Europeans were overrunning and destroying that civilization, they, as you said, were the unassimilable. They refused to accept the contamination of the Europeans and the Arabs. So they were forced into the condition they are now, materially impoverished, but culturally and knowledge-wise, they carry the information from the ancient Egyptians. Now, they claim that they are in fact descendants of the ancient Egyptians.
Who claims?
The Dogon.
The Dogon themselves do. I haven't seen that documented that they actually made the claim.
Yeah, I wanted to share some other information. If you read African scholar Sheikh Anta Diop, D-I-O-P,
right.
He has done a lot of work in that area. And I think the book called Pre-Colonial Black Africa would be a book that you want to look at. And let's see, I'm trying to think, there are some other scholars that have done some research there. But historically, what happened is the ancient Egyptians, when the empire or the civilization was beginning to crumble as a result of the invasion, toward the end of their tenures, first the Assyrians, the 600 BC era, then it was the Persians, then it was the Greeks and the Romans in succession. These various civilizations all took over the Egyptian civilization at different points in time toward the end of the ancient era. And the last invaders were the Arabs, who came in under Islam during the 6th century AD. And what the result of these successive invasions were is that many of the Egyptians accepted the assimilation, others fled to the south or were pushed to the south and the west. So that what ended up happening is that as the Egyptian civilization was falling, you had the popping up of other civilizations of Egypt in and west of Egypt. I think the Ghana civilization was occurring at the same time Egypt was falling. And you see this from Ghana to Mali to Songhai, this south and westward movement, so that in fact, the Dogon are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians, as other Africans were, as they were pushed to the south and to the west by the invaders from the north.
Well, and any evidence that actually can prove that helps my point.
Yes.
I've tried to make my approach to it not be contingent or dependent on that being proved or disproven.
Right, but I was going to say Diop, who was a Senegalese West African, was also educated in France, and so a lot of his works were in French originally. He put out a dictionary, I can't remember the exact title, but I'm sure you as a scholar would be able to locate it, in which he shows that in his West African language, Senegalese, which is in West Africa, in that same area where those empires existed, he shows that he has a dictionary of 2,000 words in Senegalese and 2,000 words in ancient Egyptian, and in fact, they are exactly identical. So that he also presented his evidence in 1974 at a conference in Cairo, showing that, in fact, ancient Egyptian was an African language and not a, quote, Mid-Eastern or anything else.
Okay, let me get this off the screen. Okay, let me get this off the screen and get back to the room. One moment here. Okay, so this is where it started. This is let me see the screen, see if everybody is here. The screen just shrunk. That's strange. Okay, let me get to the screen. Let me go full screen. Can you all see me and hear me? Press A1 if you can see me and hear me. My screen shrunk for a moment. If you can see me and hear me, press A1. Press A1. Press L1 if you can see me and hear me. We're going to get into this. If you can see me. Oh, there we go. Okay, good. We got shout out to Shammy White. Haven't seen you before, but shout out to you. Shammy White. I like new people in the room. That's awesome. Is the brother who asked the question. Okay, good. Everybody's pressing the 1. You can see me. So you see that, Nanny, pass me that book there. I think it's Sacred Symbols of the Dogons, Scranton. We had another one called, let's see. Okay, so this book, this is the gentleman here, Layard Scranton, The Key to Advanced Science in the Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyph, and it's Sacred Symbols of the Dogon. That's a great reading material. So he was having a lecture, and a brother who was actually the student or learner from Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop, who everybody knows who that is, African origins, who's the first one to bring the mural of races to the world. That Champollion found, that broke down the races of man according to the ancient Kemetians. He brought out the Sheikh Anta Diop mentioned that the Dogons were actually descendants, so the people of Mali were actually descendants of the Egyptians, and Layard said that would actually help his argument if he found more information on that. And then they started talking about language similarities. That is what we're actually going to talk about right now, because there's no record while the Kemetians were writing papyruses up until the invasion, prior to where they distinctly said that they migrated that far to the west. Afterwards, though, the Dogons said they did, but that was well after the Kemetians had already been conquered by Assyrians, Persians, and Greeks, well after. Then you have the Dogons saying that. But we're going to get into it. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into this question of the connection between the West Africans. I chose to deal with Mali and the Dogons, and the connection with them and Kemet. So we're going to get into it, everybody. Let us break it down. Hold on a second. Oops. Okay, so I'm gonna play something directly from the Dogon priest, a Dogon priest himself. Let's go ahead and play that, what the Dogon priest himself said. So that was a brother who was a student of Sheikh Anta Diop, who said he had heard it from the Dogons that they were ancient Kemetians or Egyptians, and they just migrated over to that direction. Layard Scranton, who is the author of this book right here, Sacred Symbols of the Dogons, said that he teaches that he'd like some more information, some more factual information on that. And so now we're going to go right to the mouth of the Dogon priest, whose words have to be translated by a brother who went there and spoke to the Dogons. And the priest said something, and it was translated to as this. Let me go ahead and play that, and then we're going to get into Tehuti's breakdown. Here we go. Let me put down what the Dogon priest says himself. X that out. No, we're going to go by what the indigenous people say themselves. What did the Dogons actually say? Let's see if I can put this in the room directly. If not, I'll have to do it manual again. Okay, let's say I have to do it manual. No problemo. X that out. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try to do this manual again. Let's go to the mouth of the Dogon priest themselves. Let's see what they say. I'm going to go over here. Chrome tab. Okay, it's not showing through Chrome tab. No problem. So we'll do it manually. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Boom. We'll go to the Dogon priest, and then I'm going to show the facts.
Real quick. Yes, he said that.
I'm going to show the facts Tehuti breakdown style after I show and give honor to the elder Dogon himself to see what the Dogon priest in West Africa, Mali, says himself about Kemet. What better than to get it from the Dogon priest himself? Let me go ahead and do a screen share. Screen share here. Boom. Boom. Okay, should be sharing. And here we go. It should be on the screen now. Okay, there we go. Put the microphone down here so you guys can hear it nice and clear. And here we are. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're discussing the relationship between West Africa and Kemet, according to the Dogons themselves. Let's go ahead.
Just real quick. Yes, he said. Just real quick. Yes, he said that the Dogon people are from they believe that they have their root in Egypt. Right. So they make like migrant. They move from Egypt to different places before they get to the Dogon countries. Yes. Yes. And is that why the Dogon people have even their heart, which looks exactly like how is the pyramid? Yes. Like on top like this, and then you see it comes down like that. Right. And also, the Dogon people believe they get their connection with fetishes from Egypt, because when they were there, Egypt was more animist and different God. Different God, like God for fire, God for rain, God for water, God for fertility, different God, and which the Dogon animist people are still using today. Yes. So they believe that they had connection with their ancestor was from Egypt. They had connection with Egyptian.
Okay, boom. Let me get back to the screen. So that is from the Dogon priest himself. So we have Sheikh Anta Diop in his literature. We have his students. We have as far as the European side, we have Leonard Scranton saying it, and then we have the Dogon priest himself saying it. Now we're going to go into the remnants of what was left from the Kemetic side that ended up on the West African side, and we're going to cover not only the Dogons, but we're going to cover other parts of West Africa as far as linguistics, because you can tell a culture affected another culture based on the linguistics, based on the language and how far those words trace back to. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into it. The connection between the Dogons, or the Western Africans as they call them, and the people of the Nile Valley. We're going to get into linguistics. We're going to get into symbols and some information, of course, that you've never heard of before. That is my job. Let's break it down. Here we go. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Thank you, brother, for the great question. And I'm going to give you information like you've never heard before. So here we go. Tehuti Podclass style. This is a lot. There's a lot about to happen right now. But you all like this. This is what you all like. So this is what I provide. Here we go, everybody. Let me get back to the screen. Do a screen share. Boom, boom, and boom. Move this up here. Share. That should be on the screen now. Here we go. So here we are. What we do have. So here's what we do have. What we do have is an undeniable set of linguistic similarities and even linguistic exacts, which can only be explained by transmigration of the people after Kemet fell, being these West Africans, quote unquote, West African languages, symbols are not found in any antiquity. There is no record of the Nile Valley people during their rule traveling that far west. Let's take a look at some of the words, concepts in Mali, Dogon, Yoruba, Senegambian culture. We're going to take a look at some of the concepts and languages and trace this back and see what happened afterwards, after Kemet had fell, but still there are residuals and remnants of the culture and language found dispersed throughout other parts of Africa, but not as old. Not as old, which means it comes from a root. It's found somewhere else, but the origin of it is older in that part, which means it came from that part. Here we go. Let's take a look. We're going to look at ancient Egyptian. This is actually coming from, I was going to debate a brother named Reuben a long time ago, Naga, King Naga, and he was presenting this, and it was very good information, actually. It was just in the debate that he was going to have was coming the opposite direction. So the information that was presented from this is actually very good, but it just goes on to prove that the ancient Kemetic words actually came first. So here we go with Un. We know Un means to exist. Un is to exist. It's actually the first part of Osiris's name, which is Un Nefer. So we have un here, and then we go over to the Wolof, and we have ni. Now what's interesting, let me break this down how this works. In the ancient languages, such as Medu-Neter, the vowel sound can actually come after or before the consonant sound. So let's take the letter R, for example. The letter R is Re, or it's R. You could pronounce it with the AR, or you can pronounce it RA. So it can be R, or it can be Ra. It can be Ir, or it can be Re. You can put the vowel sound before or after the consonant, and this continued in the Senegambian and Wolof language by the fact that un is also ne. Un is also ne. You can say it the other way around. Un is also ne. Now the ne gets into the Wolof language as to exist or to be. Senegambia language over here. Okay, we're gonna keep on going down. So we know the un predates it because I've shown this before. The un, it goes all the way back to the pyramid text, where you can't find the Wolof language going back that far. It is all the way back to the pyramid text. You find the un, meaning to exist, and un being the first of Osar's name. So here we are. Now we have the ini. This is interesting too, because the ini is also found in the pyramid text, and it is to fetch. It is actually it's actually the oldest. The ini word is actually one of the oldest Medu-Neter words found in archaeology. I did a class on that also. It actually goes back 4000 BC, and it's a pot in the museum with feet underneath it, and it's to bring forth or to fetch or to bring forth an offering. This got into the Coptic language as ini, ni, same thing. Ini, to fetch or to bring forth, to bring something forth, to fetch it. And this got into the Bantu, the Mbochi language as ona, which is access or pathway. Pathway, why? Because in Kemet, the bull had feet at the bottom, which was walking a pathway to the person who it was being fetched to. So it was ona, ini, which is a fetch in Kemet, and then Medu-Neter, and then Mbochi, or they call it the Bantu, it becomes a pathway. Okay, now we have the ancient word Inu, who they call today Heliopolis, or it was originally Inu, or the city of the pillar, which in Greek they have Heliopolis, city of the sun. This is an ancient Kemetic word, and then we go over to the West Africa. We go into Uan, pillar, right, which is Uan, in Yoruba. Uni or in, Uan is pillar in the Yoruba, Western Africa. So Kemet is Un, and then in Yoruba it's Un. It's the same thing. Un and Un is the same word, but we see the transmission of the Medu-Neter going over to West Africa. Okay, now we go over to the ancient Egyptian M. Oh, let me scroll down here if you guys can see this right. I gotta move this thing over here, or it'll click off. Okay, good. We got M, but, and then we got Amma, because it can be M, Ma, or Amma, which is but, right? Conjunctive. And then we have Mu, which is water in the Medu-Neter. That is the M sound right there, which is waves of water, or the owl, which is also the letter M, right? Mi, Mui, which is water. Okay, and then we got the Bantu Mbochi in West Africa, Ma'a or Umi, which is water. Same exact word. We see the Medu-Neter moving over into West Africa. Same thing with the Ma'a, which is to see, to look. And then we have Mo, which means to be aware. Ma'a also is to be aware of something. That's why they have the I there. It is awareness and consciousness. And Ma, the M sound, Ma, is to see or to look, to be aware, and then it gets over into the Mbochi as Ma or Ma, same thing, which means to be awake. Same word. We see the Medu-Neter moving over into West Africa. Then we have, of course, the M, same root word, same as Ma, is to know and to understand. And then we have the same Mo, know and understand, because to be aware of something is to know and have an understanding of what's going on around you. Same thing with the Mi, which is to take something. And then we have Mu, to take, and the Mbochi, Bantu, take, imperative. So we see the language. So we have Shekhanta Diop saying it. We have Laird Scranton saying it. We have then we have the Dogon priest actually saying it, and then we have the language clear as day showing coming from the Bantu, coming from the Medunetter, and going into the Senegambian, into the so-called Bantu, into the Mbochi, into West Africa with the same words, but these words existing in the pyramid text long before they're mentioned anywhere in West Africa, because the Nile Valley is actually the origin of these words, and the Medunetter language actually predates the West African languages, especially with these words. But let's take a deeper look. Let's get into the Dogons now themselves. The Dogons teach that they were taught by spiritual star beings that were depicted with scales. They have them as fish, but they're beings that have arms and scales. That's how the Dogons themselves depict their teachers. They're called the Nema, the Nomo, the Nomos, who brought them enlightenment. So you have beings with the scales. What the scales represent, it can be up for debate or conversation, but we know for sure the Nomo are drawn with scales and even acknowledged as some type of fish type being that's in the water, but also in the land, something called a Nomo, and they brought them enlightenment. To be enlightened is to be aware of knowledge. So they're spiritual beings from the stars, taught them about the star and the Sigui that takes place with the Sirius stars and the crisscrossing of it. And they say they were taught by the beings that knew about that long before the Europeans did. So what do we have? We have star beings, spiritual star beings, teachers called Nema or Noma, and they brought enlightenment. Let's go over to Kemet. Here are the actual images of them. Let me blow this up. So there's a few depictions of this Nomo West African energies that brought them the information, and we see they're drawn as like some type of fish man with arms and scales, and what they actually look like is up for interpretation, or the Dogon priest can tell us himself. But here's the depictions left amongst them. Some type of fish man that is as a teacher. We see have fish fins and scales, called the Nomo or the Nemes. Well, let's go over to the Medunetter. Let's go over to Kemet to see what the Kemetians taught. Okay, so guess what the people of Kemet called their star gods. So the people of Kemet in the writings have beings that are considered star gods, as it gets translated to in the English. And guess what those star gods are called, ladies and gentlemen, in the Medunetter? We'll go to page 374, and guess what they're called? They're called the Nemo, the Nemo, the Nomo, the Nemo. And it says right here, Nemo, what are they? Star gods. Star gods, Nema or Nema. And we have over here in the Dogons, they call their star gods Nomos or Nomo. And over here in Kemet, we have the Nemo, which are the group of star gods. Same word, everybody. It's the same thing. Group of star gods. And they're even drawn as Nem, which are short, small dwarf-like type beings. We'll get into that in another class. But they are the Nema. The Nema, okay? Now we have all seen the scaled headdress of Kemet. But what is it called? What does it represent? So everybody's seen the scaled headdress that King Tut and all the pharaohs wear. It's right here, right? Everyone has seen this. But what is this called? This is a headdress. It's called something. Okay? It's called something. And it's a serpent type cobra scaled head. It's a serpent type. It's a serpent head. It's the cobra's head actually expanding. So over here we have some scale type beings called the Nema, the Nomo, Nomos, that are the enlightened beings that taught. They're spiritual beings that taught of the star constellation of Sirius. Over here we have the star gods called the Nema in Kemet. And then we have this headdress that the Kemetians wear. It's the headdress, and it's a serpent type headdress. But guess what this headdress is called? It is called, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is called the Nemes. The Nemes, the Nomos, here it is right here. The Nemes put on a headdress, cloth, arrayed, veil. But it doesn't just mean a headdress. It's not just it's a tiara, right? Which is a tiara is, look at this, Nemes, illuminated, enlightened. So the star gods of Kemet, people just focus on the word Natiru. There's actually many names for star gods, but one of them was the Nemes, and the enlightened headdress that the Kemetians would wear, which represents a serpent head, was also called the Nemes, and it meant the enlightened ones or the enlightenment. Okay, everybody, we're just going by facts and information. Let us keep going because we're going to break it down and get into the symbols now. Here is a Dogon West African Mali symbol. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. I hope you all are enjoying the information. We're breaking it down here step by step. Here's a symbol right here. Let's take a look at what this is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's break it down. This thing's always in the way. Let's break it down. Here we go. Okay, so this is the Dogon word pa. Po, pa, po, po. It's a letter, it's a P sound with a vowel sound at the end of it, which is pa. The beginning of things, primal time, coming into existence, substance of things. And it is looks like this. Here it is right here. See this? With a little circle in the middle. At 4 circles, things at right here at the other side of it, at each side of it, and they move this away. This is called the pa. The pa, the po, and it means the substance of something, the origin, the seeds of something. Okay? Let me move this out of the way here. All right, so this is the pa, the beginning of things, the seeds of things, the primal time, the origin, the existence, substance. Guess what the meta word for first, the substance of things are. So we here it is right here. Let me go ahead and put this right here. See, it is the Dogon. This is the scene, the po, germ of life. So it's the origin of things, the substance of where life came from, the po. Okay. Guess what the word is for the substance of things in Kemet? Guess what it is? Guess what it is, everybody? It is Pau. Pau. See that right there? Here we go. Let's take a look. Welcome to the Podclass. We are on page 231 of the Better Egyptian Wallace Budge Dictionary. Pau, primeval time, time of the remote, from the oldest, right? The Po, primeval time, remote ages, the remote ages. Let's go over here, page 231, move to the next. Po, primal God, created himself. This is the origin. This is the Pa, the Po. And now we're going to go down to, shrink this down a little bit. And what is this over here? We're on the Per M. Haru, plate 2, page 8. Okay, we go by the primal sources. Here we go. All right, so we have arrive, south, north, west, east, praise to thee. The substance, look at the word for substance. The substance of the earth is Pao. We have Pao-Ti because it's plural. That's Pao-Ti. But the word is Pao. So Pao in Kemet is the origin, the substance of things. That's where things come from, the Pao, right? Boom. Say Pao, P-O, then say Pao. Pao and Pao. Now that we see the word is the same, what about the Kemetic symbol and the West African Dogon symbol denoting the concept? Well, first, what is the concept? Pao, Pao is the substance of things from which matter comes from before matter is formed. What forms matter that makes things touchable? Guess what it is? It is electrons. People may say, what does that mean? Electrons form what we know as matter because matter is a touchable thing to us. So what happens is the electron, when you hit something, the table, what you're hearing the electrons repelling your finger. The atoms and the electrons are actually what's repelling your finger because that's what you're actually touching. The electrons pushing it back, making that sound. So the electron spin is actually what brings things into existence for our visual sight and touch. Right? When you see something or touch something, that's what exists to you. What you can feel and touch, what your senses can touch. So the electrons are the beginning of physical matter to us. Okay, so before electrons, everything would be unformed matter. That means that, let me take a drink. So what gives things the form to us that you can touch something? Touch the microphone is the electrons of it. You take away the electrons, and now it's unformed matter. You can actually go through it. You can actually go through it. It's unformed. It's not physical, touchable. It doesn't repel us. So the subtraction of electrons would form unformed matter. Okay, let me shrink this down a little bit. Now, let's look at the Pau again in Kemet. What does the Pau mean? In the Medu Neter script of the Param Haru, Shu, the god of Pau, unformed matter. Do you see that, everybody? So Pau, Pau is the unformed matter. That's the Po in the Dogons. It is the origin of things, but matter, the origin of matter things, where things that you can touch come from. Before it's that, it's unformed matter. That is the exact same definition in the Medu Neter is the Pau. Right in the script itself, we see the Pau. Okay, now I will give you all a bonus jewel. This isn't even a part of the question, but I'm going to give you all a little bonus jewel here. A little nice bonus jewel here. Okay, here's the bonus jewel. Guess what? Guess what this image is right over here. Let's look over here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this over here. We're going to look over here. What is that? Does that look similar to the Po symbol, the origin of things, the Po, the origin of what makes things physical matter, the seeds of things? What is this? What is this image here we're looking at? Anybody know? What is this? Let me go into the room and see if anybody knows what this is. It's actually in one of my books, Stepping Out of the Matrix. It's in one of my books. Let me go into the room and peek and see what is that. What is this image here that we're looking at? Who can guess what this is? It looks like the Pau. But what is it though? What is it, everybody? See the circle in here? See these ovals over here? Circles at the end, circles, ovals. And then there's a circle in the middle, 1, 2, 3, 4 with a circle. Okay, then we go over here. We see this over here with the 1, 2, 3, 4 and the circle in the middle. This is the origin of existence over here. What is this though? What is this thing? Is this another image of a Pau drawn another way? Let me go in the room and see. What is it? Somebody put a flower of life. Uh-oh. Heka Kepara. I think he has my book. He says the electron. The atom. Pretty close. The electron. Boom. What is this? Remember, the electron is what makes things physical, how physical matter comes into existence for you. And this is the electron orbital diagram. Boom. The electron orbital diagram. It doesn't end there, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to give the Kemetic connection. Let's go. I love it. I love it. Let's go. So here's the electron orbital diagram over here. Boom. There it is right there. Very nice. I'm going to shrink this down. Yes. Yes. An electron orbital configuration. Electron is what brings things into our existence. It is exist. Remember I said I will show you the connection to not just the word from the Dogon, but to Kemet, but the symbol. Guess what? The symbol is from Medu Neter for exist. So here's the electron spin. It is to exist. Those who have my book know the answer to this. Let's see if it goes even further. We took the Medu Neter, we took the Dogon word Pau, the origin of existence, the seed, the origin of things, the substance of matter, which the exact same Pau in Kemet, the substance, unformed matter, the origin of things, the beginning of time, the Pau. And now we have the Pau looking like an electron spin, which is the origin of physical matter to us. But there is a Medu Neter word for exist, because remember, this word means to exist, right? What is the Medu Neter word for exist? Uh-oh, look at this. There is the Medu Neter word for exist, ladies and gentlemen. This is the other way you say un. Remember up here, we're going to go back up here. Remember up here? Up here, over here, we have un. See the un, to exist? The un, that's exist. It's a rabbit on top of water. The rabbit, because the rabbit is one of the most fertile rodents on the planet. They're humping all day. It is to exist, okay? Now we have over here the electron spin, which brings things into our physical existence. And the Medu Neter word for un, the other way you draw it is this. Look at that. Is that beautiful, ladies and gentlemen? There is the metanoeta word un, which means to exist, with the circle in the middle and these oblong type of oval things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here is the electron orbital spin with the circle in the middle and the oblong. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that is the word for exist. Let me show you it on, because you know I'm going to give the references. We're not just coming from the top of Tehuti's head here. We're coming from sources. Page 164. There it is right there, everybody. Un. Let me blow it up. There it is. Look at that. Boom. That's a small version of it. Un. Un. What does it mean? To exist. To become. There's the rabbit with the water. There's the un right there. There's the un right there. I love it. I love information is on our side. Information, facts is on our side. This is not something that we can just make up and go into a garage and daydream about this. This is stuff that existed before we were born. So there is the un existence, which is the exact same as the electron spin, which brings it into existence. Here's the metanoeta. Here is all of them together, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, there's metanoeta exists. Here's the electron spin. And over here, the origin of existence, the po, there is the pow, drawn like that. And here is the electron. There is the word for existing, exist. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let me shrink it all down so you can see the whole screen. And this is why, for all those who are new into the Tehuti Podclass, you can see the work I put into an answer when you send in a question, depending on what the question is. And the donation, of course, the elaboration of the answer, especially if I like the topic. I don't just come from the top of my head. Yo, man, it's power, man. You know what I'm saying? It's truth, man. It's common sense, man. No, we don't do that over here. We go by factual information that you can research. And there it is. Boom, we're going to close it out. Also, if you want to get some more information on that on the Dogons, this is a great one right here, the Pale Fox. Just a little throw-in bonus there, a little book reference there. We're going to shrink that in. I'm going to stop the screen share there. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. I hope you all enjoyed that answer for the brother that asked the question. Hope you got some connection there. That is the connection there. That is information. Because it's post Kemetic rule. There's no Kemetic writing of the story because it's after the Kemetic. It's much afterwards. But there are references there that they still have remnants of it. So let me check the room and see if everybody heard the answer and if the brother and others appreciated the type of answers I give and the clarity of it, if I was clear or not. I like to see the feedback. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Let me go ahead into the chat room and see what anybody wrote, if anybody even heard the answer. All right, so we got getting into quantum mechanics. Let's go. All right. I've never seen this name before. Ho-Kazi. Nice, interesting name. All right, shout out to you. We have Higa Kepara saying facts. We got Desmond saying facts. We got, 99 empty space. Exactly. Okay, good. Desmond did a creative thing with the word power. Power, positive potential. All right, we got pow. Interesting. All right, so you guys did hear the answer. Yes, the flower of life. Who wrote that? Somebody wrote flower of life. Okay, Nanny Aset Mur said, wow, amazing, award-winning answers. Please donate accordingly. Somebody said flower of life, and I just want to point that out. Oh, here it is, fire flower. It's too bad that that class I gave on that. Remember that class on the flower of life and the whole breakdown of that? And it got taken down from YouTube. Everybody's wondering how did they get that class back? That was the whole class on the flower of life, and they removed it from YouTube. But the brother just typed reminded me of that class from a couple weeks ago. Okay, So let me go ahead and look more into the room and see. Shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra Fireflower. So let's go ahead and see if the brother himself who asked the question. Oh, Desmond put Flower of Life. That's right. Okay, good. We got Solar Cross. Yep, the Atom. Okay, good. Lotus, let me see. Okay, good. Here's the results to the answer I gave. I see Poe, fire. I see Hika Kepara throwing up fire. This is actually true right here. Is this exactly right? Good job, Darius McNair. Good job. That's right. From Osiris's name, or Nefer is where we get one from. One or uno, unity. Ani, I, that's the word in the Hebrew for I. Ani, uno, it all comes from and it means to exist. Exist, like as if you're pointing to yourself, saying me, I am here, I exist, me. When something exists, it's one thing, it's uno. It's the whole of a thing. That's what makes something a whole. Something comes into existence to us, we can name it. Although there are forms of existence on the subatomic quantum level, well, those are constantly fluctuating and they're constantly moving. That's a whole nother topic, though. Anyways, very good, Darius McNair. Awesome. We have the Outlier putting, his brain exploding. Okay, we got Ma'at, Amun Ma'at Ra says, excellent breakdown, brother. Wash hands. Okay, good. Okay, good. So we got everybody appreciate it. Everybody liked it. Okay, good. Ahati Ma'at says good breakdown. Desmond says that was me. Yeah. Okay, awesome breakdown. Thank you, RPM. Awesome breakdown. Masterful Tehuti. He has looks like a peach, a scale, a sun, a strawberry, a scale, a pen, and a sun. One of my favorite scholars. Thank you. Amun Ra, this name is awesome. I don't even know who this is. I've never seen this long name before, but this is a great name. Look at me. Amun Ra, Ankh, Atum, Ptah, Ma'at. Let me know if you're in here if I know you as something else. I've never seen this long name before, but I appreciate you. And here's a person who actually asked the question and said, I'm very grateful for that breakdown. I learned a lot, plenty of jewels in that answer. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. The person who asked the question, yes. Okay, good. So everybody liked it. I see Snake Styles. It's Stranger here. Stranger, by the way, everybody, this is who named the moderators. Double slit experiment. There we go. Lot of knowledge in the double slit experience. I was just teaching one of my goddesses about that a couple weeks ago. Wonderful. Okay, Tehuti for the win. Thank you, brother. Okay, Scott Reiger. My old name on YouTube was Scott. I remember Scott Reiger. Scott Reiger, you've donated before. You're a regular name in the class. Scott Reiger. Shout out to Scott Reiger. Thank you, everybody. Keep me updated on your name changes because I will definitely can't keep track of the hundreds of people that I teach and the multiple name changes. Rigo says unstoppable. All right, so let me go ahead and give a shout out to the moderators before I get into the next question asked. For those who want to support, also I have PDFs that you can get. Melanin Dark Consciousness. That is one. You can ask the moderators for the email. They'll put it in the room, and you can send me a request of that directly. Also have Stepping Out of the Matrix. For those of you who have these books, press a 9. For anybody in the room who has these books and read them and liked them, press a 9. Let me know how many people in this chat room have 2 of Tehuti's beginner books. Press a 9 if you have these. Press a 9. Okay, shout out to you and everybody. Support Cash App TT Amun. That is how you support the Podclass for all this time and thorough breakdowns. You all wouldn't even believe. You wouldn't believe what I have to go through to. I have a lot of answers to your questions, but they're not formatted as pretty as you see them. It takes hours and hours to format them as pretty with the glowing writings and the diagrams and the dates and everything. I could answer most of these questions just talking it, but I do not want to be. I do not want to be like that. I do not want to be like that. For at least 90% of my answers, I want to show you. I want you all to be great students too. Okay, so that's how you support everybody. So you Cash App TTM Moon right there at the bottom. I have a PayPal. You send in your questions for this podcast. I'm just asking everybody, please, especially those who are regulars, just send in your donations for this one. I have a lot of questions piled up, at least for this class here. If you're going to send in your $20 or your $15 or your $10 or whatever, if you're going to go crazy like Kemet and Lamar and Ascari and send in the big numbers, don't send them in with questions today. For all those regulars, spare me today, just for today, because I have so much to break down. We're definitely going to go into 12 o'clock just with what I have to that I already see on my side screen here to answer. So those who are sending in your support, just send a shout out and say, I support you, Tehuti, thank you, and all of that. And just ease on the questions for just this one, because I'm looking over there and I am stacked up. You all love me with your questions. One person, I think, Bev, in the room. I forgot what she's known as in the room. So many names, everybody, but she said, did you ever get to this question and then send me another question? And it's like, okay, let me everybody just send your support for this one. Okay, so let me give a shout out to the moderators who help make this room go smooth. I feel good today. I'm gonna have a great day tomorrow. I feel much better, everybody. I feel better than before the class started. I was my goddesses were asking me, how do I feel? Ladies and gentlemen, I was exhausted. I was exhausted with the questions piled up. I'm looking at these questions. I'm trying to get my my regular life happening with my goddesses and just my regular life. And I'm seeing these questions and I'm putting them together and trying to answer them before the class starts. I'm literally just trying to, and the ones that I see, try to get them together before the class starts. And then it's boom, right to the workout. I did shoulder workout today, and I have just enough time to, as soon as I finish the shoulder workout, I head right into the shower, throw on the shirt, throw the hat on with the spider, grab the snake, and boom, I'm in front of you for the Tehuti Podclass. I literally, ladies and gentlemen, I tell my goddesses that I'm going to rest when I'm like 80 years old. That's when I'll take a rest. I have no moment in my life really for rest. It's just for you all and my family and my goddesses. I don't have some type of leisure time to hang out. This is what I do, everybody, and I'm glad you're supporting and sending the support for the time that it takes and the appreciation to know that others are just not doing this. So shout out to the helpers who help this run smooth, and they are the moderators, which are Ankia Ma'at, Anania Set Merce, and Etiamun, and Ahati Ma'at. Those are the awesome moderators again. Ankia Ma'at, Nania Set Merce, and Etiamun, and Ahati Ma'at. They are the ones that are in the room helping it run smoothly, keeping the chaos out of the room, giving you my emails, giving you upcoming debates. Speaking of, let me give the update, everybody. Let me give the update. I promised on the Facebook that I'm giving an update, so let me go ahead and give the update. Dashe says, doing master work. Let me scroll through it and see if anybody pressed a 9 who has my book. Oh, wow, the whole room is who is supported and who has the book. Heka Kepara, shout out to you. You have the books, you pressed the 9. The scribe has the books, he pressed the 9. RPM has the books, he pressed the 9. Dashe pressed the 9. I'm a slow reader. No problem, man. Take your time. Kemet said 9. Okay, Senetia Moon, she has the book, she pressed 9. Maurice pressed 9. It's a must-have. Thank you, everybody, supporting and having the books. For all those who are in the chat asking questions, those questions, I see you, but I can't. My questions show up on the screen like this. For those, I know this is not like any other class or room you've been in before, but my questions show up on the screen like this. So that means that you send them in a Cash App. You send them in a PayPal. If you send Cash App, they look like that. If you send them as PayPal, they look like this. Okay. And when you send them, you have room to write in the questions in the PayPal and in the Cash app. And I get them in my email, and then I can answer them. If you just write them in the chat room, I'm not going to answer them because I have so many supporters that are appreciating the type of answers like you just saw, the type of answers that I give compared to any other room. Please, any other place you go to. Much respect to all the other brothers out there that claim Kemetic knowledge and have all the YouTube videos. Much respect to them. But please compare the answers that I give, the thoroughness, the details, the imagery, the sources, the page numbers for one question compared to people just coming from the top of their head. That's why the support is sent in to me as such. This is the scribe here who said, can we have a Per Haru study? He sent me that just to ask a question. So these people sent in Imani. This was an awesome question. This was on the so-called helicopters in Kemet. So they send in support to me. So because they send in support to me, that is what I see. If I were to literally go into the chat and pick out questions, imagine me going in the chat and picking out free questions, and you got Ascari sending me $40, $10 for a question, and I'm answering people in the chat for free that aren't even supporting. I can't do that, ladies and gentlemen. This is my job. I am a teacher, and this is what I do for a living. Due to the pandemic, everything that else I do for a living was banned. I'm a performer on the beaches. That was banned. I'm no longer allowed. We're no longer allowed to perform there for over 2 years. That has been banned. The 2 gyms that I train, I'm a trainer and a dietitian at 2 gyms. One gym got stopped due to the pandemic, and one gym got moved, like taken out of the building, and it couldn't maintain itself. So those were my sources of income. They have been removed from me. So now I am teaching for a living. Thank you all for the support. You can continue to send your support like Heka Kepara did, and that is the questions that I see, and that is what I answer. Everybody, thank you for the awesome support. Anthony Drain, by the way, who sends this every single pod class before the class even starts. Thank you all for the support. Let's get on to the next question, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see what the next question is. We covered the Dogons. We covered the indigenous people of different continents. What's the next one here? Oh my goodness. I hope he's here. What does this say? Raphael Gary, are you here, Raphael Gary? Tell me you're here, my brother. Tell me Raphael Gary is here. He asked this question. I couldn't get to it from 2 classes ago. I think I couldn't even get to it. I just finally saw it, got to it. Is Raphael Gary in the house? Let me check the chat and see if Raphael Gary, one of the main supporters, are you in the house? Because I have a question and answer for you that you asked. Are you in the house? Raphael Gary, calling once, calling twice, calling 3 times for Raphael Gary. Are you here? Are you here, Raphael Gary? Moderators, if you see him. Oh, thank you, Senatia Moon. Senatia Moon says, to Asaba, grateful for you. And Information Age. Hey, this sister's name. Oh my goodness, so many people I deal with, but this sister, good sister, she loves information no matter where. She has a YouTube channel. I'll give her a shout out. And she interviewed me, and I think the channel is called Information Age. And she did some debates there, had some interviews. Good sister here. I forgot the other name she goes by. She can type it in the room. But I always see her in here as Information Age. She says, I'm so ready. She loves information. Wonderful Information Age. Thank you for your appreciation. Is Raphael Gary in the house? Raphael Gary, are you in the house? Raphael Gary, who's always here. Raphael Gary, Raphael Gary. You're the next question I see, Raphael Gary. It's on the AI. Who wants to know about the AI? I could do 48 classes on the AI. I love that question. Raphael Gary, please tell me you're in here, my brother. You're always here. You asked the question, Raphael Gary. If anybody sees him, tag him in here. I'm about to answer his question. I like it when the people who ask the question are actually in the room. Okay, in the meantime, let me go ahead and give a shout out to people who sent their support for this class. Anthony Drain. Let me give a shout out to all the supporters. Thank you, everybody, for sending support. Let me refresh this. Thank you, everybody. Send your support in, everybody. I know that we've lived our life supporting silliness like alcohol, the beer, the hotel room for the strippers themselves, buying the new Nikes, Air Force One, Kobe's having a game, RIP Kobe. The seats are $120. Jay-Z's having a concert. We got to get the new Yeezys. We got to get the new hats. We're smoking weed, $200 a month. All of this stuff that we spent money on a Friday night. I appreciated that you all are here getting this knowledge on a Friday night. Please support it as we would support all of our other habits that all go to you-know-who. All of our other habits, all of our designer clothes, going to the movie theater. I remember I used to go to the movie theater. It was like $85. The popcorn was $12. The movie itself was $14 or something. I brought the family. It was $85. We watched a movie and we left with our brain full of Spider-Man and the Transformers or whatever it was back then. And we just blew $85 on learning about Peter Parker. So here, you're learning about your culture, breaking the spell. I'm going to break a major matrix tonight. A major matrix tonight. I'm going to need some crowd participation. Now, I want to give the announcement. So, all those who are in the sound about right? You know, RPM, right? How much? Think of those days, those weekends, right? What do we do? How much money, right? Craziness. The gas money just to drive around and just do nothingness, man. But anyways, the good brother, for all those who are wondering, this is the announcement. Killer Priest finally reached out to me. Killer Priest, yes. Everybody keeps asking me, when are you going to be on Killer Priest? What's happened to Killer Priest? Why does he not have you on? When are you going to be on the Killer Priest? Well, he finally reached out to me. He gave his he rectified the situation in his words. He rectified it. Made me feel better with how he worded it. Definitely took acknowledgement for it. Took acknowledgement for not having me on, and also explained a recent situation that happened. He announced it on the show, but one of his loved ones had passed away, and for whatever reasons, but he says, let's get it in. Let's get it in. So he wants me back on the Killer Priest Podclass. Finally, right? Everybody's been asking. Finally, right? Nanny Aset Mer says, wow, about time. Peace to KP. Yes, that is a stranger. I know strangers like strangers, and I know these guys are. I know some of these people from the Killer Priest show, and yes, they go there to support the show. They see all the guests. I watch you all. Believe me, I watch you all on the show typing, "Where's Tehuti?" I'm bored of this. So this is no good from this. I'm getting dumb listening to some of the guests and stuff. I see you all asking for me. I'm there in the chat. I just don't type. I pass through and I watch everybody. I see all the people on. I see all the stuff, and I see all you in there asking for me almost every show. When's Tehuti coming on? Priest, when am I? And so he contacted me. Whoops. He contacted me, and he wants me back. He wants me back on. And so, yes, I will tell everybody when I'm going on, but me and Priest are going to reconnect as should be, and I won't be on Zoom. You know what made it special? One of the many things that made me special with me and Killer Priest on the show was that I actually walked in. I actually walked into the show with the snakes, with the spider, with all the stuff in the show, sitting down there. One of the times I actually ran the show. I hosted the show when he was gone with the interview with Mighty Hebrew. So me and Killer Priest have a good connection that way. I'm not just a face on the screen. I'm actually in there with him live. So you're gonna see me do that again. I know you all wanted that, so it's manifesting again. Me and Killer Priest are fine. No more, no more flat Earth and astrology when Saba Ranks is in the building. Oh yes, true, facts. Yes. Let me fix something on the screen. Hold on a second. Over here. Okay, yes. No more flat Earth and astrology when Saba Ranks is in the building. Yes, that's true. Okay, let me exit the screen, and I'm glad you all appreciate me there. And yes, I'm coming back. I'm coming back to the Killer Priest Podcraft. All right. The last Killer Priest podcast, I mentioned you to AD. Maybe I had something to do with it. Yes, all of you did. All of you. I see you all in there. AD loves me over there. He doesn't like. He doesn't want me to, of course, to go against the astrology and the flat Earth and the Santos Bonacci. But AD shows me much respect over there. Always, like I've said many times. Shout out to AD. After one of my classes, AD loved it so much he went into his wallet and gave me his own personal money and said, "You deserve this. We've never seen this." And he paid me from his own money, not even Killer Priest. So shout out to AD. AD always shows respect and he loves what I present. All right. AD been wild. Yeah, it's been the AD Podcraft. All right. Okay. Yeah, so Jocelyn says, let me blow this up because I can't see it. You know, ever since you left, Priest has been inviting a few of the people from the Hebrew camps on his podcast. I do show love to them. It's just some Hebrew camps can go crazy dogmatic with their beliefs. That is true. Yes, and you know, when I come back, there's going to be the debates again and the Mighty Hebrew and all that fun stuff. Okay, so I died when you ran Lord Jamar off. Okay, good. Where's my what? My snare? I don't know what that means, but where's my snare? All right, let's get into the next question. That was my announcement to everybody. Great news. I have hardly been watching KP since you left, to be honest. It's actually true. A lot of people told me they unsubscribed when I left. You know, they told me that. I'm back though. I'm back, and we're gonna get this again. Yes, the views are gonna go back up on Killer Priest because we're gonna get the show back to what the people want, not just some of the randomness on there. But KP's doing his best, you know, to keep a variety, but he definitely also said that he misses me. So we're back. We're back with the information. Jody says, enjoy. All right, let's go. Let's go to the next question, everybody. Is the brother in the room? Is he in the room? Okay. Actually, let's go to let me get some shout outs to some of the supporters. So we got here, shout out to Anthony Drain. We're going to give him a shout out. He always supports. And hey, where'd it go? Oh, is that it? Shout out to Anthony Drain, who always gives this before the class even starts. Is it showing in the room, everybody? Do you see Anthony Drain? It's actually showing the whole screen. That's weird. Okay, well, shout out to Anthony Drain. Much respect to you. Appreciate you, my good brother. He's always showing respect, always showing his gratitude. He doesn't even send in questions. He just every show before the class, before it starts, he sends that. Okay. Shout out to you, Anthony Drain. You are awesome. And in actuality, in actuality, you get a round of applause, a hand clap, because you always support my brother. So usually over $20 gets a hand clap, but this brother sends in so much every single week consistently. Shout out to you, my good brother. You get a hand clap. Peace and love to you, and much respect to you, Anthony Drain. Woo. All right, let's see what the next one is here. The next one here is who's the next one here? Let me get this off the screen. That's on the screen there. There he is, Anthony Drain. Anthony Drain says Rasul misses you. Rasul is hilarious. He loves me and hates me, but he's hilarious. Rasul is hilarious. He really appreciated me after I left. I saw him talking to other people on the topics, and he definitely had my back on the topics I used to teach. They used to argue with me. I saw him talk to other people, and he definitely had my back. So let us where's the brother who asked the question? Oh, that's where you found me? You know what? A lot of people found me there. As a matter of fact, I took one of my sons for a walk on his scooter. He was doing scooter rides, and I was walking him down the street, and I crossed a stoplight, and a brother was he kept looking over at me at the stoplight, and he said, "Aren't you so you're from Killer Priest, right?" And he said, "It's Tehuti." And so a lot of people see me on the streets, and a lot of people see me here and other places, and yes, several of you have come from the Killer Priest Podclass because it's such a wide variety, has such a big fan base because there's so many people talking about different topics. And shout out to Killer Priest for that right there. We were and are a good team. Okay, so now is Raphael Gary in the house? Raphael Gary, are you in the house? Raphael Gary asked the question. I'm grateful for KP channel. It introduced me to a lot of the flat earth things. Gotta stop. Okay, do you know me from Killer Priest too? Shout out to everybody. Jody knows me from Killer Priest. You know, everybody. Shout out to Killer Priest, man. Shout out to that. We're gonna be. But Raphael Gary is here. Raphael Gary, are you ready? You know, I always have a treat for you. I always have a treat. You ask a question, the treats begin. Let me see if I can fix this. You ask a question, and because you sent such a donation, the treats begin. All right. Jody put, I don't know what this is, a smile or I don't know. I'm not sure what it is, but shout out to Jody. Okay, Raphael Gary. Can't wait to get into that subject. What subject, my brother? Which subject? Which one? Oh, the AI? Okay, Raphael, here we go. Let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We have 100 people here, a class like no other, a channel like no other, where you will not get insulted, you will not get ad hominem, you ask questions, and you will get the most thorough answer that you've ever seen on YouTube here without any insults, just fact after fact after fact, as long as you send your support. Speaking of one of the greatest supporters in the whole wide world, we have Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary sent the next question in. And that question is, let me see if I can put it in the room here for everybody to see. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Is this him? Wait a minute, hold on. Where is the question? Oh, there's a question. Hey, this should be. Let me fix this. This should be. This is. Let me label this right. Raphael Gary. There we go. It's up on number. Okay, I see it now. It's in the right place. let me go ahead and put this in here, and let me go ahead and do a screen share. And shout out to Raphael Gary, who's here at every class as one of the greatest supporters ever. Ed Ren says Tehuti the Slayer. Shout out to you, Ed Ren. 100. Flat Earth Saba. Oh, Flat Earth. Okay, yeah, you can't wait to get into that subject. Okay, here we go. Share, boom. This is gonna be a great class, everybody. This is a great class. Thanks to all of you, and thanks to Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary, shout out to you. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary, who asked the question here. He asked the question here, and let me go ahead and get into the room here to see the question. He says, first of all, shout out to you for this. Shout out to Raphael Gary. That's actually a second hand clap for the same question. Anything over $20 gets a hand clap. And Raphael Gary actually sends in multiple questions. This brother here. Let me go ahead and get this off the screen. Stop screen. So Raphael Gary is asking a question about AI. Who's ultimately responsible for this new wave of AI? I like how we said new wave. This answer may be a little scary, actually. This is going to be this is a topic that I like. I could break this down several different ways. I'm going to give different references. We're going to talk about Raphael Gary said the new wave, which is true. This is true. So let's talk about it, everybody. Let's break it down. Raphael Gary says here he is on deck. Are my moderators on deck? Moderators, press the 1. Moderators, if you can hear me. Moderators, are you on deck? Moderators, are you on deck? Moderators, are you here? Moderators, Ankia Ma'at, Nani Aset Mer, Sanetia Moon, Ahati Ma'at, are you here? Moderators. I know Nani Aset Mer is, she's taking care of something right now. I do see her though. Sanetia Moon, are you here? Anki Ma'at is actually in and out because she is a great secretary taking care of multiple things as she's doing so much. There is the awesome Sanetia Moon, the great supporter, moderator, keeping everybody in check with the beautiful smile. There is the warrior, Ahati Ma'at, the protector of me, who has been my soldier, personal protector of me for years. He is definitely my protege, definitely. Hold on a second. Definitely great student, the greatest student there. There is Ahati Ma'at. So I have 2 moderators in here. Ahati Ma'at. And I see Nani Aset Mer. I don't see her on the screen, but I know she is here. So shout out to the awesome, wonderful Nani Aset Mer, the great supporter. And let's get into it for the next question of the Tehuti Podclass, which is, I'll put it back on the screen again. One more time, and then I'm going to get into it. Okay, here we go. One more time for those who just walked in. Here is the question, and the question is, boom, who's ultimately responsible for this new wave of AI? Are you all ready to get into it? Let's get into it. Send in your questions into Cash App and into PayPal. If you send it in the chat, I don't know why people would send a question in the chat anymore after they must be brand new, but moderators guide them. If you see people asking questions in the chat, please let them know how we operate here. Let's get into the answer. So first, oh my goodness, wait a minute, everybody. Hold on. 1, 2. I see. Hold on, everybody. Let me fix something here. Boom. Well, everybody, a little technical difficulty. Hold on, we're gonna fix it. Don't worry. Oh, I see what's happening. Let me fix this little issue. It's numbered oppositely. Let me go ahead and do this. This is okay. Boom, and this is I see. Hold on, everybody. Let me just fix this little thing here. I'm the one-man engineer and operator, question, answer, teacher, all in one. So let me go ahead and fix that. Okay, and let me go ahead and fix this to make sure you all see what I have on the screen in order properly. Okay, let me see if this is right. My eyes. Okay. Okay, that's Raphael Gary. That's the question. Okay. Ah, I see. So this should be let me fix this, everybody. 1 second. Bear with me. There we go. I want to make sure everything is in order. You know how I am. I am like a perfectionist. I want to make sure. I see. There we go. Boom. We're going to fix this. I'm going to label this 1A. I see what's happening. Ah, got it. Okay. All right. That's cute. That's funny. So it the label, the information I'm going to show it relabeled a little bit out of order because Raphael's question is on AI, so it's labeled AI, and because I have things labeled in alphabetical order, the A. Anyways, it came up with the AI came as the letter A in my order, so I just fixed that. So here we go. Okay, boom, it is fixed. Let's go. That was interesting. All right, let's go. Here we go. So AI and the letter A got confused. So here we are, everybody. Boom. I'm going to go ahead and put it on screen share. Send your questions in to Cash App and PayPal, and you will get them answered. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Boom. There is the screen. Here is Raphael Gary's question one last time. There it is on the big screen. Who is ultimately responsible for this AI new wave? What's going on here with the AI? Let's go ahead and get into it. So, first of all, let's get into this. Where did AI come from, and what is the agenda today? Because in Raphael Gary's question, you'll see that he said new wave, because yes, there's two AIs. There's the original AI, then there's what it actually became, because the agenda expanded exponentially. That means it expanded on its own. The AI actually are expanding on their own now. They're not even expanding with human help. It's a different wave now. Let's get into the origin of AI, where it actually came from. So where did AI come from? What is the agenda today? Well, we must start with John McCarthy, ladies and gentlemen. John McCarthy. Why am I starting with John McCarthy? We're going to start with John McCarthy and move forward from there. So in actuality, everybody, John McCarthy is the origin. Where did it start from? This man right here, John McCarthy. Let me blow this up on the screen to show everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here is how I answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass here thoroughly. So we have article comes out, Artificial Solutions, homage to John McCarthy, the father of artificial intelligence, AI, mentioned, quote unquote, artificial intelligence, AI, and people might think you are talking about scientific fiction and shiny robots, while in fact the science of AI has been around for decades and is very real. In fact, recent results from a large survey of machine learning researchers predict AI will outperform humans in many activities in the next 10 years, such as translating languages by 2024 all the way to working as a surgeon by 2053. Researchers also believe there is a 50% chance of AI outperforming humans in all tasks in 45 years. Note that number 45 is going to come up again in the class. And of automating all human jobs okay. It was in mid-1950s that McCarthy coined the term artificial intelligence, which would define as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. So the origin of it, we have John McCarthy all the way in the 1950s. Now, in the 1950s, even though this was in effect, nobody was talking about AI in the 1950s. In the days of Stokely Carmichael and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X's days, this was not any type of big topic. Nobody was saying AI is going to take over the world. AI is here. AI, there was none of that, but it existed. This was the first wave of it. This was the origin of it, all the way back to John McCarthy in the 1950s, and then it exponentially developed into something else on its own. So it was in the 1950s John McCarthy coined the term artificial intelligence, which he would define as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. Who is John McCarthy? Along with being considered the father of AI, John McCarthy was a prominent computer scientist and cognitive scientist. McCarthy presented his definition of artificial intelligence at the conference on the campus of Dartmouth College in the summer of 1956. That's how far this goes back, everybody. Indicating the beginning of AI research, and the attendees, him included, became the leaders of AI research for many decades. McCarthy also recreated Lisp, the standard programming language used in robotics and other scientific Let me start over again, sorry. My tongue-tied. McCarthy also created Lisp, the standard programming language used in robotics and other scientific applications, and in a multitude of internet-based services, from credit card fraud detection to airline scheduling. So there he is. There's your AI all the way from 1950s, this man right here. Okay. Okay, now. There it is. Okay. We are now at the stage of transhumanism. AI now has become transhumanism. I can do several classes on transhumanism. This will be one of them. This may be my first one that I've done on the Tehuti Podclass on transhumanism, which is the removal of gender. You're going to see this. Everybody's seeing this in today's world. The removal of gender, spirituality, culture, and the ultimate merge of man with machine, as warned in the movie The Matrix. Let me now show you. Okay. So are we seeing this today? Absolutely. Absolutely. The removal of gender, not only the removal of gender, but the addition of gender. I'm gender carpet cloud, binary code, starfish man. I'm gender man, woman, water, gender, calculator, gender, light, gender, man, woman, all pansexual. Did any of that exist in history? No. When AI came into full effect, these things started sprouting up. The removal of gender. Spirituality. Has spirituality, the lack of spirituality, manifested? Absolutely. How much spirituality do you hear in rap music anymore? Remember X-Clan? Remember KRS-One? Remember Talib Kweli? Remember Mos Def? Remember all the original hip-hop artists? Look at their names. Lakem Shabazz? Remember Lakem Shabazz? Remember King Sun? Remember these names? Remember Poor Righteous Teachers? the spirituality in rap. Who do we have now today? Little Monkey, Baby Streets. Everybody's name is Little Kid. Is it removed? Absolutely. Look at the conscious community today. What is it to be a conscious man today? What is it to be a conscious black man today on the channels of YouTube? It is to be non-spiritual. That is pro-black now. The definition of pro-black today is to be an atheist, to be non-spiritual, just to question everybody, denounce everything, don't claim anything, and that's the new black leader. So when you look at these guys out there, all they do is attack everybody. We're going to attack the Hebrews. We're going to break down Christianity. That's all fine, but what are you, my brother? What are you? If you're pro-black, if you claim to be pro-black, when did pro-black ever mean that you yourself don't represent anything? That all came through slavery. Prior to slavery, please refer me to any black people prior to slavery, prior to the entrance of Alexander the Greek into Kemet. Prior to that, any African culture that didn't have a spiritual belief system. Go ahead and name them, and I'll research that. Every single black man and woman in ancient times had a spiritual belief system. The new wave now is to have none. We don't believe in nothing. We're the black atheists. We're just going to destroy the Bible. Once you destroy the Bible, we're going to leave you with nothing. Okay, culture is gone, and ultimately the merge of man with machines. Let's take a look at it. I will show you now. This all started in the 50s, but it culminated, and now they showed you it in the Matrix movie. I had the Matrix book. The original Matrix book is from the late 80s. That's a whole nother topic, though. But let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into some of our new wave articles. So we'll get into the star. I showed this once on the Killer Priest Podclass, which is humans to download their souls into microchips so they can live forever. People will be able to download their souls into microchip implants into another body and live forever, a technology expert has claimed. Who? So this came out in 2019, right in the same month as the pandemic. But anyways, let's go. So Richard Skillett, founder, let me go ahead and blow this up a little more. Richard Skillett, founder of Digital Anthropologist and the expert of future work, has warned of a future in which British workers have chips inserted underneath their skin. The process has already been trialed with the company of biotech fitting 150 implants in the UK and Sweden, based from Biohacks, told Sunday Telegraph that it is in discussion with several British companies about microchipping. Okay. Go and blow this up. All right. Speaking on the Daily Star Online, Mr. Skillett explained there's a lot of talk at the moment about microchipping employees, and there are some companies that are actually doing that. I can see benefits from it, but also opens up a whole roster of other things like being reborn. The microchip from biotech are similar to those for pets and are implanted in the flesh between the thumb and forefinger. Chips will be able to store medical data and other personal information. Immortal. People may soon be able to download their soul into microchips. Your soul is you. It's your beliefs, your values. Mr. Skillett added, living forever might sound crazy at the moment because the technology isn't quite there, but we already have the technology to clone. The only thing is that something may be an exact replica in terms of DNA, but it may be nothing like you because we are made up of born nature, both nature and nurture. Okay, well, I would say that nurture is all to do with learning. You are a product of everything you have experienced, your likes, your dislikes. That's arguably your soul. Your soul is you. It's your belief, your values. Okay, so here we are with the merging transhumanism, merging of man into computer. One of the many examples, we're going to keep going though. We're going to get to one of everybody's favorites, which is who else is behind this? Who else is part of this? Of course, we have in Business Line. So this is in the Business Line article. Let me blow this up a little bit. Business Line article. Most people know him for his car, the Tesla car, or you may know him for SpaceX. Some people will know him for those, but let's know him for his ambition to merge AI with the human brain. Okay. So we have Skillet over here. Skillet over here. Richard Skillet over here wanting to merge AI with the human brain. And we have also in Business Line, we have Elon Musk, ambitions to merge AI with the human brain. Okay. This came out the next year in August in 2020. And there he is, the man we all know, Elon Musk. Elon Musk brain interface company. Elon Musk's brain interface company, Neuralink, on Saturday showcased its updated device, a live stream event on YouTube. I actually remember this when this was happening. The company created the aim to achieve symbiosis with artificial intelligence, shared its progress at its live stream YouTube event. Okay. Neuralink showcased a pig named Gertrude, outfitted, I remember this too, outfitted with its latest brain interface device. Okay. It's trying to interface robots, AI, artificial intelligence, with biology in the brain. Okay. Wonderful. Let me go back and see if you all can hear me. Press A1. I'm going to go back and check the chat. Press A1 if you can hear me. Shout out to Master K. Shout out to Master K. If you can all hear me, press A1. I'm doing a sound check. Check. Peace, fam. Peace. Peace. Press A1 if you can hear me clearly. Okay, good. Elon Musk, the fraudster. All right. Pandemic. Yes. Okay, and we have shout out to, here's a new name I haven't seen. What name is this? Sorry if I'm not pronouncing the name right. They just brought pigs back to life through a program called Oregon X. They already started testing it. Shout out to you for that added information, and shout out to that incredible name, What an interesting name that is. Shout out to everybody who came in the room. Ascari's here. Ascari, I gotta answer for you too. I see you have a question in there too. Shout out to Mark Anthony. Sufficiencia, interesting name. Sliss, shout out to C Sliss, shout out to you. All right, everybody can hear me clear. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get on with it. You can all see the screen, I hope. Let me see if it's still on screen share. Yes, it is. Boom. And there is Elon Musk right there and his AI interface. Okay, now let's get into something even a little more scary here. Let's get into this here. Smart pills with chips and cameras and robotic parts. Oh boy, everybody. Smart pills with chips, cameras, and robotic parts. I also have videos for all of these, but some of my pod classes get flagged when I play certain videos on the algorithm. Certain videos I'm allowed to play, certain I can't. So some of these major ones I just stay completely away from and just actually take the video and take clips from the video and give them to you as clips, because I can't play the video. I give them to you as picture clips. But here is, you can look this up on YouTube too, smart pills, chips. So the little pills that you can ingest now, you're eating the robot now. Now you're eating the AI. You're taking the AI, little robot, putting it in your body, swallowing it, and now you have little chips moving throughout your body with little cameras moving throughout your body. Smart pills with chips, cameras, and robotic parts raise legal, ethical questions. Okay, here's one of the ladies from the Golden Girl look-alike, but here we are. Mary Ellen Snodgrass describes how the smart pills she takes daily interact with her tablet computer. Woo! Redwood City, California. Right, that's over here by me. Redwood City, California. Each morning around 6, Mary Ellen Snodgrass swallows a computer chip. It's embedded with one of her pills and roughly the size of a grain of sand. When it hits your stomach, it transmits a signal to her tablet computer indicating that she has successfully taken her heart and thyroid medication. See? Said Snodgrass. See? Checking her online profile page with a few swipes, she brings up an hourly timeline of her day and with images of white pills marking the times she ingests the chips. I can see it go in. The pill just jumped onto the screen. Wow. Okay, so now we're eating the AI. This is the whole plan of merging the AI, right? So our grandmothers are eating the AI. Okay. Let's continue. Okay. Now I will show you what I will show you now may be frightening, but let me show you how this merge and genetic manipulation started long before they made it known. Okay. So now we're going to move over here and we're going to get into physics.org. Physics.org article comes out in 2019. Tiny robots powered by magnetic fields could help drug delivery through nanoparticles. Right? Isn't that what we just read with Grandma? Right? Mary Ellen, she said, see it on the screen. Right? So here are the nano robots that you're going to ingest. Vision enhanced transport of nano medicines into tumor tissue. MIT engineers have designed tiny robots that can help drug delivery. Nanoparticles push their way out of the bloodstream and into a tumor or another disease site, like Crafts and Fantastic Voyage, a 1960s science fiction film in which a submarine crew sinks in size and roams. I remember this. A body to repair damaged cells. The robot swims through the bloodstreams, creating a current that drags nanoparticles along with them. So we're eating the AI. Okay, merging with the AI. Okay, but I said at the bottom here, I will show you now. What I will show you now may be frightening, but let me show you how this merge and genetic manipulation started long before they made it known. So now they're making it known. You can go to the physics.org, you can go to the Daily Star, you can go to Business Link, you can go to YouTube, you can go everywhere, and they're actually just making it known now. You can ingest the AI, and now the AI can become a part of your genetics makeup, and then it transfers information, and little robots are moving through you. But was this happening before they announced it? That's the question. It always is. Before they announce it, because they have to break you down mentally for you to accept it. Once you accept it, then you find out they were always doing it in the first place. All right, let me check the room, see if everybody's listening. You are listening. Wonderful. Voltage controller with the beats. Voltage controller with the beats. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready. Here we go. Kemet says, so now these people don't trust just swallowing the pill. No, so now these people don't trust just swallowing the pill. Man. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. So, let's get into it. Boom. Now it's going to get interesting. What's this on Tehuti's screen? What is he about to show us? What is happening? So, guess what's happening, everybody? The air. There's something in the air now. Something in the air. Right? That's making the air conductive for frequency and electric transfer. The air is now filled with metallic salts, metallic oxides, making us and everything around us a conductor. Also now, we have what's called unidentifiable, let me shrink this down, unidentifiable fibers found in the human body, producing these fibers. So there's things inside of us now that have transferred from the air. We're going to find it's coming from the sky. So there's something flying around in the sky that's letting off something else maybe out of its back, which is filling the air with metallic particles that are now causing us to be conductors. We'll just leave it like that. You all can try to figure out what that could be flying around us, but we're going to get into it. So now let's look at it. Let's take a look, everybody. So they did environmental samples. There were environmental samples, and they found what's called unidentifiable fibers. These unidentifiable fibers do not exist in nature, ladies and gentlemen. They do not exist in nature. Nature does not produce them, but they are now in us. This is not a part of any kind of evolution. This is nothing found in nature. But now they are inside of us somehow. Somehow they're inside of us. Unidentifiable fibers. These fibers are identical to Morgellons syndrome. Okay? Morgellons syndrome. Except they exist and reproduce independently of the syndrome. Uh-oh. So we have something inside of us now that is very similar to Morgellons syndrome, except for it produces independently of the syndrome. It's getting interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's see what's going on here. What's happening? Okay, so now we're going to shrink this down. So they did studies on, they did saliva samples, and they found extension filaments, colonies with growth extensions in branch filaments. So they found these unidentifiable fibers, right? Branch filaments. They're extending. They're growing inside of us. This is very interesting. So it looks like Morgellons syndrome, but it's found without the presence of Morgellons syndrome. Okay, so where are these fibers found to originate? They're now found growing inside of us. Where are they found to originate? So they traced them. They did testing. So Clifford Cornicom did some testing. You can go research him. Clifford Cornicom did some testing, and they gathered samples coming from high altitude over a mountain area in New Mexico. These samples were coming from the atmosphere as high as mountains and the altitude over mountains. You know, somewhere where planes fly. All right. So what did they find here? What did they find? So he put out an article, Extraordinary Biological Observations. Extraordinary Biological Observations, Clifford E. Cornicom, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Boom, 2004. What are these? What did he find? Original granule matrix material collected from outdoor HEPA filter segment placed in weak saline solution, embedded cellular structures evidence. Concavity of the internal structures slightly visible. Estimated the size of internal cellular structures approximately 2 microns. Numerous structures of this size and nature visible within the HEPA saline solution. No agar involved. Some motile bacterial forms initially observed. Note the similarity to earlier reports of biological atmospheric samples, magnification at 3,000 times. So he found these things that seem to be identical with what they found in the atmospheric samples over the high altitudes, over the mountains, occasional and isolated circular bioconcave structure apparently reconstituted with the weak saline solution. Estimated diameter varies from 3 microns to a maximum of 10 microns. Common full size reaches 6 to 8 microns. Most structures released from matrix material shown irregular or broken reconstitution, right? Right, desiccation of internal smaller structures become a consideration. No agar involved. Magnification 3,000 times is what they're finding in the atmosphere, and they found growing inside of us, sourcing above the altitude of mountains, right? He found the similar independent bodies and also found desiccated erythrocyte, right? Erythrocytes, which are just dried human blood cells that were genetically engineered to preserve. Okay, let me break this down, okay? Let me explain this. So up in the altitudes above in the Santa Fe area or in New Mexico area, when they were doing the research, they found these fibers and dried blood cells that they examined that were genetically engineered to be preserved. That means that if you take a dried blood cell, if you take a blood cell and just put it in the sky or put it in the air, it eventually dissipates. It eventually breaks down. It eventually comes back down to the ground, eventually becomes nothingness. But these ones were genetically engineered to be preserved. We're going to break down the three kingdoms of biological makeup. We're going to get into that, 3 kingdoms. But these were dried blood cells. What are dried blood cells doing in the atmosphere, floating around, preserved? What are these? What's going on above mountainous areas? Okay, so we're going to get into the 3 kingdoms of biological life. This is very important to understand. The 3 kingdoms of biological life, because we have bacteria, we have archaea, and we have eukarya. Okay, so bacteria, archaea, and eukarya. What are these three? What are these 3 kingdoms of biological life? We have them branched off on the tree, and here's how we break things down. So complex organisms with defined cell compartments and internal cellular compounds. Okay, then we have some organisms without internal cell compartments, cannot tolerate extreme cold or heat. That's the bacteria. Okay, so we have the eukarya, right? That's the complex organisms with defined cell compartments and internal cellular compounds. Then we have bacteria, right? Bacteria, simple organisms without internal cell compartments and cannot tolerate extreme cold or heat, which we know. That's why we freeze things, and that's why we heat things up. Heating things up kill bacteria. Same with freezing. So that covers the 2, but there's a third one over here, the archaea. Archaea, what's the archaea now? Archaea is a little different. Archaea are simple organisms without cell compartments. So we have simple organisms without internal cell compartments. That's bacteria. Archaea seem to be similar, except for they're able to tolerate extreme conditions. They can survive where bacteria can't. So humans are from the eukarya group. So these are the 3 kingdoms of biological life: bacteria, archaea, and eukarya. So the red blood cells that are within us they're from the human group. They're from us. You can burn them up. They don't survive through heat. They're not bacteria. They're not the eukarya. But what about the red cells that they found in the atmosphere above the mountains with these fibers in them? What were they? They were red blood cells, but the materials discovered in the fibers are as hardy as archaea. There's one They're hardy as archaea, so they can survive. They look like bacteria. That means the genetic makeup, how they look like, is like bacteria. But they can self-replicate, like the eukaryote. What's going on here? So so what they found is genetically manipulated red blood cells with these fibers that they found coming from the atmosphere, floating around in the atmosphere above the mountains. They share all three. They look like bacteria. They're hardy and can survive. That's the preservation, because it seems that these blood cells were genetically manipulated, adding archaea to make them preserve. So they're preserving, but they're still self-replicating. Like DNA and RNA contains attributes of all three kingdoms of biological life. How is that possible? Because that is a man-made. Okay, so here it is. We can take a look at the tubular fiber. This is expanded at 5,600, right? It's a hybrid form now. Filament with internal self-replicating elements resembling bacteria and behaving like archaea. Here it is. This is not supposed to exist. This doesn't exist naturally, but they're finding this in the atmosphere, coming from something that's in the that's finding this in the above mountainous areas, high up in the sky. You know, you need to fly around. You know, but anyways, they're finding this up there, and it's self-replicating. It resembles bacteria, but it's behaving like archaea. And then they're also finding this within us, which is resembling the Morgellons syndrome. What is going on? Is something transforming us? Here we go. Let us continue. Let me shrink this down and show everybody. So there it is. Okay. What does this have to do with AI, though? What's going on, everybody? What is going on? All right. Let's continue. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This is how we break down answers here. Raphael, Gary, I know you appreciate it. We're about to get deeper and deeper because something is transforming us. So here we have the filament. Filament containing the red blood cells. How? Okay. I know this may not sound strange to people, but go and research this and see if you can find filament containing red blood cells that's acting like archaea. So we have submicron size structure, right? This is on his website, carnicom.com, just to give him a shout out of where you can actually find this. It's on another website too, but that website mysteriously has disappeared. Okay, let's go. Let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we are. So inside the new unidentifiable fibers, what did they find? They found red preserving blood cells inside of people, but because they carry archaea attributed to the archaea biological kingdoms, they're seemingly indestructible. They bleached it, right? So Clifford, what do they do? Right? Let me get back to it. Clifford Carnicom, what did he do? He bleached it. They set it to fire, to flame. They put acid on it, and they still survived. How is red blood cells surviving? Go pour acid on somebody and see if the red blood cells survive. Set somebody on fire, bleach them, but these red blood cells are surviving like archaea, but they're in the family group of the deoxyribonucleic acid family group. They're in the family group of the human eukaryote family group, but they're acting like archaea, so they can survive. They're found within, so oh my goodness, they still survive also because they carry the self-replicating attribute found within DNA, RNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, ribonucleic acid. These are red blood cells growing independently of bone marrow outside of the human body. So they did tests on them. They removed the red blood cells. They took these red blood cells and they found that they were reproducing and growing without the bone marrow, without being inside of a person. Take red blood cells out of somebody and set it away from a human and see if you come back and see those red blood cells are reproducing more DNA and continuing to grow outside of a human body. These ones are, and they're behaving like the archaea family biological kingdom group. Okay, because they can self-replicate, they are recreating us into another life form, And conductive surroundings also will make us more compatible with technological interface. Okay, hope you all are digesting this. Okay, this is what they found now in the air, and it's also inside of us, recreating and growing independently of our DNA. It's this new DNA growing independently. It can be taken out. It can be in the air. It still survives because it's acting like archaea. It's acting like deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's inside of us, but it's not being destroyed. That means it has its own independent life inside of us, reproducing and recreating for conductive surroundings, right? Because of the metallic oxide I explained, okay, which makes us more compatible with interface. So they actually have something inside of us without us taking that pill, without like the grandmother lady, hey, look, I'm taking the pill and now it can track me through my Apple computer, my iPad. No, way before all that was happening, they were already releasing this in the atmosphere. They're already releasing it, right? Which made us more compatible with technological interface. They also gave the pills, the lithium pills, which contain the metallic compounds that make you interface with frequency. That's a whole nother class though, but let's just deal with this. So it's growing inside of us and it's transforming our DNA to another type of species, another type of human, a human that is more compatible with technological interface, whether you like it or not. They are also producing metallic glass-like items. So what's happening, everybody? Oh my goodness. And let me get some water. Hold on. All right, let me get some water, everybody. So the tubulels, the fibers, the new RNA found within people, DNA found within people, they're growing on their own, but they're producing metallic and glass-like items inside of people. Let's take a look. Okay, non-tissue-like items. So colored fibers, and they're producing a plaque-like glass that looks like this. Here's what's found inside of people that are having these, where they find these red blood cells, these new red blood cells and fibers, and the so-called Morgellons syndrome. They're finding that these RNAs, these red blood cells, are producing their own glass-like, plaque-like, colorful colorful glass, metallic-like things inside of people. Yes, transforming you, everybody. Welcome to the Matrix. Okay, the woman who discovered these, so somebody was suspicious. This was Jan Smith. They're suspicious of this. She started studying this inside of her body. She started looking at these closely. She found these inside of her body. Her name is Jan Smith, and yes, you could have been able to have done research through her website on Morgellon Exposed, but of course it's been removed. So when you try to go to her website, the website is now gone. No more. Doesn't exist anymore. But you can get to hear the Tehuti Podclass. Let's continue. Look what they found. Look at these things found inside the bodies of people growing from this unidentifiable fibers. Polymer crust with gross embedded fibers. Polymer crust with growth and embedded fibers. Note the texture, shine, and unusual structures of the crust on the Morgellon legion. These fibers were on the inside of the crust. All right. This is what they're finding inside of people, ladies and gentlemen. Let us continue. Okay. Woo! It's a good class. Here we go. So within the fiber strands, they found GNA. GNA, what is GNA? This keeps going. What is GNA, ladies and gentlemen? What is GNA? Anybody know? Let me go in the room and see. GNA. So within the fibers, not only they find the fibers are producing these glass-like plaque substances and metallic substances and making us more conducive, but they find GNA. What is GNA? Let me go in the chat room and see if anybody knows what GNA is. Anybody heard of it? Anybody heard of GNA? Anybody? It's not anything common. Not anything common at all. Okay. GNA, let me break it down, everybody, because that's what I'm here for. Let me see if you can still see the... okay, good. You can still see it. Boom. GNA. What is GNA, everybody? Let's break it down. Because that's what they found within these fibers that are reproducing. They're self-reproducing, and they're showing biological kingdom attributes of archaea attributes, which means they're indestructible as far as burning them, bleaching them, setting them on they're indestructible inside of us, reproducing things. And now they found the GNA. What is a GNA? GNA sounds like DNA, doesn't it? Well, we'll go to Eureka. We'll go to Eureka Alert, scientific magazine. Eureka Alert. Scientists make chemical cousin of DNA for use as the new nanotechnology building block. Boom. Boom. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Matrix. Welcome to the Matrix. Scientists make a chemical cousin of DNA for use as the new nanotechnology. Because remember, that's what it was called. Putting these little robots inside of pills and to be consumed with little cameras and mechanisms to trace and send drugs throughout your system. This is called nanotechnology. So the scientists make a chemical cousin of DNA. So it's a chemical cousin of DNA. That's what we've been discussing the whole Podclass. So there's some type of chemical cousin that's in the DNA for new use of nanotechnology building block. In rapid, fast-growing world, nanotechnology researchers are continually on the lookout for new building blocks to push innovative discovery scales with much smaller than the tiniest speck. All right. While scientists are fully exploring promise of DNA technology, Biodesign Institute colleague John Chaput is working to give researchers brand new materials to aid their design. In an article recently published in the Journal of American Chemical Society, Chaput and his research team have made the first self-assembled nanostructures composed entirely of glycerol nucleic acid, which is what? GNA. GNA. Synthetic analog of DNA. All right, people. All right. So, within the fiber strands of those things they found in the air that are self-producing, that are following the three biological kingdoms, kingdom of biology, that are reproducing inside of us, found within the trails that are in the air, the red blood cells that don't seem to be dying because they're acting like archaea. They also found GNA. What is GNA used for? Nanotechnology, building blocks, glycerol, nucleic acid, synthetic DNA. Yes, they've been working on this, ladies and gentlemen. They're working on it. They're working on it. They've been doing it. And so she also found in her, she also found this in her. What did she find? What are they finding inside of people? They found this. What is this? Nanoarray. Nanoarray device from Jan Smith matches industry diagram. She found this in her. What are nanoarrays used for? They're used for DNA hybridization. Woo! That's what they found. Okay, DNA hybridization. All right, what is all this? Okay. So these plaques, they're like crystals. They're like glass. They're like some type of hard, translucent, hard substance, like a crystal or like glass. Okay. So these are nanoarrays. Now what happens? What happens? So if you put frequency to a crystal, it generates a voltage. All right. You put frequency to a crystal, it generates a voltage and can be used as a conductor. This is called the piezo effect. Piezoelectricity. Piezoelectricity is the electric charge that accumulates in certain solid materials such as crystals, certain ceramics, biological matter, such as bone, DNA, various proteins. Okay, so the word piezoelectricity means electricity resulting from pressure and latent heat. Is derived from the Greek piezin, which means to squeeze or press, which means amber, right? An ancient source of an electrical charge. So they find that they can get an electrical charge and frequency through crystals as a conductor with the piezoelectricity. Okay, very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Okay, boom. So we got that. Now what's strange is, what do they find inside of the people? Guess what these strange fibers also started producing? So they're producing, they found GNA, they're producing on their own, they're producing new RNAs, they're producing like archaea, indestructible, and hybridization, nanoarrays are found, and guess what else they're producing? This is what they found. Crystals, ladies and gentlemen, crystals attached to tissue from the legions. Here's what they found it's producing. Here's the fiber, and here are the crystals. All right, man. All right. This goes back to Ray Kurzweil, futurist, inventor, visionary, who put out this about when humans transcend biology. Okay? Called the singularity, the complete merge of the AI. Singularity is near, a bestseller in 2005. Singularity is near, the complete merge. He predicts the merge of, guess what? Unrecognizability. Unrecognizability. Remember the number 45 I spoke about earlier? Well, let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into this. Time magazine puts out this article in 2045, the year man becomes immortal. We're fast approaching the moment when humans and machines merge. Welcome to Singularity. Welcome to Singularity, when humans and machines merge. 2045. Extended our physical abilities. Maybe the artificial intelligences will help us to treat the effects of old age and prolong our lifespans indefinitely. Maybe we'll scan our consciousness into computers and live inside them as software forever, virtually. Maybe the computers will turn on humanity and annihilate us. The one thing all these theories have in common is the transformation of our species, the transformation of our species, the transformation of our species into something that is no longer recognizable as such to humanity in circa 2011. The transformation has a name, the singularity. Something that will transform our species into something that is no longer recognizable. Woo! Boom. There we go, my brother. I'm going to stop right there. There is your AI. There is your mutations. There is us transforming into something unrecognizable. The crystals have been found. The nano arrays have been found. Disguised as Morgellons syndrome. You can't differentiate the difference between the Morgellons syndrome and these crystallizing DNA red blood cell filaments that are reproducing on their own DNA and found inside of us that's being used for DNA hybridization. DNA found inside of these same unrecognizable DNA found inside of these unrecognizable red blood cells that's found inside of our system that can be used for frequency conductors because they have the crystals and eventually we will become unrecognizable, which means they will not be able to differentiate us from the new creature they are creating, the singularity. Woo! Boom, everybody. There it is. And I'm just going to stop right there. I'm going to stop right there. Boom. I'm not even going to get into one-directional thinking. I'm going to leave one-directional thinking for the next question. Okay, boom. We're going to stop the screen. There it is, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. That is my answer for you, Raphael Gary, on the agenda of the AI, where it started from, how it became a new wave, what it's doing, and how they're merging us, and we will become unrecognizable. And in actuality, I have proof of the DNA change with regular children today that are walking around. I have no time to get into that, but that is my answer to you, Raphael Gary. I hope you appreciated that. Woo! There it is. Okay, let me go through the room and see if anybody else heard the answer to the question and if Raphael Gary heard it. Okay, man. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Welcome. Hold on one second. I got to check something. 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Neith, are you okay? Where's your leg? Okay, good. Okay, let's fix your leg. All right, leg is fixed. You are good. Boom. All right, let me go in the room and see. I see Jody says, wow. And I know, Jody, you like this. I know you love this. This is one of your a topic that's right along the lines of your topic you really like, because of course you know that this is going to tie directly into mind control. This is the updated version of the MK Naomi and Ultra. This is the more advanced version of it, but all ties into the same mind control, because they'll be able to send in messages through frequencies, because we're basically walking antennas now. Welcome to AI. Here we are. Okay, let's go ahead and see if who heard the answer to the question. Woo! Okay, boom, boom, boom. Let's see. It's hard to believe now why I'm on the small hats and long noses so much. They're killing you. Okay. Yeah, they made a movie about it. Several movies about it. Several movies about this. My favorite one is Lawnmower Man. That was my favorite first one, Lawnmower Man. I think there's one called Demon Seed, but Lawnmower Man was one of my best ones. Several movies about this. There's a movie called AI. There's several ones about this, but Space Odyssey. Yup. And Newt Boon Nupu says they are in competition with the sun, and that's why the sun is ramping up. Oh my goodness. Yeah, where they upload your consciousness. Okay, boom. Let's see who heard the answer to the question. Okay, here we go. Raphael Gary, who asked the question, he said, great answer, master teacher. Thank you, Raphael Gary. Cannabis spas clapping her hands. Heka kept Roz having his brain explode. KP the poet, shout out to KP the poet, says, missed the beginning of that. How did this woman find these things in her body? Okay, oh, by the way, KP the poet, you weren't here for the update. Killer Priest contacted me. He said what he needed to say to me and got the situation resolved, and I should be back on the Killer Priest podcast very shortly. Okay, so we have our own AI, ancestral intelligence. Yep. You know, the original definition of computer was a human who computes. Okay, so we got Outlier with his brain exploding. Desmond says, great answer on the new age AI. They also have fake information, which is also artificial intelligence. Yep, that's the one-directional thinking that I can break down if anybody asks me about it. That's in everybody's computer right now is a one-directional thinking algorithm. I could do 45 AI classes. So much. A lot of what I collected about AI is now removed from YouTube and the internet. When I go back to the original channels of the people that used to talk about this and reveal this, channel down, channel restricted. The channel no longer exists. A lot of the stuff of the clips that I show you are from old videos that you can't even, they don't even exist anymore. Okay, so all right. So love the breakdown. Love the breakdown. Boom, boom, boom. RPM, love the breakdown. Ascari says, fantastic. Mad scientist. Leo Fire says, yush. I don't know what that means, but okay, so you guys got the answer, and incredible work. Regal says, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm glad you appreciate that. Oh, Kemet is in here under the other name. Essential, they're making all of us cyborgs. Exactly, man. Exactly. All right, so you all got the answer. Yes. Back on the Killer Priest podcast. What is that? I always hear. I'm not a hip hop. I always hear people say yes. I don't know what that means, but I guess that means yes. Okay, shout out to you. All right, we've been complaining. We've been campaigning for Tehuti. It's small. I gotta blow it up. We've been campaigning for the return of Tehuti on the Killer Priest podcast. Thank you. All right, everybody saw the answer. You all liked it, and let's get on to the next question. First, before I get into the next question, I'm gonna give. There's a lot of new donations that were sent, and I'm gonna shout them out, and shout them out at least. So, So here's one from, before we get on to the next question, this one I'll have to do next week, because I have so many to do. So this one is from Bev, shout out to Cannabis Spa, who's Bev, who sent this question in, which I'll have to get to next week. Because I just have so much to get into. Shout out to Bev1215, who Golden Pie says, "Do we live in a simulated reality?" Simulated reality. Contact me afterwards, Bev, and let me know if you mean a holographic universe. It's like what you see doesn't really exist. Simulated meaning unreal reality. Clarify that to me in a text. You talk to me all the time. Shout out to Bev. Thank you for that question. We'll get to that next week. I'll get more clarification on that. And we'll just get to it next week because I'm super busy with questions, but I'm still going to give everybody their acknowledgments and shout outs because you all are always supporting. Shout out to, we got Jermaine Arcade who sent me something. Get some agua. Sorry, everybody. Jermaine Arcade with the 777. And Jermaine Arcade sends me something. What does this say here? This is Jermaine Arcade in the room? Oh, it didn't go through. Hold on. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Jermaine Arcade did not go through. It looks like Metanetter words. Let me do this again. I want everybody bear with me. It's not showing up. That's Raphael Gary. Let me try this again. Hold on. Okay, Jermaine Arcade sends me this. And there it is. Okay, let me see here. They put this in the room, everybody. They put this in the room. Jermaine Arcade. Why is it not going? Oh, share. Boom. 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 Okay, it is here it's small. Can you guys see this? It is tiny. Let me see if I can get it big for me to see. What is going on? Sorry, buddy. I am. Where is it? That's Bev. Where's Jermaine Arcade? Okay, it's kind of small. Kind of small. Oh, it's in Metanetter, but I can't separate the words because they're all close together. I can see the Tahian QF order. Pull this up. Order ta kahan goose. I don't even know if those are separate words. Send those to me in separate words. They all look like one big thing together. But shout out to you, my brother, for sending this, and appreciate that. That's very unique. I didn't even know you could do that. That's awesome. You can send Metanetter scripts in the Cash App. Shout out to you for that originality and creativity. That is awesome, man. I've never seen that before. Shout out to you, brother, if you're even in the room. Shout out to you. All right, let me go to a couple more, and then I'm going to answer another question. That's Jermaine. We've got Beverly. And we got Owen Hythe with the support. Thank you, guys. I just want to kind of support this podcast. Not really some new questions because I'm kind of backed up right now. Shout out to Owen Hythe, who is Ascari in the room. And we're going to go ahead and put this in the, where is it? Shout out to one second, everybody. Close this. Shout out to Owen Hythe in the room. We're going to put this in the screen. Shout out to you, my brother. Chrome tab. Owen Hythe, are you here? There he is, Owen Hythe. Shout out to you, my brother, for the great support. He's sending me just support. I appreciate that. Thank you, my brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the support, the support, the support. Awesome. You are fabulous, always supporting. That's what I need right now for today because I've got more questions to answer. And I'm not going to be able to get to new questions that were sent today. So I'll get to those next week. I am inundated with questions, but I appreciate the support. Shout out to, oh, did it share? There it is. Do you guys see that on the screen? Shout out to Owen Hythe. It should be on the screen now. I hope it is. Shout out to you with the 2172. Shout out to Owen Hythe, 2172. You are awesome. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. Okay. Okay, shout out to you, my brother. Let's get this off the screen. Time is flying. And that was Owen Hythe right there. Let me see if it went to if it logged in on, let's see. Owen Hythe. Yep, there it is. Gotcha. All right, Owen Hythe, you are logged in for support. Thank you, my brother. And let's get on to the next one here. I'm going to do another shout out, then I'm going to answer a question. I got one more question to answer. And, shout out to Netzer Ankh. Is Netzer Ankh Hotep El Netzer the greatest? If so, shout out to Netzer the greatest. I haven't seen him in months, if that's him. Netzer the greatest used to always be in the class, and he says, he's actually explaining it. He says, let me put it on the screen, everybody. Okay, this must be him. Netzer Ankh Hotep El must be also Netzer the greatest, who is awesome, who's always supporting. Let me go ahead and throw him in the room. Share. Boom. Is this him? Shout out to Netzer Ankh the greatest. Shout out to you, my brother, if this is you. Netzer Ankh the greatest, who says, I can't see it. There it is. And that's Owen Hythe. He says, I don't catch the live but I watch every podcast. Thank you, my brother. He used to be in every live. He must have changed his schedule, but he used to be in every live, donating every live. He was awesome. I'm glad he's okay, and I'm glad he's still supporting. Even though he's not catching the live, he still sends support. Shout out to you, Netzer Hotep El, who I believe is Netzer the greatest. Shout out to you, my brother. Okay, and wait, Hotep. Oh, and he's sending more. Oh, Netzer is. Here we go. This is what he used to do. I remember this. Here we go. Netzer Hotep El again is sending. He sends more. Let me get into here, and is Micha in the room? Is Micha in the room? Who is how do you say that name? Is Micha in the room? Micha? Beged Leisure, are you in the room? I see a question from you. Okay, let me go ahead and put this in the room here. He says Chrome tab. He sends another donation, and it says, for teaching us to go with ancestors' writing. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much for appreciating that. Thank you so much for going for the ancestors' writings. That's right. That is right, my brother. That is right. Thank you for appreciating that. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support, and you definitely get a hand clap because you are showing consistent support. Appreciate you, my good brother. You are awesome and fabulous. And we're going to get on to the next. Okay, boom, boom, boom. And that is Netzer the Greatest or Netzer Unk. Netzer Unk Hotep L. Let's go on to the next one. The next one is, oh my goodness, the next one is Netzer Unk Hotep L again? No, ha 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 ha! I love it! I love it! I love it! I love it! I remember he used to do these things too. Yeah, we missed Netzer Unk. He used to do this. Let me go ahead and show this in the room. And then I got to take a little break, and then I'm going to get into the next question here. But he used to always do this. Uh-oh, what's this? Let me go ahead and just do a regular screen share then. He says, oh, hold on, everybody. One momentum, everybody. Where did it go? So which one is this now? Okay, I gotta delete one. Delete this one. I'll go ahead and just show this on the big screen. Go like this. And here we go, Netzer Unk L. And then I'm going to take a break. I'm going to answer the next question sent in. And boom, boom. And here it is, Netzer Unk. Netzer Unk with the spider and snake food. Thank you, my brother. That's the third donation in a row he sent in back to back to back to back. That's $30 for the spider and snake food. Thank you so much, my brother. I actually need to get both. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my brother. Spider and snake food. I appreciate it. And you, of course, get more hand claps because you are awesome. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I need to get some water. Hold on. Okay. I'm out of water. Okay, one moment. Let me get to the next one. Okay, awesome. And I'm gonna go. Okay, let me go to this. Is this Netzer Unk again? No. That's Nito Campbell. Okay, everybody, let me go. Let me do this. Anybody want to come up to the front to talk a moment while I take a little break? I have to take another break. If not, I'm gonna put on another section of that conversation with me and that brother. What's his name? The Truth Ministries. Okay, I'm gonna put the link in the room. I need to take a little 3-minute break again, and then I'm gonna come back and blast the next question, and then I'm gonna close up. But I got a next question to go through. This one's gonna be a goody. This is NLP. NLP question is here from Nito Campbell. Okay, I need somebody to jump in the room. Okay, let me set this up here because I got to take a little break again. Oh boy. Is it a... Okay. All right, nobody's coming in, so let me do this. Is it here? Nope. Okay. There we go. Boom. Like this. Interesting. It's not going in the. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. There it is. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody. I'm going to put this on and take a little break. Everybody. I shall be right back to answer the next question in the Tehuti Podclass. Okay. All right. One moment, everybody. Hold on. All right, everybody, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the room. And this is the funny part. This is a funny part where I was having this debate with a brother, and he said I'm playing mind games with him. And I did a snake style on the brother. You guys will catch it as you watch it. In the debate with Jabari and others, I mentioned a cartouche or a shen, which is what you use to put the king's name in, and only the king's name in, and only physical kings go in that shen's name. And he had one on his neck, so I started asking him about it. You'll see what happens. It's actually pretty funny. I'm gonna go ahead and play it. Here we go. Grand Rising to Akua Fosuhini. Shout out to you. All right, here we go. Let me put this in the room, everybody, and I shall be right back. Share. Oh, this is a funny one. Here we go. Okay. And I'm going to... And when I play this, press 1 if you can hear me play. I'm going to mute me Press 1 if you can hear me playing this. Here we go.
What I'm saying a myth is.
Yeah, you compared it to Wolverine.
No, I said that was just one vague comparison, bro. You try to make that a major thing. Come on now, that was one vague comparison. Yeah, I said.
We both agree that Wolverine was used because Wolverine doesn't exist. We both agree to that.
Yeah, but you came up with that on that line of question. You trying to do mind tricks.
I came up with Wolverine.
Debate, bro. This ain't gonna work in the debate. I'm not even gonna play this game with you no more. I see what you're trying to do. You see what I'm saying? It's not gonna work no more, bro. That's done. All right, let's move on to the next.
Right. Let me ask you something. What is he trying to do?
Playing my
let me know too.
And my, he knows that when I brought that up, that was about something totally different, and he knows what I'm talking about. So he's playing mind games and word games. So it is what it is. We're gonna see what's gonna happen in the debate when I'm gonna come with all this proof and all this. Oh, I'm gonna show you everything. I'm gonna pull the skirt up like they said.
Right. Okay. So being that the brother does acknowledge, because I didn't know if he was an atheist or not, but being that he does acknowledge Kemetic culture, I do want some clarity on something else. We'll leave the word myth alone. Say that for the debate. We agree on that. We're going to drop the myth thing. Is that cool?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
In shalom to Shaka. In Kemet that you believe in, or that can we agree that do you acknowledge the word cartouche, or do you have another? I acknowledge it as Shen, but the Greek words is cartouche. But you know what I'm talking about when I say Shen or cartouche?
No, bro.
No? It looks like a circle it looks like an ankh sideways, and the names of kings are inside of it. It's called a cartouche.
You talking about the king's list?
No. Sometimes people wear them as necklaces and they put their name in it. It's called a cartouche, and it holds kings' names inside.
You this?
You have one? There you go. You're wearing it. There you go. Yeah. There you go. What do you call that? You weren't familiar with it under cartouche or Shen. What do you call that?
It's I call it hieroglyph. I got it made when I was over there in Egypt.
Right. I see the hieroglyph, but the thing that the hieroglyph is inside of, what is that? Yeah.
Yeah, you got it right. It's probably the cartouche, like you said.
Okay. Are you familiar with not the jewelry that we wear today, but the original purpose for the cartouche? What went inside of there?
No, go ahead and educate.
Okay. King's names. Okay. Like King Tut, Tutankhamun, it would have been his name inside of there. So whenever you're a king, your name goes inside of it. But if you're not familiar with it, then it's cool. Well, because you're wearing it, so I figured that, I don't know.
Yeah, he's trying to.
Let's go ahead and get the title straightened out and a date, because we got one more little preliminary that we're gonna try to work out, and if we don't want to go too far on the this. So the topic of this debate, can we get a title from both of you to see if we agree? What's the title?
Okay, let's let the title be what we each are claiming. So, brother, you claim what? That they're principles only?
I'm not saying. What I'm saying is, they are principles and different forms of cosmic energy that actually exist within them. That's what I'm saying. And
okay, I actually agree.
And if I understand it, you're saying that these are not only what I just described; they are also beings that actually walk the earth.
Right, and that's what we have.
title based on that is
only and also have to be in the title, right? Because we both agree that they are the words and the principles are energy, but were they also beings that walk the earth?
Right.
Okay. So that title should be easy. Were the Netiru? Oh, first of all, do you acknowledge that the gods were called Netiru?
Yeah, another root.
Okay. Were the Neter also physical beings? Is that a good title? We know that were the Neter principles
or physical beings?
Not or, because we were the Neter, were the gods of
the Neteru actually walked the earth?
Yeah, were they actually physical beings?
That'll work too.
Okay, so were the Neterus
are they just principles? Or we understand what I mean. We can just
right. The Neterus,
we both understand. We ain't gonna use that in the debate, is we?
No, I'm saying, are the Neterus principles or are they physical beings?
Yeah, you got to change that though. You can't just
because
why we got to change that? That's just one of y'all saying they're physical beings, the other one saying they're just a principle, right?
Well,
who's saying they're principles?
The meanings of the words of the Neterus are definitely words that describe a principle, such as Set. Set is the word that means fire, and it also means hot temper in the principles of Menimopi. The word Set is there used, but Set is also a being. So the word Set is used for a principle, but were the gods also described as physical beings? Is that good?
I don't want to say described though, because that's not. We know that they were described as physical beings. We can easily read Param Haru and it's a whole bunch of literature, but we know that they wrote about. You see what I'm saying? What I want you to do is actually prove that they actually existed. That's why I brought up the Wolverine thing. You see what I'm saying? Because they wrote about Wolverine. You can make a movie about it. It doesn't make it true. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Unless we both, me and you, both.
Did the ancient Egyptians believe that these gods were real?
But they probably did. I wouldn't agree to that because he's gonna prove that. They probably did believe that they were real, but that doesn't make that they weren't real. My thing is, there's a lot of people walking around. There's a billion people that walk the earth. Right? There's a million people that don't believe that. See what I'm saying?
I'm not laughing at you, bro. I'm laughing at JJ's face. Sorry.
No, I'm trying to figure this out.
We had this conversation with
the ancient Kemetics really believe that these guys were real, or were they just principles?
Right. Because we both are adhering. We're both adhering to the Kemetic, to what the Kemetians are about. We're not here to prove the Kemetians are wrong, right? Are we?
No, that's what I'm saying. But I'm not going to prove that these people are 100% right either.
Okay. What do he got to do to show you that they're real? What do he got to do?
You got to show me. There's a lot you gotta do. Like you gotta show me.
I mean, he gonna put one in his pocket and make him pop out or what? I mean, what are you gonna do?
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, let's clarify. Let's just clarify. Let's clarify. Okay, me and you are both brothers that adhere to Ma'at. Is that true? Me and you, we're not fighting that Ma'at is false, right? We adhere to the Kemetic scribes' teachings. Yes or no?
It depends on what your understanding of what they taught. It's obvious that me and you don't have the same understanding on a lot of things. So it depends.
Not the understanding. Just do we believe in that?
You understand what I said about Ma'at earlier. I clearly said that I understand Ma'at to be anything that you do to bring discipline and order into your life. This is what I understand Ma'at to be. You see?
Yes, because the word ma'at means truth and perception.
You see what I'm saying? Now, now what I understand is I am myself. You see what I'm saying? I don't have to follow what was taught actually by the commissions for me to bring order and discipline in my life. For me to be following my eye. I could use other spiritual traditions that have just as good teachings, you see what I'm saying, to bring order and discipline in my life. I'm still following my eye. My eye
was there any
that is a code that has to be put in this way. You see what I'm saying? That's not what it is. It's anything that you do to bring order and discipline into your life that brings you closer to righteousness, that brings you closer to your life. That's what Mayat is. That's the true definition what Mayat is.
Is there anybody in Kemet that said they followed Ma'at but did not believe in what the scribes wrote?
I didn't say I didn't believe in everything that the scribes wrote. I just said
not you. The people that created Ma'at. Not you. The people that created Ma'at.
And I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm gonna keep wiggling out your little trap, bro.
Was there anybody that followed Ma'at in Kemet that did not believe in what the scribes wrote? It's either you follow Ma'at and the scribes, or you don't, or you could be a Hebrew Israelite, but then a Buddhist and mixed with a little bit of Hindu.
If you understand African spiritual science, you would understand that all spiritual traditions is actually teaching about one truth. There's only one truth. You're sitting there saying like you have the correct truth, the Hebrews have the correct truth, the Christians got the correct. No, it's all the same thing about righteousness, love. You see what I'm saying? That's really what it's teaching about. And once you understand that, you see what I'm saying? You don't have to use a book. You don't have to use none of that stuff. You can look into yourself to reach your higher self. You can that's what the teachers was made for, to teach you how to discipline yourself. Brother, you know this. They're not made for you to worship.
I don't.
Here thinking that they real, and no, they're made for you to fix yourself.
That's what you're saying.
No, that's what I know, and that's what you know too.
Do you know this from the scribes? How do you know this? Who taught you this? Is it the scribes writing that taught you this, or you just walking on the street and decided what Ma'at meant, or do you go by what the scribes say Ma'at is? Do not the scribes of Kemet have authority on what Ma'at is, or can the Hindus teach Ma'at and the Buddhists and Charles Manson?
What you gotta understand about a scribe, they're human beings like everybody else, bro. They're just like you had Christian priests that made up the Bible. They made the Christian Bible. You know what I mean? I don't give them. They're humans. They make mistakes also. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people fall into this curse of belief. You feel what I'm saying? You believe that these creatures, these things walk the earth. That's a belief. That doesn't make it fact. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make it fact. Because the ancient Kemetics may have believed that these things walk the earth. It doesn't make it fact, bro.
Okay, so are you follow
the Kemetic way of life. You know, shouldn't the baby be like, did the ancient Kemetics believe that these deities were real? Because because it's just like you following the Bible. I'm following the Bible, so I'm following the law, statutes, commandments, and the teachings of the Bible. So if you're following the Kemetian way of life, wouldn't you try to follow the best of your abilities the way they did? So if you guys are arguing whether did they just follow them as principles, or did they say that, man, these deities were real? We prayed to them. The priest made shrines to them and fed them, and you know, that's what we're trying to figure out.
Right.
Their life. What did they do? Were they real?
What's the path? Okay, let me make my stance. I study Nile Valley culture, and I adhere to the writings of the scribes of Ma'at, and I imply them, and place them, and implement them in my family for my child raising and the raising of my goddesses that are around me, and for my students. So I'm standing on Ma'at from what the scribes are saying Ma'at is, and I thought I'm talking this. I I'm talking to somebody who stands on Ma'at as well. And if I do, then that person would adhere to what the scribes of Ma'at wrote. If you don't, then how can I prove anything in Kemet to you about Kemet if you're going to say, oh, that is what it says, but the scribes were confused?
That's not. What you're saying is these beings was real. When I first met you, Jeremiah Judah said, hey, Tehuti, here go Truth Ministries. Y'all should debate about whether the gods are real. I said, brother, you know.
What kind of proof you want, brother? You want to bring one to the debate or what? I mean, what the hell?
You cannot say that, just because somebody.
Hey, he wants to put in your pocket.
That's what you're trying to say. That's like, you cannot just say because somebody. I practice Maya. You have to live the life.
How about we take an intermission on this?
I'm gonna let you beat me up on that one. I do that. Like, people are confused where I'm even coming from. You know what I mean?
The Natiru were also kings and queens that ruled amongst them, and you agree that they're emphatically not that they're only principles. That's what we're arguing about, right?
I'm gonna let you beat me up on that one. I do that. Yeah, because that you worded that in a certain way, and I'm gonna let you have that. I'm gonna just let you have it. I'm gonna let you have it.
Wait a minute, man. You going into the debate talking about you gonna get beat up?
Because it's kind of like a rigged debate. It's kind of like rigged. You see what I'm saying? Say the title again. I'm gonna point out how it's rigged.
Okay. Were the Natiru also physical beings that walk the earth? And without that long sentence, were the Natiru also physical beings that walk the earth?
If you cut it there, if you leave it right there, that's it.
Yeah, because we can add the word principles to it, but we're both going to agree that they're also principles. But were they also kings and queens?
No. See.
No.
No. That's no. You're right. Understand what I'm saying? I'm not disagreeing about the title. That's where I'm just saying. That's where I got mad. Now we can understand that it was kings and queens name a star. We know that pretty much the way I was taught that the first colonizers.
Okay, I'm back, everybody. Can you hear me? Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. I am back. I'm going to do a couple more questions and do some shout outs. I am back. That is my last break of the evening. Press 1 if you can hear me. 1 if you can hear me. Let me move this mic a little closer. Press 1 if you can hear me. Check. Okay, beautiful. Glad you guys enjoyed that. Good little conversation there. Let me see who is let me see if the people that asked the questions are in the room. What is the next question here? This one is from Ascari and Raphael. And then the last question is the NLP. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. That's from Nito Campbell. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm gonna try to knock them both out. I'm gonna have to do Nito Campbell's for next week. But okay, here we go. Okay, everybody. Nito Campbell, are you in the room at all as any other name? Or maybe you're watching this later. He always donates though, but I don't know if he's in the room. I want to do the NLP. Yeah, but to do the NLP, everybody, to do the NLP one, I need people to come up to the room. To answer the NLP question, I need 1 or 2 people to come up to the screen. Okay, because the NLP one is neuro-linguistic programming, and it deals with interaction. You have to 1 second. It deals with direct interaction. Interaction so that I can show how the human psyche responds to things live. Okay, so before I even go to end, this is a great information I'm about to break down, but I want to know who has a computer that has a camera. I'm not sure why anybody in the room has computers with no camera on top. Usually they all have cameras. You just have to click the button. I send the link. You click it, come to the screen. So let me know if you all want the NLP question. To answer that question, I need somebody to come into the room. Peace to Wasret is in the room. Peace to Wasret. Shout out to you. Peace to here's a new person. Kahil Lowy Rahubat. Okay, Khalil Lowy Rahubat. Okay. So when you all want me to answer the NLP question, let me know. Let me know. I'm gonna put the link in the room right here. I'm gonna give everybody a few seconds to see who's gonna click the link to come in so that I can interact and answer this next question, which is on the NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. I'm gonna show you how the matrix works, especially when it comes to racial identification. I need somebody to come into the room in order for me to answer the question clearly. Okay. Let me go ahead and remove this. Okay. All right. So we will go on to the next question. I wanted to interact with you all to see, because this question deals with interaction, NLP. Okay, so the link doesn't work on my tablet. The main computer has crashed. Okay, so there's 85 people in the room. One person's link doesn't work. So the other 84 people, what's going on? What is going on? That's one person down, 84 people. What is your reason? Okay. So 84 people's computers also is not working at the moment for the camera. So I will go on to the next question. Okay, let me see here. Oh, Nito Campbell again. Shout out to Nito Campbell for the support. Is Micha in the room? Is Micha in the room? And is Raphael, Gary, and Ascari still in the room? Yeah, I just need somebody to click the link and come into the room, and I'm going to answer a question on NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. Oh, Micha's in the room. Okay, so we got one person's computer doesn't work, the other person's on the phone. We're down to 83 more people. So out of 85 people, one person's link doesn't work, and one person's on the phone. So we got 84 people. And let's see what other 84 people. Okay, so peace, Micha. Peace. Maybe I'll get to you, my brother. Okay, let's see. Bev is in here. Demish says his browser doesn't work. Oh, somebody's in here. Hey!
I can't believe
Bev.
it works.
It works, Bev. You look excited.
I just took a chance and I thought, let me try, because I know it's really good when people have a bit of interaction. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. Now I hear you. You sound clear. All right. Okay. Wonderful. Nice to see you, Bev.
Nice to
And
see you
interact
too.
with you. All right. You're very excited. You have a lot of questions and a lot of you're very excited about this knowledge.
Well, I don't think it'll be long before it's hard to get your exclusive attention, so I'm keeping it. I'm making most of it before you blow up.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Let me see. Let's get into it. Okay, Wasret says, he says, I have to get in my laptop and it can come in if you give me 5 minutes. Okay, good. We got 2 sisters ready to come in. All the brothers' laptops are not working tonight. 82 laptops don't have cameras on them and they don't work. Some people say it's late, but here I am. Okay, so let me go ahead and get into this, everybody. Sanetia Moon says, greetings, Bev.
Greetings.
Okay, wonderful. Let me get into this. This question is from Nito. And let me go ahead and put this in the room. Oh. Okay, I can still. Oh, that's not Nito. Wait a minute. That's not Nito. Hold on a second. One moment. I just saw Nito. Where did Nito go? Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell. Someone else came in the room. Let me see. Uh-oh. Who's in here? Heard a beep. I see a brother there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Peace.
Separate in the room. Manifested in the room. I heard a beep. I see 2 people on the camera. I see a brother there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Peace. Peace.
In the room. Okay, great. This is gonna be good. It's a little. Let me get my.
Yeah, that's my son in the background.
A little echoey. Hold on.
Peace.
Okay, great. If you have headphones, it'd be better if you had headphones also. It's gonna cut out the echo. Let me put my. Okay. If you have
comfortable.
Okay. All right. Can you all hear me without an echo right now? Okay, Heka Kepra has his headphones on. Can you hear me without an echo right now? Bev, do you have headphones?
No. Mm-mm. Do I need headphones?
Okay, Heka Kepra. Let me see.
Can you hear me?
I hear you great, Heka Kepra. Who's the young man in the background with the forearms?
That's my son.
All right, peace, young brother. I see the Wakanda forearms in the background. Okay.
You got the Wakanda forearms in the back.
Who said that?
Tehuti.
Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna find the question here from Nito, and we're gonna have a fun one with this one. I gotta find the question here. Let me see. Is this Nito? Nito Campbell. There it is, right there. Got it. Okay, boom. Where is it? NLP. Paste. Okay. This is oh, that's Johan Billadou. How did he get it? Okay, here we go, everybody. Let me. Okay, so everybody can hear me clear. Bev, you can hear me clear, and Heka
Yes.
Kepler, you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. Let me fix this. Boom. Paste. Go back.
Can you hear? It's delayed.
Yeah, see it on the other screen there too.
Okay, once.
Can you hear it?
One moment, everybody. I got it. Oh, I'm in files to transfer. Wrong thing. Hold on, everyone. Okay, this is Tehuti. No, that's not it. I gotta pull it back up. Okay. August 5th, I'm pulling the question back up. And in the meantime, has anybody here ever heard of NLP, neuro linguistic programming?
Yes.
You've heard of it? Okay.
No.
No? Okay. Hold on. No, it's a bonus question. Let me go back. July 29th, and there it is, Nito Campbell. Okay, Nito Campbell. I'm going to copy this. Go back to NLP. Paste. It says keep both. Replace. Here it is. Got it. Okay. Okay, everybody, let's get started. Welcome to the Podclass. We're going to put in the question in the room, and we're going to get into what is this NLP and show examples of it. And we're going to have a little bit of fun, actually, interactive fun. And the question has disappeared. What? Oh, hold on. We're having some technical issues. One moment. The question has... that's Wes Rhett's question. And there's Nito Campbell. Let me try this again, everybody. Hold on. Copy question NLP and paste item. There it is. Okay. Go like this and put this up in here. And okay, I'm gonna have to do this manually. Here we go. Okay, so let me go ahead and put the question up in the room. Screen share. Boom, 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 boom. There it is. And question July 29th from Nito Campbell. There it is in the room. Everybody can see that. Shout out to Nito Campbell, who says, tell us about neuro-linguistic programming. Shout out to Nito Campbell with the $27. He always supports, constantly supports. We're actually going to answer this question here with some crowd participation. Let me go ahead and take it off of the screen share for a moment. Okay, stop the share. Boom. And Nito Campbell, you definitely get a round of applause because you are consistently awesome with your support. Let me check this out. There you go, Nito Campbell. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. The awesome question also. And you get a round of applause. Okay, let's get into the answer to the question. All right. Okay, boom. Let me get back to the room. Okay, here we go. So, neuro-linguistic programming, one of my favorite topics. It is used to control the matrix, and I actually use it for ritual meditation and for my performances because I am an outdoor hypnotist and magician out on the beaches. And I use NLP in my performances in a good way. NLP can be used in any way. It's used to actually transform your neurons. It can transform your neurons and create what's called neural links. One of the best NLP artists is actually in the UK. His name is Darren Brown. I think he's in the UK, but his name is Darren Brown. We're going to get into it. Have you heard of him, Beb? Darren Brown?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
He's an entertainer. He's an entertainer. You know, from my point of view, he's an entertainer, not an educator.
Okay. All right. So we're going to start out with you, Heka Kepera, you, and that's your son. What's his name? T'Challa? What's your son's name in the back there? Shout out to your son. What's your name, my brother? Nice to meet you.
There's a delay. I'm sorry, Tehuti. I've got multiple streams coming in for somewhere.
Oh, do you still have the YouTube playing? If that could cause an echo too and a delay.
There's a delay. I'm sorry, Tehuti. I've got.
Yeah, it's playing through the StreamYard and the YouTube. Mute the YouTube.
No, you just. Oh.
Okay, good. All right, so here we go. NLP. Let's see how this works. So we'll start out with you. Do me a favor. I know that you're in the UK, so you don't have these coins with you, but we're gonna go with you, Heka Kepara. You're in America, right, Heka Kepara? Okay, can you grab for me a penny, a nickel, and a dime? Tell your son to grab a penny, a nickel,
A penny
and a dime.
on a dime.
Set it in your hand like this. Okay, can you grab for me a penny, a nickel, and a dime? Set
All
it
right.
in your hand and hold it.
Yeah, on a dime.
And put the penny first, the nickel, and then the dime. Let me know when you have that ready.
Okay.
Okay, and Bev, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I need you to grab a tiger.
I got one of them. Hang on. I think I'm joking. Sweet.
Okay, you got that, Hika Kepara?
Oh, it's gone.
Yes, I do.
She took it. I had a tiger teddy bear, but my daughter's taking it from my granddaughter.
Okay, we got more people coming in. We got What's
Yes, I
Red?
do.
We're not letting What's Red in. It is not. Oh, it's a blank screen.
What's red?
Okay, we got more people coming in. We got What's Red? Some you guys mute your YouTube. How you'd watch this on YouTube? Only listen through the StreamYard. Mute the YouTube because it's coming in echoed. What's Red is she's not able to come in. She's it's showing a circle spinning. Okay, let me I'm gonna put her on. She can try again. Okay, What's Red? You can. Oh, I think I see her now. Okay, there we go. She looks like she's frozen. Oh no.
Yes.
She's frozen on the screen.
Oh.
Wasserette. Okay, we got a portrait of Wasserette on the screen. There, she's moving. She is moving. Is she? I don't know. She looks kind of stuck. Wasserette, move your hand and see if you can. It looks like your screen is just frozen. Oh no. I think she's froze. Okay. All right. Oh. She's glitching. All right. So Wasra, you can just listen in because I don't know if you're frozen or glitching, but we'll go with you. Hika Kepra, you have a nickel, a penny, a nickel, and then a dime in your hand. Okay, good. All right, here we go. I'm going to ask you a question. Just follow through and just answer the question as you feel. You can guess the answer. Don't worry about having the answer wrong. I want you to look at your hand right now. Can you look at your hand and see the money? You can see it, right? Okay, good. All right, so I want you to answer this question. We're going to talk about a man named Benjamin, okay? You can hear me, Put a thumb up, you can hear me? Okay, good. All right. So as I say this, you're going to point to the coins, okay? So you have a nickel, a penny, and a dime, right? Okay, good. So Benjamin, there's a man named Benjamin. Benjamin's mom had 3 children. One's name was Nicholas. Point to Nicholas. The other one's name was Penny. This was a female. Her name was Penny. Point to the third one. What's the third child's name? Just take a couple of guesses. It doesn't matter if you're wrong or right. Just take a couple of guesses. What's the third child's name? Would you say? It doesn't. Go ahead. So we have Nicholas, Penny. What's the third child? I can't hear you. Just say anything.
Whatever you dime. Literally dime.
Oh, you're muted. Say something, Kepra, to see if you can hear me.
I'm not sure. Are you?
No, not too bad.
Dominic, dime.
Okay, good. Dime. Okay, good. So good. So go ahead. You're gonna say the question with me, and you're gonna point to the coins as you're saying it. Okay. Okay, Heka Kepra, can you hear me?
Yeah.
And you guys don't type in the room. Don't guess in the room. Don't type anything. This is just with me and Heka. You can type later. Okay.
Yes.
Benjamin's mom had 3 children. One's name was Nicholas, that was the male. The other one's name was Penny, that was a daughter. The third one's name, point to the dime. What's the third one's name? The third child. Maybe your son knows. Your son knows. I see his face. He knows. Your son knows.
I hear you're echoing. It's like I hear you saying the question 2 times, but it's overlapping.
Oh, it must be coming from everybody else. I'm going to put everybody else on mute.
Okay.
Everybody want to put you on mute so it doesn't echo. Mute. I'm going to mute. Okay, good. Can you hear me now without the echo?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I had to put you on mute. Awesome. Okay. It sounds crazy, right? It's echoing. Okay, here we go.
No, you still echoing.
It's still echoing.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like you're asking me the question twice, and I can't understand what you're saying.
Do you have your YouTube muted? Your YouTube?
Yeah, it's off. It's muted.
I shouldn't be echoing. That's very strange. Okay. Maybe you can just repeat the question. Do you remember the question?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Benjamin's mom had. Go ahead. Repeat it.
I think you said something about Benjamin's mom had a daughter named Penny.
No, Benjamin's mom had 3 children.
Had 3 children.
One's name was
Penny.
One's name was
Nicholas.
And the other one has to be
had 3 children.
So what's the other one's name?
Benjamin.
There we go. Finally. Okay, good.
Yeah.
You got
It's like you saying it twice. I hear you 2 times.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Okay, good. So look in the room. Everybody's typing Dime, Damien, Dominique. Okay. What is happening there? That took a long time, and everybody in the room typed a whole bunch of things that sounded like it had something to do with the nickel, the dime that's in your hand, right?
Right.
So that's called it's called pace and lead. So pace and lead is when you're following a story. So you think the next part of the story has to logically do with what your next sense sees. So if you're hearing a story and the story match with your ears and your eyes, then the next answer should match with your ears and your eyes. So therefore everybody's looking and saying, Damien, Diamond. When if Benjamin's mom had 3 children, the third child would have to be Benjamin.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, good. So I just wanted to show that, and it doesn't matter. Don't worry. 99% of everybody that asked that, I asked that to, gets it wrong. Everybody gets it wrong. You actually got it right the fastest. Yeah. So, okay, so now I want to show everybody just a live demonstration of how neuro-linguistic programming works. And now we're going to get into how it's actually working against us and how it can work for us. But I want to show some examples, and we're going to need some participation too, so you all can stay on the screen. And what's Warette? Are you hearing me in real time? Wave if you're hearing me or in real time. I think she's okay. Bev, are you hearing me in real time? Wave if you're hearing me in real time. Okay, good. I think once we're a little. Oh, there we go. Okay, yay. Okay. All right. So let's get on with it, everybody. Welcome to 2G Podclass. The question is asked about NLP. You 3 can stay on even when I put it on screen share. You guys will actually be on the side of the screen. So let's get into it, everybody. That was a little Benjamin's mom demonstration. So now let's go through some things. And thank you all for coming on. Hold on. Hold on a moment. Oh, okay. I see it. Okay, good. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So here we go. Let me go ahead and put this on screen share. and we're going to see how the human memory works. And Bev and Wasret, you can participate. Mainly Bev though, because I think Wasret's reception is a little bit behind the live time. And you can participate too. So here we go. Let me go ahead and show the screen. Put this on screen share, and let's have some fun with this question, neurolinguistic programming. Let us test our minds. Okay, boom. So here we go on the screen here. So let me blow this up a little bit. All right. So we have some dark skin entertainers, sports players, and we have some fair skin entertainers, sports players. None of these actors are named. Let's see which ones you remember. Name 3 of the fair skin entertainers or sports players. Let me put this up on the screen. So can you see this, Bev? And can you see this, Heka Kepara? Can you see all these beautiful people on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. Wonderful. Okay, so go ahead. We'll see how your memory works. So we have some dark skin, some fair skin. I want you to, none of them are named. Let's see which ones you remember the best. Let's see if you remember the fair skin ones the best. Name 3 of the fair skin entertainers or sports players you see on the screen. We'll start with you, Heka Kepara. Go ahead and name 3 of them.
Terrence Howard.
All right.
Steph Curry.
Woo!
Will Smith.
Man, that's it. You're done. That's it. Okay. Okay, you passed. We got which one is which? So Terrence Howard is up here?
Bottom left-hand corner.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So we got Terrence Howard. Who else did you name? Will Smith and who else?
Will Smith and Steph Curry, the bottom right-hand corner.
Okay, good memory. Let me get it back to the screen so I can see you all. Okay, Bev, go ahead and you try. Let's see. Let's see if you can go. Let's see how your memory is. Go ahead and name 3 of the fair skin entertainers or sports players that you see on the screen. None of them are labeled. Who do you got, Bev? I don't know if Bev can hear. Oh, Bev, you may be on mute. 1 second, Bev. Hold on. Let me fix you up. You are on mute. Okay, Bev, you are off mute. I'm going back to the screen. Go ahead and name 3 of them, 3 of the fair skin entertainers. Who do you got? None of them are named here. I want you to go ahead and name them off your memory. Who do you got?
These are the ones that I know, to be honest. Will Smith. Eddie Murphy and Wesley Snipes. I know they're not necessarily the lightest ones, but they're the only ones with the names that I know.
Oh, okay. So you know what? Okay, since you don't know the names, tell me which box. So we got Will Smith by name. That's one of the fair skin ones. Give me which box is the other 2. Is it box number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Number 2. I think he was in a detective or a detective series. He looks familiar.
Okay.
And then it would be the bottom row, number 3.
This guy right here?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Boom. Okay, good. Those are the answers. We will continue with the class, and we're going to get back to this. So just off again, we got Will Smith. So for you, Heka Kepara, 3 of the fair skin entertainers are Will Smith, Steph Curry, and Terrence Howard.
Yes.
And then for you, Bev, we have Will Smith, this guy here, and this guy here.
Well, Will Smith was the only one that I knew. The brother on the furthest right-hand corner on the bottom row is lighter than Will Smith if we're going by who I think is the lightest skinned.
Okay, yeah, so we got this one and Will Smith. Boom, 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 right?
What is the question? Who's the lightest skinned? Who I know?
Three of the fair skinned entertainers, or just point to them. Just
this one here would be lighter than Will Smith.
So Will Smith, this guy here, and you chose this guy here.
The last one on the bottom row, yeah.
Okay, good. Oh, this one here.
Yes.
Okay, good. So you guys have the same. Both of you have Steph Curry. I think this Shamar Moore. I forget this guy's name. And Will Smith. Okay, good. You guys have kind of named the same people except for he named Terrence Howard. Okay, let us continue. Wonderful, wonderful. Let us continue. Here we go. Okay. Let's get into NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, and how it works and how our mind is programming. So, our mind is programmed. Let me go ahead and move this up to the top. And, oh, this is in the way. Okay, I see it. Here we go. All right. So, if I said I want to come over and watch some kinky movies, what does that mean? We'll start with Bev. Bev, what does that mean? If I said I want to come over and watch some kinky movies with you, what would that mean, Bev?
Something X-rated, adults only. That would be my initial reaction. Yeah.
Okay, something X-rated. I like that. Okay, good. Brett is back in the house, and we're gonna go ahead and mute everybody until it's their time to speak because it's gonna echo. Okay, so I'm not gonna ask Higa Kepara that question, but we'll stick with Bev. Okay, so Westred actually put her answer in the room. The three fair-skinned entertainers or sports players are Shamar Moore, Steph Curry, and Terrence Howard. You guys, all three of you have the Steph Curry, and two people have the Terrence Howard, and two people have Shamar Moore. Thank you, Westred. You typed it in the room. Appreciate it. So I asked Bev if I wanted to come over and watch some kinky movies. She would say it has to do with X-rated. Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. This is good. Here we go. Okay. So, what does sleeping with someone mean? We all know that means, okay, what is intercourse? What is a dirty movie or a dirty mind? If someone is sexually normal, what are they called? Heka Kepara, I'm going to take you off mute. If someone is sexually normal, like heterosexual, what's another term for them? Let's see. Are you on mute? What's another term for somebody who is... Stop screen. Let me take you off of mute. Are you on mute, my brother? Can you hear me? I don't know if you're on mute. Oh, unmute. Here we go. Okay, good. If someone is heterosexual, what's another term for that?
Normal.
You're either gay or you're
straight.
There we go. Straight. Beautiful.
Straight.
Awesome. Put you back on mute. Okay, everybody, this is good. We're getting some answers here, and let us continue with this interactive part of the pod class. So, if someone is heterosexual or considered normal, they're called straight. Okay, and what does fair mean? Fine. We have fine. What is fine? And what is cotton picking, messing with, screwed? All these terms dealing with neuro-linguistic programming. Let us get into it, everybody. So let's look up fair. What does fair mean? Fair means pleasing to the sight. That's what fair means. Pleasing to the sight, a person of bodily features, also objects, places, beautiful, handsome, attractive, right? Then they put bright, clear, pleasant, not rainy, like as in weather. Okay, so fair, let me get back to the screen here so I can see everybody. Boom. So fair means to be beautiful, means to be attractive. Okay. So what just happened here? Let's see the answers we got. We got Shamar Moore, Steph Curry, Terrence Howard. We got two Terrence Howards, two Steph Currys, and one Terrence Howard. And an interesting thing happened with Bev is that when Bev went to repeat the question, she actually repeated the question by substituting the word fair with light. She said, did you ask who's the lightest? And then she said, I think the brother down at the corner is lighter than Will Smith. And if everybody notices in my question, the word light actually never came out of my mouth. I actually never said anything about light. I actually said, off of memory, who are the three fair-skinned people? So this is a part of neurolinguistic programming where in our mind, we actually associate fair with having to do with a lighter or darker skin. Now let's go back to the questions again. Let's go back to the screen share again. And don't worry, everybody, this is what happens to all of us. I did this when I was 18. Let's look at back all these people right here. So all these people are actually very attractive and very handsome. They're very attractive, very handsome. But in our mind, through neurolinguistic programming, we've actually been believed that the word fair, even though nobody's ever explained it to us through conversation, that this man here, this dark-skinned man here, is not fair, when actually he is. This sister over here who's dark, she's very fair. I think she's beautiful. Eddie Murphy, I'm not a judge of men, but I've heard a lot of women say he's a very handsome man. But in our mind's programming, we automatically went to light being associated with fair, when in actuality, fair has to do with beauty. But that's a part of neurolinguistic programming that we all fall for, as in what Snow White said, or what the witch said, mirror, mirror. I'm not even going to say it. I'm going to tell it later. But, okay, so let's go into it, everybody. We're going to go into how this actually happens and how our brain actually transmitted these words. And Terrence Howard, I'm supposed to speak about him later, but I don't have any time. His gravity thing, but we're gonna get that later. Okay, so here we go. So now, when I said to Bev, I want to come over and watch some kinky movies, she said X-rated. Okay, that's actually interesting. So when you type in kinky movies into the internet, a lot of things pop up. Only these things I could actually post, because if I post some of the other things, they'll actually shut down the channel. So you see people tied up like a dog, 8 kinky nights. You see a lot of chains. You see a lot of things that has to do with sex. You see a man dressed up with Freddy Krueger hands and a woman here chained up. And these are what are associated with the word kinky. Okay. Through neurolinguistic programming, we associate the word kinky with sexuality. But not just any kind of sexuality, the opposite of being straight. We actually associate it with perversion. Kinky is a word that actually deals now with perversion in our minds. In reality, this, through neurolinguistic programming, this is what we call kinky hair. So we call this kinky hair, and we call this a kinky movie. This is kinky hair. This is a kinky movie. This is the high official Hessie Ray over here. Hessie Ray, the high official of Zoser in the time of Imhotep. And if people were to look at his hair, they would say this is kinky hair that he has. And this is kinky, and this is kinky. Neurolinguistic programming, the way that it works, this particular spell, it works through sexual, let me fix this. Sorry. Sexual distortion. It works with areas of the brain that associate sex with something bad, and then associates our physical attributes with the part of sex that is either something bad or just sex in general. And they purposely name these things to associate our mind with it. So this is kinky, and here is kinky. Kinky now is full of kinks, twists, curly. See? Curly, that's kinky. But yet this is kinky. And this is kinky. So this is how neurolinguistic programming works. Ever since we're a child, we're taught these strange words. And in actuality, these words have double meaning. One of the meanings directly deals with the way we look. And I'm just speaking about a particular type of people, the way that we look as a people, and associates that look with sexuality, because of the fact that sexuality, when it comes to human programming, is seen as something that is either bad, seen as something that is negative. That's why you don't want your children to watch movies with what we call explicit sex, but they can watch Animal Kingdom with 2 lions having sex. But when it comes to us having sex, cover the children's eyes. The 2 people are having sex, but 2 cats could be having sex outside, and nobody covers the children's eyes. So we associate sex with something negative, kinky, and they also apply it to our hair. This is a form of neurolinguistic sex magic that is being used. Now, the other term I used is called sleeping with. What is sleeping with associated with? It's associated with the neurolinguistic programming that's associates with another part of our physical makeup, are those people who supposedly have kinky hair, and that is sleeping is a form, let me move this out of the way. Sleeping is a form of a long nap. So we have kinky hair dealing with sex, and then we have sleeping with, which is associated with napping. As a matter of fact, if we go up over here and move over to this side over here, we see nappy. Let me see if I can move this to the side here on the screen. So nappy, having abundance of a nap on the surface. Nappy, having a head of foamy, a slang slightly fuzzy, is now associated with nappy. Okay, but nappy is actually, the root word of nappy is actually the word nap, which means to sleep, which is another term associated with sex, which is another term associated with our particular texture of hair. So here is nappy hair, and here is nappy hair. This is nappy hair, and this is nappy hair, supposedly, but napping means to sleep. Okay, so this is nap. When you look it up, nap, have a short sleep. So we have noun 1 and we have noun 2, nap. The root word of napping and nappy, to have a short sleep. Middle English, napping. That's where the word comes from, right? Okay, during physical slavery, and this is how it all started, is during physical slavery, woolly-haired people were forced to do thousands of things. Thousands of tasks were forced to be done, but for some reason, only one of the tasks became a popular term, even used to this day. What is that term? I'm going to go back to the screen with Heka Kepara and Beverly. What is the term that was used in slavery that's still used today that is a very popular term? And I'm going to get you to fill in the blanks. Let me go back, stop the screen share. Okay, Bev, what is a term that's used? Oh, let me get this off the screen, sorry. What is a term that's used in slavery, that was used in so-called slavery, that's used today? And I'm going to get you to fill in the blanks. You must be out of your blanking mind. Let me get you off of mute. Sorry, you're in mute. Let me get you off of mute. Unmute. All right, go, Bev. You must be out of your blanking mind. What's that term?
Cotton picking.
Right. Have you heard of that Heka Kepara? Of course. I know West Red has, but I think she's, I don't know if she's in real time, but she can type in the room, but I know she has. So you must be out of your cotton picking mind. Why is that a term used still today? But why don't they say strawberry picking mind? Slaves didn't pick strawberries? How about you must be out of your railroad making mind? Did slaves make railroads? How about building buildings? How about you must be out of your house picking mind? Didn't slaves also pick oranges? Didn't slaves supposedly do all forms of physical labor that the European didn't want to do? But the only term that's used today is that one, cotton picking mind. Let's go back to the screen here and see how this all works. So this is all part of neurolinguistic programming that actually generates how we feel about ourselves and generates hatred for sex. Why? Because cotton picking is cotton is a particular texture. Okay, so when they say that Jesus had hair like lamb's wool and all this foolishness, we know that Jesus didn't exist. But when they say somebody had hair like lamb's wool and his hair is like lamb or cotton, they're talking about woolly hair. As a matter of fact, it's such a popular term that you can actually buy the shirt on Amazon. You can actually go to Amazon right now and you can buy the shirt for $16.99. Have you lost your cotton picking mind? But you can't buy this shirt for anything else that's really good. Okay, you can't buy that shirt for anything else. They want to keep the term cotton picking in your head because cotton is the same texture as the hair that they're calling coarse, nappy. It's all part of this kinky. I'm gonna go ahead and mute. I gotta mute everybody because it is echoing on my side. So let me go ahead and do this. Mute, you're muted. And I'm going to mute you. And I think West Red has always been muted. Nope. Okay, good. Let me get back to the screen. All right. So cotton picking. Cotton picking is actually a slave term that was purposely made through neurolinguistic programming. What is the origin of the phrase cotton picking? It can be It can come as a little surprise that the term cotton picking originated in the southern states of the USA, where it was usually pronounced cotton picking. Began in 1700s, and it deals with Dixie, 19th century Dixie term, and it deals with a derogatory racist term, cotton picking. So when they say you must be out of your cotton picking mind, is because they always wanted to keep that term in our mind because of the texture of cotton. The way that this works is this works through NLP, and it also works through what's called synesthesia. So you all can look up synesthesia. Synesthesia is a form of neural programming that deals with linguistics and all the other senses. So synesthesia works like this: if you are walking down the street at a particular time of the day and you find yourself feeling sad, you find yourself feeling angry, but it's always at a particular time of the day, and you're trying to figure out, why am I feeling like this at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Always when I'm by this bus stop or this time of the day, why do I feel like this? So synesthesia works as such. It takes your senses and it combines the neurological connection between two senses so that if one happens, the second one happens automatically. So, for example, you go to a funeral and it is your mother or your father or your loved one's funeral. At that funeral, they were handing out roses and we'll just say roses for now. They're handing out roses to everybody and carnations. You have to wear a rose and a carnation on your shirt, a live, actual rose and carnation that has a smell. So what happens is every day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you find yourself feeling sad and depressed. And then you start to realize, wait a minute, what's around me? You start to look at your surroundings. And when you look at your surroundings at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you are by a bus stop, which is directly on the street of a flower shop. And when you look into that flower shop, the main flowers that they sell are roses and carnations. You can't see the flowers, but you can smell the scent coming in through the doors. So through neurological synesthesia, it combines two senses, and that is your sense of smell with another sense. And now every time you smell a rose, you feel sad or chills because of the fact that you were at a wake or a funeral, at a memorial of a loved one, and they were handing out the roses. That synesthesia, it combines two senses. So the way the synesthesia works through neurolinguistic programming with cotton picking is that we, of course, those who were in slavery, I'm not talking about everybody, but those who were in slavery hated the feel of what they were forced to do. So if they were forced to constantly pick cotton, they hated the feel of that cotton because it reminded them of the work. So every time they touched their hair, every time they felt something similar to that, synesthesia can arise, and it can actually form a self-sadness, to synesthesia. So thus this starts the development of the hatred of woolly cotton-like hair. So of all the other things that we could have touched, nothing else had a texture that was similar to the skin or the hair other than cotton, even though slaves picked strawberries, slaves picked oranges, slaves did watermelons, they built railroads, but none of those things feel like anything that deals with the neurolinguistic programming and the synesthesia programming that would develop a self-hate other than cotton. So they take that terminology and they continue that terminology of all the thousands of things all the way to 2022, where in Amazon now you can buy a shirt that says you must be out of your cotton picking mind, and that is synesthesia mixed with neurolinguistic programming. Okay, it's all neurolinguistic programming. All right, so let's go on. Now, the term sleeping with again deals with napping and deals with resting. And that is the exact same term as your hair. It deals with sexuality. Let me go over here. Okay, now this word intercourse. They took the term intercourse, which everybody's familiar with. Intercourse deals with sexuality. And of course, they took the word intercourse, and now that also deals with the texture of people's hair, but thicker people's hair, mainly people with woolly hair. See, I can't comb my hair, it's too coarse. I have to perm my hair, it's too coarse. And every time you hear the word coarse, you also hear intercourse. So there's three terms that deal with sex, that deal directly with our hair, and that is not a coincidence. You have kinky, which is being sexually unstraight, which is another term for our hair, kinky and straight, but the other people's hair, but kinky, napping, sleeping with, and coarse, dealing with intercourse. All these terms, because this is dealing with sex magic. So this woman right here, I'm going to shrink this down. And what does this article say? What is this? It shows this woman with beautiful hair, here, and it says here, everything you need to know about coarse hair. So this hair is supposed to be coarse hair, okay? Because it's unstraight, it's cotton hair. So cotton hair is also coarse hair, and it's also kinky hair. All three words dealing with sexuality. Now, I want you to fill in the blanks. We already did this in the beginning, fill in the blanks. People say, I'm not gay, I am, and Heka Kepara says, straight. Or you may say, man, that girl is beautiful, she's fine. So now straight and fine are terms that deal with beauty. So fair, straight, and fine are all terms that deal with beauty. So this woman here, she has straight hair. Her hair is thin, which makes it fine. And of course, this is the complexion of the woman who was in the cartoon. It said, mirror, mirror. Well, I'm not even going to say the rest because that's another test. But here it is right here. So now straight deals with being sexually unperverted, according to if you believe in that or not. I believe in that, but some people, you know. Anyways, so if you're sexually normal, then you're straight. So straight is associated with something good. When you hear the word straight, it's good. Fair is associated with something beautiful, and fine is associated as a slang that's usually used, usually with black people, actually. Man, that girl's fine. That's a fine. And fine is now something beautiful. All the terminology that deals with the texture that is not your hair and the complexion that is usually not the complexion of the original people compared to people that are extremely lighter. So this woman's hair is straight and fine. And I guess this woman here, her hair is also straight and fine. And I guess she's fine too. And I guess she's fair skinned. But this is all dealing with neuro-linguistic programming, which affects us dramatically. So this is for the brother Nito. Now we're going to deal with dirty mind. Why dirty? So, and you'll notice that everything that falls on your clothes to mess it up, it's called dirty, right? My shirt is dirty. I have to go to the laundromat. I spilled coffee on my shirt, so now it's dirty. I spilled coffee on my shirt, but coffee is not dirt though. Is coffee dirt? You could spill ink on your shirt, ink on your pants. Man, I got to take this to the cleaners. My pants got dirty. You could spill something pink on your shirt. You could spill strawberry sherbet on your shirt, and you could say, man, it's dirty. You could have toys laying in your house that are all pink Care Bears laying in your house. And when you walk in, you say, oh man, hold on. The guests can't come over. My house is dirty. But dirt has nothing to do with the actual thing you're talking about. But dirt is a particular color that you're made to hate through neuro-linguistic programming and synesthesia. So therefore, anything that is out of place, anything that is unclean, kinky, nasty, that's what they call sex too, doing the nasty, all of that is dirty. If you think about sex, now sex is associated with something disgusting, so you have a dirty mind, neuro-linguistic programming. Or if you're thinking about sex and you voice it, they'll say, get your mind out of the gutter. Get your mind out of the gutter. When nobody that I know has sex in the gutter. Nothing about sexuality has anything to do with gutter. The gutter is the place where filth goes into. The gutter is the drain. But sex is not filthy, but that is neuro-linguistic programming to have you associate sex with something kinky, nasty, dirty, and have dirt as the color of brown, kinky as your hair color, sleeping with nappy, and all these terms that have to do with a particular race of people that they had to control through mind control. So therefore, everything is dirty. A mind often occupied with thinking about sex in an indecent and an offensive way. So if you think about sex in a good way, it's not dirt. What does sex have to do with dirt? Dirt is where you grow plants out of, right? But now sex is associated with dirt only if you think about it in an offensive, indecent way. So if you go to college and they have sex education and anatomy class, nobody will tell the college professor you have a dirty mind. But if you think about it in a way that offends somebody, all of a sudden now sex is associated with dirt. This is neuro-linguistic programming. So again, we're going to ask the question, with the right state of mind, which one of these people are fair? And I would say all of them. All of these sisters are fair because all of them to me are gorgeous and beautiful, because fair actually has nothing to do with being light skinned. It has to do with being, you know what fair has to do with? It has to do with two things. It deals with being beautiful and being equal, like fair and square, but beautiful and equal. So with neurolinguistic programming removed, then you can look at all these women and none of them look like Steph Curry. None of them look like Terrence Howard. And we can appreciate everybody and say, if you're light skinned and you're beautiful, you're fair. If you're dark skinned and you're beautiful, you are fair, because fair actually just means beautiful once we rid our mind of neural linguistic programming and pace and lead programming. Okay, now we're going to go into the last part here, and this part is very strange. This is going to get very strange for some people because this actually deals with CERN, but I linked it into this. So here we go. So now for the ultimate proof of NLP test was a movie teaching children about beauty. So there was a movie that focused on beauty, and of course the character's name was what? Snow White. Of course, white, because this movie is all about beauty and princesses and an ugly woman wanting to be beautiful. But I want everybody to finish this sentence for me. Everyone finish this sentence for me. Blank, blank on the wall. Now, everybody except for my moderators. Moderators, do not type this in. I repeat, moderators, because I teach you personally, you know the answer to this. So please, moderators, Ahati, don't type this in. Sinetia Moon, don't type this in. Ankia Ma'at, Nania Setmer, none of you type this in. I want the rest of the room to type this in, and I'm going to go back to the people in the room, and I want everybody to finish the sentence. Blank, blank on the wall. Who is the blankest of them all? Let me go ahead and get back to the room. I'm going to cut off this stop screen. Okay, I'm going to take you off of mute. Unmute. Unmute. Get back to the room. I'm going to cut off. I'm going to start with you, Bev. Okay, hold on. Mute. Unmute.
You can't hear, can you?
Okay, Bev. Finish that sentence. Blank, blank on the wall. Who is the blankest of them all?
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
Nice. What's Red is not in the room, probably because she had the difficulties, but she is participating. Thank you, What's Red. Mirror, mirror. All right, moderators, do not answer the question. All right, Heka Kepara and Wakanda Sun.
Wakanda Sun.
I want you to answer. Mirror, mirror. What? Fill in the blanks. Blank, blank on the wall. Who is the blankest of them all?
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all?
All right. And Wakanda Sun, what do you say?
What do you say?
Fill in the blank.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all?
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Mirror, mirror on the wall. And you guys can type it in the room too. What's Red said fairest. That's right. So we know that this movie, Snow White, it wasn't dealing with different complexions, was it? It was just dealing with beauty. So whoever said that said blank, blank on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all? You got one part right. That's right. It said who is the fairest, and she wasn't talking about skin complexion at all. She was talking about beauty. She gave the real definition of beauty, but your memory and everybody's memory in the room has them thinking a sentence that never ever existed in the movie. What? If I told her everybody's memory
He said it never existed.
It never existed. But it's programmed in your brain, isn't it? But it never happened. Want me to show you? I'm going to show you. There's nowhere in the movie ever in existence where anybody ever said, mirror, mirror on the wall. That never happened. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Now, this one is a little cheat because the reason why you think it happened is because oh man, let me play it. Let me play it for. Let me mute you guys. That's gonna go into a whole nother class, but it's gonna go into the simulated reality. Okay, so here we go. We got people typing, man. Okay, here we go. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest that was never said? Let's see what was actually said. And everybody in the room type mirror, mirror, mirror on the wall. Let's go ahead, everybody, and see what's actually said. How was this programming in our mind where everybody, people who don't even know each other, say the same thing? What was actually said? Let's see. Okay, so we'll shrink it down. We're breaking the matrix. Here we are. We're breaking the matrix. All right, so there we are. Have Saba Tehuti, the matrix breaker. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. Boom, we see the matrix in effect. Now let's get into what was actually said. And I'll see if, here we go. Boom. Oh.
Slave in the magic mirror, come from the farthest space. Through wind and darkness I summon thee. Speak. Let me see thy face.
What wouldst thou know, my queen?
Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?
Famed is thy beauty, majesty.
Boom. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take it off of the screen share. Stop sharing. Okay, so magic mirror on the wall. Whom is the fairest? So never, ever since Snow White from the 1940s or when did it, if you go back and get an old movie and play it, never was a sentence said, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? But everybody and their mothers, grandfathers, dogs, cousins, uncle will tell you that they will swear that in that movie it said, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? And in actuality, it said, magic mirror on the wall. But our memory of it changed. Now that one is a little cheat because I want to show you that your mind can be manipulated and you have a memory from somewhere else. There's a memory from somewhere else. That's another class that deals with CERN changing the reality that we once thought we knew, that we still think we know, in another dimension. And when it changed, we have memories from the past one. And that's why all of us have it. That's a whole nother class though. That's a class, that class gets kind of scary, kind of weird, the dimensional shift change, but it ties into the simulated reality that Bev asked about. So we know now that fair always meant to be beautiful, had nothing to do with light skin. We know now that what we thought was right, what we thought is in our mind, mirror, mirror, never was that. We know now why they use terms like kinky, has to do with sexual perversion, when it actually has to do with our hair. It doesn't have to do with our hair. These are all terms like screwed. What is a screw? A twist. It's a twist. So if you say, man, that girl, man, I want to screw that girl, man. I want to screw that girl. Please, if somebody could send me any movie where people have sex going like this. Have you ever seen anybody have sex and twisting their penis like that? I never seen that. So but we say it all the time. We say, man, I want to screw that girl, because the term screw is a term that deals with negativity, sex, and also twists. Screws have twists in them. So when you say, man, did you screw that girl? You'll say, oh yes, I had sex with her. But yet the position and the way that you did it wasn't like a screw. But when you say, man, I tried to get into this pyramid scheme, there's another one, pyramid scheme. I tried to get into this network marketing thing, man. I donated my money to it. I put my money in it, man. I got screwed. How does that happen? How does the term screwed deal with the act that it takes to make a child, the beautiful act that it takes to produce all life on the planet, how does it deal with you being robbed? Man, you screwed me out of my money, man. I don't want to get screwed in this. I can't be a business partner with you because I'm going to end up getting effed at the end. I'm going to end up getting screwed at the end. All the words that deal with sexuality also deal with hatred and also deal with negativity. Man, I got to clean this house because it's dirty. It's messy. The children messed it up. It's dirty. Hey, stop talking about sex. Your mind is dirty. Yo, you're with that girl over there? Is that who you're messing with? Now, messiness. They say, stop talking all that gossip. That's messy. But if you're with a girlfriend or a boyfriend, they'll say, yo, who are you messing with? Yo, I'm messing with Charlita over there, man. She's fine. So messing, screwed, effed, all deals with negativity and sex. Only in a culture that deals with neurolinguistic programming and a culture that makes you want to hate sexual reproduction or get your mind associated with genderless society or all gender society. This is the only culture, only European culture takes words that deal with intercourse, sexuality, and turn it into words that deal with hatred, disagreeableness. Yo, that girl over there, yeah, me and her effed. Yeah, I effed that girl. Yo, that guy got beat to a pulp. He got effed up. How? How could the act of sex be associated with a man getting destroyed to a pulp? Those two words should have nothing to do with each other, but they do. So screwed, effed, all these different terms. Smashed, hit. It all deals with violence. Yeah, we smashed. Yo, you want to hit that? Yo, you got effed up, man. I effed her, man. She got screwed, man. I nailed that. And all these terms that deal with violence, sex, messiness, messing, dirty, all deal with negativity and sex at the same time. That is neurolinguistic programming. Thank you, Brother Nito Campbell, for asking that question. That is how we answer questions at the Tehuti Podclass with the help of Waseret, Heka Kepara, and Bev, who helped with the answer, because without them, we couldn't do the experiments. We now know that Benjamin's mother's last child is Benjamin. We know that Eddie Murphy is fair-skinned. We know there's no mirror on the wall and all these other terms that are in our brain. We've all been neuro-linguistically and synthetically programmed. Thank you all for that. Boom, boom, boom. I hope you appreciated that answer, Nito Campbell, wherever you may be. Thank you, Bev, for participating. Thank you, Heka Kepara. And thank you. What's the son's name again? Thank you. Heka Kepara's son. The son of Kepara's son. Thank you, Kepara's son. Okay, boom. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say thank you for participating, Heka Kepara. I'm going to go back and just give a shout out to those who send donations, and I'm going to answer the rest of the questions next week. Mitcha, I'm sorry, my brother. You've sent a lot of things in that I haven't, and you give a lot of donations. I'm going to for sure. I don't even think if Mitch is still here. I don't even know if he's still here. I'm going to for sure begin the next class with you sent a question about the Shemsu Hor. Who are they? What is the Shemsu Hor? I'm going to break that down, but it is 1:16 in the morning. Morning means to wake up. It also means to be sad. More neurolinguistic programming. Morning, wake up, but also sad. Okay, so shout out to everybody. I'm going to go through some more of that's exactly right, Tracy. Wow, somebody wanted sex and violence on our mind really 24/7. Really nice, huh? That is actually true. What are the two top-selling movies? What are the two top-selling topics of movies? Sex and violence. KRS-One even put out an album, Sex and Violence, Sex and Violence. Those are the 2 top sellers because that is what controls the world. Why? Because that is what deals with your reptilian brain, the oldest part of the brain that deals with sex and violence and food. It deals with dopamine. It deals with the fight or flight aspect of our brain, which is biological imperative self-preservation, sex and violence, protecting your family through violence because you have to protect your family from those that are trying to attack you. In order to reproduce the family, you have to have sex. So they took the term sex and violence and made them, which were positive, protective terms to us as people in the Nile Valley and really everywhere in the world. And they took the sex and violence and made every terminology you could think of have to deal with the sex and violence negativity. They always have a negative word that it deals with it. But sex is the only word that is an action. It's a verb that is also a noun, which you are. So sex is an action. 2 people can have sex, but sex is actually what you are also. When they ask you on your job application, what sex are you? It's the only verb that does that. So you can run, that's an action. Sex is an action. Fighting is an action. But sex is the one action that is actually what you are the manifestation of. And that's why they ask you, what sex are you? It comes from the word seka'u. Seka'u, which was the aspect in the Per Emharu of bringing the body back together. But that's a whole nother class. Let's get on to the next one. Woo! Let's get on to it, everybody. Let's get on to it. Boom. All right. Wakanda forever. Let's get on to it. Here we go. All right. We're going to shout out the questions that were asked in this one here. So this one is shout out to Dave Gord. That sounds familiar. Dave Gord. Oh, that's a nice one. Was Akhenaten Moses. Okay. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. I like that one. I think I was asked that. I was asked that in this podcast. We're going to get into it. Not right now, though, because it is after 1. I have to sleep, but I'm going to give everybody their respect for the questions and the donations that they sent in. And I'm going to go ahead and put this in the... Here we go. So shout out to Dave Gord 3281, who says he has a peace sign. Was Akhenaten Moses with a praise sign. Oh, like Ahmed Osman. Thanks. That's right. There's a book which I have in the next room called Akhenaten Moses by this author right here. I have it in the room, and I'm definitely going to comment on that. Let me put it in the room. Sorry, I didn't screen share it. Let me put it in the room. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And there's the question, everybody, from Dave Gord. Shout out to Dave Gord. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the question. Was Akhenaten Moses like Ahmed Osman thinks? Great question, and we will definitely get into that. Whew. Next week is going to be busy, too. Let me go ahead and put a note by that. Hold on, everybody. Let me go ahead and delete Snow White. And where is Akhenaten Moses question? Where is it? My eyes are... Here it is. Is it? There it is. Boom. Okay, so I'm going to put a note for there. Next week, we'll get into it. Okay. Next week asked this class. Okay. Everybody, I try my best to answer everybody's questions. So that's why I make notes beside the questions that I don't get to, because I don't want to leave anybody hanging. So shout out to you, Dave. Nito Campbell again with he's with the what does it say? Oh, for peace. Thank you, Nito Campbell. That's what I need right now, everybody. I just need the donations. No more questions for right now because I am jammed packed with questions. Here we go. Boom. And we're going to go ahead and put that on the screen. Thank you, everybody, for participating, too. Westward, shout out to you, Bev, and Hika Kepara and Hika Kepara's son. Shout out to you all for participating. You are awesome. Okay, here we go. Boom. Nito Campbell with the $18. I appreciate it. And Nito Campbell, you are always supporting. So you definitely get a round of applause. Shout out to you, Nito Campbell. That's 2 for Nito Campbell. That's 2. He sends one every class before class. Shout out to Nito Campbell. You're awesome, my brother. Appreciate the respect. You are a great supporter, a great question asker, and I hope that you got to catch the answer that I just gave you. I know you'll probably catch it afterwards, but if you're out there and you heard that NLP breakdown, I know you appreciate it. I wouldn't even say I hope you appreciate it. I know you did because you're Nito Campbell. All right. Shout out to you, my brother. Let's go on. We got Nathaniel. Always. Nathaniel, another completely consistent supporter. Thanks for the information. Nito Campbell is a great he's a great mannered brother, great mild mannered brother, very appreciative, and he's going to be a very strong brother. He's already strong, but he's going to be even stronger. I give you encouragement, Nito Campbell, and all that we spoke about, and I hope that you're taking steps towards advancing in those things that we talked about offline, so that you can be structured, organized, disciplined, and get out of the situation, because you are the deity of that situation. You control it all. Let me give a shout out to Nito Campbell. Let me go ahead and put his appreciation in the room. Is this Nito Campbell? Here he is. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Shout out to you. Thank you, my brother, for the $5. I'm going to give you a clap with my own hands because you are very consistent. Appreciate that, my brother, Nito Campbell. Don't know if you're in the room, but stay strong, my brother. You are you're a good brother, and you can defeat all adversities coming your ways through Ma'at. Okay. Next up is Anthony Peden. Anthony Peden has joined the Anthony Drain crew. They're both named Anthony, and they both are sending the 1072. Let me go ahead and do this, and let me go ahead and do this. Boom. The 1072. Put that in the room. Thank you, Anthony Peden. Anthony Peden is a great supporter. I appreciate that, my brother. Appreciate it. Is that showing in the room? Is it showing in the room? Yes, it is. Shout out to you, my brother, for the constant support. Appreciate it very much. You are awesome, fabulous, wonderful. Appreciate you, my brother. And thank you all those who are veterans in here, and those who who know more of what's going on and how much work it takes for me to do this. Thank you all for helping me out tonight by mainly sending support and not any more questions, because I have another 5 to start off next class, and that's not even the ones that were sent in this one. I have another 5 to do for the next class. Woo-wee. All right, that is the life of Tehuti, though. I love it. I'm here for that. Let's go. Shout out to you, my brother, Anthony Peden. All right, next up is... that is not a donation. Lamar Owens, who said, oh man. You know, these people are studying. I love these. I love this. Lamar, shout out to you, my brother. I don't even know if you're in the room anymore. I may do this one with you in a personal class. No, this one. Let's go. Let me go ahead and put it in the room, because we have personal class on Monday. You, me, and AJ for a Metanetter. Okay. I'm trying everybody on. I know all of you that have requested personal classes with me. The reason why I did the pod class is because it's so difficult for me to do personal classes because of the time. So that is why I haven't been able to. I know Bev, I know you want something, and Lamar, you asked for something. I had to squeeze you in with AJ's. Also, for everybody, let me put this on the screen first. I'm going to give the announcement about the MetaNetter. I have a MetaNetter understanding classes on Mondays. For those who want to participate, hit me up on Monday. I meet with AJ Super Magul, and it's going to be Scribe, and we're having a MetaNetter understanding class. Let me see something here. Scribe on the screen. Scribe, are you in the room, my brother? Okay. Scribe, are you in the room? Let me go ahead and do this. Put this in the room, and then give the announcement. Where is the screen? Share, screen share, boom, boom. Chrome tab. Yep. Okay, I hope that's in the room. Is that showing in the room? Shout out to, let me see if it's in the room. Hold on a second, everybody. I'm the one-man engineer. Okay. Shout out to the brother Lamar. It is in the room. Shout out to the 3372. I know why he sent that. 33. I know what that means. I could do a whole class on 33 and 72. Shout out to you for the 72. And the question is, let me go ahead and read the question to everybody. So the question is, it's 1:30 in the morning, everybody. It is 1:30 in the morning. It's going to be another 7-hour class. So the question is, difference between Eyes of Ra and Eyes of Horus. Heru. Great question. Let me go ahead. You know what? Yeah, Lamar, I'll add that to our MetaNetter class. Because it's a MetaNetter understanding, because it's actually a part of the MetaNetter understanding. So let me see if you're here. I'm gonna put a note beside your name. Where's Lamar? I don't see you. Strange. There you are. Is that you? Let's see. Lamar. Let me go ahead and put I'm gonna put answer in the Medu class. Answer in the Medu class for Lamar. So yes, everybody, let me get back to the screen and tell everybody again. I have Lamar, appreciate that. Get this off here. Shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate that. Let me get that off the screen. Here, there's so much going on here. Let me get it off the screen. So I have MetaNetter understanding class, walk through scripture class. So it is a class on Monday where I give an understanding, the deeper understandings of the MetaNetter with what's actually being read. So it's not a MetaNetter class. I do not claim, again, for everybody who's like, do you read fluent MetaNetter? And they throw things up on the wall. It's not that. It's not fluent MetaNetter, although you can become fluent in MetaNetter after several years, even decades. But this is a class where we actually go through writings that are in the Per Em Haru. I analyze the English and then show the MetaNetter that matches it, and then show a different understanding of a translation based on the symbols, and then it ends up turning into a class anyways. And then from there, you start to understand the MetaNetter that you have access to. Because I told AJ Super Magul and others that we don't have anybody to speak Metanetter fluently with. Even if you knew Metanetter fluently, you wouldn't have a person to speak it with unless that person knew Metanetter fluently. But understanding the writings, like the Book of the Dead, where it has the transliteration, or there's so many writings, but so many writings where it shows the legends of the gods, the evolutions of Kepera, where it shows Metanetter on one page, English on another, to be able to pair them up and see what the alternative understanding of those words are that can be used in ritual. That is what I teach on Mondays. For those who want to participate, hit me up, connect with me. Moderators, you can put the email in the room. I'm going to end up throwing it on the screen in a minute, but go ahead and throw that up there, and that is how you can become part of that class. We actually just started that. That is 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. Yikes, what's happening here? Hold on, I got scratched. 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. Whatever that time happens to be in your particular area, but in my time, look up 11:30 a.m. Pacific time and what it equals to on the part of the globe that you are on. Okay, let me continue. Shout out to Lamar. What do we got here? We got Israel Hoyley. Israel Hoyley. Oh, interestingly enough, his question is not even a question. His love to the Metanetter teachings. Interesting. What a synchronicity, as they call it. What a synchronicity. We'll let that go away, and then we'll put the next one in the room here. Shout out to Israel Hoyley, who I think is Dashe. I think there's so many names, it's hard to remember everybody's alternative name, but shout out to Israel Hoyley, who I think is Dashe, I think. Shout out to you for the 999, and that is for love of the Metanetter teachings. Thank you. You're welcome, my brother. Thank you for the appreciation. You are a great supporter. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's go through the last of these donations. RPM. That's what RPM stands for. Got you. Okay, RPM. All right. Let me delete this. RPM. I understand the name now. Wonderful. Shout out to RPM, who sends $5. Let me put this on the screen. And get that off the screen. And do it again. Boom. Shout out to RPM, who is that showing up on the screen? Let me go ahead and screen share it. Screen share Chrome tab, RPM. Shout out to RPM, who sends $5 for support. Love you, brother. Love you too, RBM. Appreciate the support, my brother. Appreciate the support. Like I said to everybody, don't be discouraged. Yes, we have the big timers sending in $25, $43 and all of that, and I solely really appreciate it. Thank you all for that. But whatever it is that you feel that you have that you can support, I appreciate it all. It's all appreciated. Okay, so thank you all for that. Let me go ahead and fix this. Hold on a second here. Okay, so shout out to you, RPM. Thank you for the support. Okay, thank you for the support. Okay. Let me get that off the screen. Shout out to you, my brother, RPM. I think that's the Royal Prince Majesty, Royal Prince Majestic. I like the name. I like it. Let's go. I'm going to close this out so we can close out the class. Demeech, another constant supporter who says, oh, Demeech. Shout out to Demeech. 1 second here. Okay. Shout out to Demeech, who says, holla Holla at your boy. Shout out to Demeech, who says, for holla at your boy. All right, I'm hollering at you, Demeech. I'm hollering at you. Peace and love. Nice to see you. Consistent brother in the room. Shout out to you and all of your support. 1 second, everybody. I got to fix something. Oh, okay. I got to weigh the scales. Balance. All right, we are balanced again. Okay. Shout out to you, Demeech. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're going to go to the next. We got Desmond Clark. Is he doing the 111222? I don't know. I'm not sure, but Desmond Clark, who does let me hold on a second. Get it off the screen and boom. Go like this. And Desmond Clark, who sends 111. 111. Is that it? That's it right there. There it is. That is it. 111. 1.11. Shout out to Desmond Clark. Appreciate it, my brother. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Okay. Let's go to the next one, the support, which is okay, here comes the big timers. All the big timers are coming up now. Oh, Desmond Clark. Desmond Clark, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's the 111. And the next one, shout out to Desmond Clark. I knew it. Here it is, 222. Whenever somebody sends the 111, Cash Peden, you did this. You did this. Cash Peden started this trend. And Jody, the 111, 222, 333, 444, 555, 666, 777. You guys started this awesome trend. Thank you. And he says, so this one actually is a question. Were the, okay, let me see if it's in the room. This is actually a question here. I'm going to like answering that. Oops. Is Desmond Clark in the room? Shout out to Desmond Clark, who says, were the Kemetians heliocentric, glyphs, or Greek? I understand the first question. I don't understand the second. So the first question is, were the Kemetians heliocentric? Got that? Because that is a question mark at the end. And then the next one says, glyphs are Greek? I'm going to go ahead and for next week, do the heliocentric part. I don't know what the glyphs or Greek part means, but okay. For next class 2. Okay, got you, my brother. Thank you for both donations. Thank you for the support. They all add up. I appreciate it. Desmond, I don't know if you're in the room, but you can maybe clarify the next part of the question when I see you again. I understand the first part. First part is pretty easy. Easy. I love to answer that, but I'm tired now, so we're going to push it to next week. But that's going to be a nice, deep, quick one. It's going to be a quick. It's going to be high tech. And here comes the big timers. The big timers are here. Here they are. Hika Keparov, of course, who's just on the screen with Sun. And he sent support. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. Thank you. And I think you sent me a question that I got to get to next week, which is funny. It had to do with the person you picked as a fair skin one, Terrence Howard. I think that was you. You sent me a question on Terrence Howard and some type of gravity thing. I have to go back and look at the question, but it is in the archives. It is in the files. And let me go ahead and give you a shout out for this. You are awesome. Hika Kepara. Let me go ahead and put you on the screen. Hika Kepara. I'll put you on the screen here. Shout out to Heka Kepara for his awesome support. There's Heka Kepara, who's just on the screen with his son, participating in the questions of neurolinguistic programming. And he sends 2727, which I know in reverse is 7272. The 27, we know what that means. Thank you for that support, my good brother. The 2727. I love that number. We all know what it, I know what it means. Thank you for the support and the symbolism in the sending it in that code way. Thank you for that, my brother. All right, we got one more before we close down. And oh yep, the monsters are here, the big timers are here. Heka Kepara, and then of course Kemet, big timer Kemet. Hey, what's this, Kemet? Yeah. Oh, this is, thank you. Interesting for, let me put in the room so everybody can see it. Let me put it in the room. Here we go. Thank you, Kemet, for he says old and new. Let me put it in the room. He's sending support for the laptop that time. I wanted to get a new laptop, which I actually ended up getting thanks to all you. And Kemet sent in 2727. Shout out to you, Kemet. That pairs up with the last one. The last one was a Heka Kepara. Heka Kepara sends a 2727. Kemet says a 2727. And this one says, I'm going to read it out for the group here. It says, for old and new laptop, dub payment. All right. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. For old and new. What do you say, dub? For old and new, dub. For old and new laptop, dub payment. Thank you, my good brother. You are awesome. Appreciate that. And thank you for that. We got the laptop, and thank you for the support. You are awesome as usual. Okay. Whew. Oh. All right. So oh, there's Atum. Shout out to Atum. Better late than never, Atum. Late again. Big up Saba and the class. I'll catch the reload. London in the house. You know it. We have it. Yeah, Terrence Howard from Hustle and Flow. Right. And from I believe that show Power or Empire. I don't know. I don't watch TV, but I think it's Power or Empire. But yeah, he's big on, he's doing something else now outside of movies. He's actually big doing lectures in universities. He's on gravity and unified field and other things, and we're going to talk about that. Heka Kepara, yeah, the fusion theory. There it is. He talks about the fusion theory, gravity, and several things. Yes, Terrence Howard and the fusion theory. Okay. I think that was the last one. I think that's the last one. Let me go through and see. Let me refresh the page. If that's the last one, we can close out. I'm going to refresh it. And oh, wait. Ascari sent me something, but I don't know if there's a question. This is I'm a warrior of light movement. You're a current warrior. Its important mission is the liberation of mind. You're a devastating enemy. I'll always support you. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna put this up. He sent a donation. He sent me this beautiful thing. This is Ascari, and I'm just gonna go ahead and put this on the screen because it is a beautiful, beautiful writing. This is from the brother Ascari21, who just sent me this shout out in an email. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen because the brother has shown respect for me ever since the beginning. He sent his donation earlier, then he sent me this email. So I'm going to go ahead and put it. It says, I am a warrior of the movement. Well, let me see if it's on the screen. It is on the screen. Okay. Oh, now it's off my screen. Here. I am a warrior of the movement. You are a current warrior of the movement. The most important mission is the liberation of the mind. You are devastating the enemy. I will always support you. Power to the people of light. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Let me go ahead and give you some class for that. Thank you for that awesome tribute there. Appreciate that, my brother. Thank you for that. You're a great supporter. Love you, my brother. You're awesome. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. With some positive, good words there and appreciation for me. I do feel appreciated. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Askari, for that. And I feel appreciated. Thank you. Sometimes I don't. Feel too appreciated, and that's why sometimes when I go on certain channels, I don't really talk much. I don't really say much. I ask a couple of snake style questions and then stop, because the appreciation for what I have isn't really much there on certain platforms. But shout out to all those platforms, and shout out to everybody that does appreciate, because it does take me a while to give specific detailed answers, and you guys are here for that. On other platforms, kind of rush, argue, rush, and screaming, yelling, and I don't really fit into that. I don't really fit into that type of energy. So sometimes I go on channels and people are like, Tehuti's about to go in, and then I'm just there, not saying much because, I'm here for the truth. So anyways, shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate that. I believe that is the last donation, so I can close up. Let's see. Yep, Kemet, and that's it. Let me scroll down and see if I got everybody. I believe I got everybody. Yep. There's nobody left. That is everybody. We can close up. 1 second, everybody. Let me just answer this email real quick. And get back to the class. Good. Email answered. Multitask and look at the number. The number is 72 in the chat. 72 watching. What a perfect time to close up on my number 72. What a perfect time to close up. Okay, so let's go ahead and close up, everybody. Shout out to the new person in the room. I'm just seeing this name here. What is this name here? I always give a shout out to all the new people in the room. Oh, wait a minute. Let me delete this. Shout out to I never seen this name before. Benson DeVito, who typed Horem Heb. Not sure what that's about, but shout out to Benson. I never seen your name in the room, but thank you for coming, and hope you appreciated the knowledge. And if you have questions, you know what to do. Send them in through. Let me go ahead and do my close out with everybody who's going to be watching this show after it closes down. They'll be watching it in the week. Cash App TT Amun, PayPal Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amun. That is how you support the channel. That is how you support me. That is how you support asking questions. You can type them in to the Cash App and into the PayPal, and I will get to the questions and answer them as rapidly as I can. Usually it's the class of or the next class. You send your Cash App, and there's or PayPal, and there is my AI moderator who's pointing upwards right there. See her right there? And she's right there. Cash App TT Amun. You can type in your questions. It will get sent to me, and then I go ahead and answer them as thoroughly as all of you see me do. I know you all appreciate me, but to the new brother and the other people that are new that are watching this, that's how you send your questions. Shout out to everybody. Let me go ahead and give everybody a shout out before we close. It's another almost 7-hour class. Senetia Moon, who I'm surprised is still functioning. Tua Saba, Nini Uk, Senetia Moon, you are you're still kicking, you're still punching and staying up. That is awesome. I am impressed. Anki Ma'ad is still up with us. Oh, my moderators are still up. Is Ahati here? Is Nania Set Mur here? Waswaret, thank you, Waswaret. Thank you. It says that is why you're doing the right thing by having your own platform. You are appreciated. Okay, thank you, my sister. Appreciate that. Master K says thank you, dear teacher. And McNear says, Darius McNear. Hey, Darius, you're on the KP show. Okay, good. I like it when I have people from there here so they know the history. They understand what we're talking about. So Killer Priest said he would like to have you on his show once a month. Let's do it. That sounds good to me. Okay, shout out to everybody. Shout out to Heka Kepara. Shout out to Ava. Ava, shout out to Mr. Day. Shout out to you, Ava. Shout out to Atum, which I already put on the screen. Atum. Shout out to everybody. I know some people fell asleep. They're not still with us. Shout out to you, of course, Bev. What time is the class, please? That's from an old. I already answered that. Shout out to everybody. Everybody in the room. Let me give a shout out to my moderators, and we're gonna close it out. The moderators, who everybody should respect, are. Oh, let me get this banner off the screen. Okay, once again, the moderators are Ankia Ma'at, Nania Setmer, Senetia Moon, and Ahati Ma'at. The moderators, and we have my invisible moderator in the background, Heru Sa Amun. Probably knocked out, but he is in the background watching as well. Shout out to all of you moderators for helping the class run smoothly. Senetia Moon put up my contact with musical notes. Okay, nice. Thanks to team. That's right, Bev. You are a part of the team too. Mr. Noob. Shout out to Mr. Noob. Shout out to everybody out there. Shout out to Desmond. Shout out to Darius. Everybody. We're gonna close it up. Let me go ahead and put the affirmation on the screen so we can close it up. Another awesome Tehuti pod class. Also, those who are watching who want to support by other means other than just support our questions, we have on the screen there. I'm going to leave this on the screen for a moment. That is Melanin Dark Consciousness. Actually, I'll leave this one on the screen. No, this one. That is Stepping Out of the Matrix. I'm going to leave this one on the screen for a moment. That is Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can send in an inquiry how to get those books through Mystical Television at gmail.com, who are awesome moderators, have been putting through the chat, but sometimes people that rewatch this on YouTube, sometimes they don't see the chat. They're not watching with the chat, they're watching with a full screen. So for those who are watching it that way with full screen with no chat, that is my email. For those who are watching it with the chat, the moderators are putting my email in the chat. 1 second, everybody. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, man. This. Doggone Mysteries. Covered a lot today. I still have the headphones in. I'm not even on headphones. Oh, my gosh. Oh. Okay. Oh, you're in the water. Okay, how about you, man? Can you come close out the class with us? Boom. Close out the class. I need your help. Okay. Stabilize yourself, man. Okay, here we go. Let's go close out the class, Zebra. We're going to let Nakash rest a little bit, and you're going to help me close the class out. Nakash is resting in his water bowl. Okay, let me get back in here. All right. Okay, here we go. All right. Wrong thing. That's not right. Let me get this off the screen. Okay, boom, boom, boom. I'm trying to get this off the screen. Here we go. Okay, good. All right, we're going to close off the class, everybody. Another 7-hour class. My goodness, 7-hour class with still 68 people in the room. Thank you all for participating in the Tehuti pod class. All of you are needed. Those who support, those who agree, those who disagree respectfully, all of you are needed in the Tehuti pod class. Hold on, let me squeeze in here. Oh my goodness, I gotta be a contortionist. Here we go. All right. All of you are appreciated in the Tehuti pod class. Without all of you, I couldn't do the pod class. I am the teacher because I have people to teach. Without the students, without the Saba students, we don't have the Saba teacher. So all of us are working in reciprocity and unity to make this thing happen, to get this information out. And I appreciate all of you and all the support that you all are sending. Shout out to the moderators again. Peace and love to everybody in the room who helped out. And this is Niyeth on my hat. Again, Niyeth on the hat. Peace to Niyeth on the hat. And of course we have Zebra now. So we put away Nakash and now we have Zebra. Zebra is here to say peace to everyone. Shout out to everyone in the room. This is the beautiful Zebra. Play on words because it sounds like zebra. It's actually Seb. Seb, which is the traveler. Seb, which is Geb. And then Ra. Seb Ra. Shout out to you, Seb Ra. Shout out to all the moderators. Shout out to everybody who participated in the Tehuti pod class. We're going to end off with the affirmation. One moment. Hold on. We'll fix something. Okay, there we go. All right. Boom. Zebra, come on over here. Okay, we're going to end off with the affirmation, everybody. And Saneti says, my favorite snake. All right. There's your favorite snake, Saneti. He's so beautiful, isn't he? He looks like a zebra. That is awesome how nature designs these creatures. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And they never get dirty. Oh, they're like plastic. Okay. Shout out to everybody. And Cannabis Process, amazing how you can handle the spider. That's good energy. Oh my gosh. Zebra is beautiful. XXX. I get my snake tomorrow. Wait a minute. You're getting a snake, Bev? Bev. People are getting snakes now? Nice. You're the third person in the pod class that has gotten a snake since I've done the pod class. Third student. You're getting your snake tomorrow? Awesome. Wonderful, Bev. Okay, Jody's still up with us. Shout out to Jody. Jody's still smiling and still up. Okay, awesome. You're getting a spider too? Oh, a little corn snake. Nice. You did mention a corn snake in an email to me earlier. Shout out to you, Bev. And Saneti Moon says, Tua for the support, Cannabis Spot. All right, everybody. This is a beautiful podcast. We are at 7 hours. Yes, Saba. You. Oh, I didn't even see this message. How does this get in the screen? Awesome. I have a message popped up on the screen. I don't even remember clicking on this, but it says, "Yes, Saba, you are inspiring us all." Thank you, Cannabis Spa. You're great. Good inspiration. You're inspiring us all as well. PDF books are well worth it. Highly recommended. Yes. Okay, everybody. On that note, we're going to end off the Tehuti Podclass. All of you are beautiful. We will say the affirmation because, yes, I do have a way of life. I do have an organized, structured path, and I begin important things and end important things with the affirmation with my loved ones and with everyone. So I want to end off the class with the affirmation. Peace and love, everyone. You are all wonderful and beautiful. And let's go ahead and say the affirmation for those who are left in the room. And the affirmation is Ankia Ma'at Un MS Nin Tet Aset and Mayat Min Hapapet and Mayat Her and Hukiui Her Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love, everyone. I will see you next week. Beged Leisure, we're starting off with your question because I know you're there for the early part, but not usually there at the end. You may be in a different time zone, but I want you in the room when I answer the question. So shout out to you, Beged Leisure. We're definitely opening up the next class with your question and everyone else's questions that I missed. We'll be doing that for next class. Shout out to all of you keeping me sharp and alert. Again, everyone look out for me and Killer Priest reuniting. Also, look out for a possible I pop up on Sonetter every once in a while. It's random, and he always asks me who I want to debate. I said I'd like to talk to Captain Tazariak. He's a calm, well-mannered brother. Tazariak is kind of avoiding the situation right now, but that's cool. Shout out to you, Tazariak. And, Shannon pops up at the end. Hey, peace out. Shannon, nice to see you, sister. The sisters are here. Look, all the sisters are here. Shannon, Anki Mayat, Jody, Cannabis Spa, Sanetia Moon. All right, we're ending off with everybody that is regular, hanging out to the end, and sisters are here. Okay. All right, everybody. That is the affirmation. Thank you for attending the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to end it off. I'm glad you all appreciate it. I'm going to check my email one more time to see if there's one last minute support or shout out. And if it's clear, we are done. It looks clear. That's social media. It looks clear. Let me go ahead and close these boxes. Close. That's so many boxes open. All right. There we go. And I'm back to the room. Okay, here we go. Peace and love, everyone. Thank you for attending the Tehuti Podclass. I've been here for 7 hours, but yet it says 6 hours and 56 minutes. Kev the Poet, shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Kev the Poet. And highly recommended both books. Anki Mayat says highly recommended both books. Email Tehuti at Mystical Television at gmail.com to inquire. All right, everyone. We're going to say peace and love. I'm trying to stretch it out to exactly 7 hours. It is 6 hours and 57 minutes. 2 o'clock in the morning over here, 2:06. Wow, it is late. It is late, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead and shut it down. Here we go. Peace and love, everybody. For those who are watching, support, please. Support. I do this for a living. and I appreciate all the support I can get because there's no direct payment for what I do. I literally live off of just the support of everybody. Shout out again to the moderators, Anki and Ma'at, Nani Asat Mur, Sanetia Moon, Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love. We have 1 more minute till it's the 7-hour mark, and I'm going to close out right on the 7-hour mark. I'm actually going to play the closing part now because that closing part is a few seconds. So here we go. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love to all who supported the podcast. Love you all. And that is it. Hetapu.